This little beggar boy is our main character. Don't look down on him just because he's a beggar. Even while walking, he was observing the mana of the entire world. It turned out that ever since he was young, he had already grasped the concept of the world, the flow of mana in all things. He would become the strongest magical genius. And without further ado, let's begin. Late at night, at the gate of Dongun Shelter, a servant inside came out to open the gate and asked with obvious irritation, "Tisich, who is it at this hour? Please go back. It's already crowded here. We can't take in anyone else." Outside stood two people, one adult and one child, wearing black cloaks that covered their faces. A pleading voice said, forgive me. I truly have nowhere else to go. Please, could you consider my situation?" As she spoke, her filthy hands held out a shiny round bracelet. The moment he saw it, the servant's expression changed completely. He took the bracelet and examined it. Then he quickly opened the gate and let them in. "Follow me." The child who had been brought along remained silent from beginning to end, standing to the side with a pitiful, dirt-covered face. In his eyes, this place was pitch black, without the slightest ray of hope. The man led them to a room and said, "Since it's late, I'll explain the shelter's rules and the responsibility fees tomorrow." "Right, I'm leaving." His attitude was still as arrogant as before. The woman hurriedly bowed her head and answered again and again, "Thank you, thank you." After he left, she said to the boy, "Sit here. You must have been through a lot." The child's round eyes shimmered with tears. "You must have had a hard time too." The old woman pressed her dry lips together, sweat pouring from her in exhaustion. "Just close your eyes for a little while, and someone will come soon." She gently held the child's face. "So try to rest today, all right." He obediently smiled. Yes, it was very late. Zorgon lay asleep on the bed, while the old woman kept watch beside him. The entire room sank into silence. Suddenly, the old woman let out a cry. Red blood covered her hands, and her vision gradually blurred. Her whole body trembled, her face pale, yet before she died, she still struggled to look at the boy on the bed. "Please, you must be happy." After saying that, she collapsed beside the bed and passed away on the spot. Half awake, little Zorgon opened his eyes. Looking at the old woman collapsed by the bed, he asked, "Helen, are you asleep?" But he immediately jolted in shock and woke up completely. He looked down and saw that his hand were covered in the old woman's blood, frightening him so badly his whole body trembled. He hurriedly shook her and cried out, "Helen!" The next morning, the servant from the previous night brought an older woman with him. He stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, and coldly watching the scene as he clicked his tongue. "TCH, what rotten luck. Why did she have to die here and cause trouble?" The woman who came with him asked in annoyance, "What are we supposed to do with that kid?" They discussed it. Since his hair color is similar to Balin's, let him go with her. They'll look like a pitiful mother and child, won't they? Just then, a girl with platinum blonde hair walked in. When they saw her, they immediately said, Balin, perfect timing." He pointed at little Zorgon and ordered the girl, "Starting today, take him with you when you go to work." She could only agree, "Yes." Before the two of them left, they were still muttering curses. TCH. Anyway, it's not like this is a volunteer organization, but since they've been paired up like this, at least they'll make money. Dongun Shelter appeared on the outside to be a royal charity that cared for people with nowhere to go and received subsidies. In reality, it exploited children under the guise of responsibility fees to make a profit. It was a cruel place. Balin looked at the boy, a trace of pity flashing in her eyes. She took the initiative to approach him and speak first. "Hello, my name is Balin. From now on, you'll be staying with me." Little Zorgon was still shocked by Helen's death the day before. His face was blank, and he did not say a word. So she had no choice but to encourage him. "I don't know what you've been through, but one thing is certain. You have to survive no matter what. If you can do that, then in the end, a chance at happiness will come." She held out her hand to little Zorgon. "So let's go." A warm light seemed to radiate from her. Little Zorgon decided to accept. "Yes." After that, I began begging in Mother Balin's arms. Although our mother and child relationship existed only for begging, the two of us grew closer and closer, and Mother Balin always took care of me. She protected me from being bullied by the other children and from other beggars. Because Mother Balin was always by my side, I was never lonely. 5 years passed. One evening at sunset, Balin was sitting on a bench when she suddenly heard someone call, "Mother Balin." She turned and recognized him at once. Zorgon, little Zorgon, now 8 years old, stood waving at her. The mother and son sat together and talked. You work hard today. Sit down. Mother Ballin, you work hard too. Ah, this morning I heard that Mother Ballin is going to leave soon. She looked visibly sad. That's right. I heard I'll be working as a servant at some noble mansion. Little Zorgon still smiled and spoke innocently. That's great. If it's you, Mother Ballin, you can do well anywhere. His worldly innocence instantly made the atmosphere much lighter. She turned to tease him. What are you saying? Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself. She ruffled his messy hair. Aha, your hair is completely ruined. Suddenly, Zorgon's tone became serious. Thank you for the past 5 years, Mother. When Helen passed away and I felt like I had lost everything, when the children in the shelter bullied me, and when other beggars picked fights with me, you were always by my side protecting me. So when Mother Ballin, the person I'm always grateful to, goes to a better place, I really should sincerely congratulate you. In the end, little Zorgon was still a child. At this point, he could not stop tears from streaming down his face. Mother, father, Helen, and now Mother Ballin too, everyone is leaving. The more he spoke, the harder he cried, his whole body trembling. Ballin hurriedly held little Zorgon's small, paling face tightly. Zorgon, look at me. Just because someone isn't by your side doesn't mean you're alone. She placed her hand on the boy's chest. A person is truly lonely only when their heart is empty. If you keep holding on to the people who have left and quietly look deep inside yourself, you'll be able to see just how much everyone loved and cherished you. So, whenever you feel lonely, close your eyes and feel your heart. As Ballin said this, she could not stop her own tears from falling. I will always be with you. That was the last conversation the two of them had. Mother Ballin, who had always been by my side, left. On lonely nights, little Zorgon looked up at the sky and gently closed his eyes. Wasn't I told to look into my heart whenever I felt lonely? To feel the existence of the people I loved, I was told to open the eye of the heart. A flow of energy inside Zorgon's body truly began to change, growing larger and larger. The eye of the heart. By the time he opened his inner eye, the scenery around him had truly changed. Even with my eyes closed, I can still see the world. Unable to hold back, he reached out to feel it. It was far beyond the imagination of an inexperienced child. It's so beautiful. I can see everything. Mother, father, Helen, and Mother Ballin too. Everyone. I'm really not alone. Thank you, Mother. Mother Ballin. In that moment, the boy was so happy he cried. I will never forget you for as long as I live. The next morning, at the shelter, life continued as usual. A shout rang out like it did every day. Wake up, everyone. Get ready for work. 1 year after Mother Ballin left, Zorgon was still in this place. He still thought of her from time to time. Maybe she's still getting used to her new job, so she hasn't contacted me yet. I wonder if she's all right. Meanwhile, I had gotten used to begging alone. Like the other children, the director assigned me to Zone 1, the most profitable area. Even there, I earned quite a lot, so I was treated fairly well. A large young man patted little Zorgon on the shoulder. Hey, Zorgon, do well again today. He even confidently pointed at his own chest. Don't worry, I'll protect you from the bad guys. This man was black. He was the supervisor of Zone 1. One day, after hearing about my past, he started treating me kindly. He was also the one who helped me realize that the clusters of light I could see were mana. Zorgon had a good impression of him too, and nodded obediently. Yes, Brother Black, I'll be counting on you again today. That was because inside his body was a dense cluster of light. Later, I learned that he was a swordsman who used mana. However, his mana had a rather murky glow. Mana is the source of energy that forms everything in this world. Everyone absorbs and releases mana through breathing, and it unconsciously affects the flow of the world. Among them, there are some people like Black who can use mana in a special way through a training method called mana cultivation. Every day, Zorgon sat on the street begging, while also taking the opportunity to train his mana by himself. Although I was told not to think about it, because it would be very dangerous if done wrong. I can already see it. Suddenly, someone tossed a few coins into his can. Little Zorgon's eyes immediately lit up, and he repeated the expression he had shown countless times. Beautiful and pleasant to see. Thank you. You truly have a kind heart. The two noble women who had just given the boy money were instantly captivated. Oh my, everyone was moved by little Zorgon's appearance. After they left, the boy continued. First, I need to get used to seeing both real objects and mana at the same time. All the people walking back and forth on this street have mana. Not long ago, it was difficult for me to see both at the same time but now I'm used to it. Even so, seeing real objects and mana overlapping still makes me a little dizzy. Suddenly, someone came over and called the boy by name. Zorgon. It was Black. You're back. He looked at little Zorgon's bowl full of coins and exclaimed in admiration. Whoa, you got this much in such a short time. Zorgon smiled so brightly that his eyes curved. It's because there are so many people with kind hearts. But Black still propped his chin in his hand and let out a sigh. That's why you have to be even more careful. There are plenty of people out there who can't stand seeing others do well. Little Zorgon could only answer, yes, I understand. He carefully reminded him again, if you see anyone suspicious or anything strange happens, tell me right away. I'm going now. The boy nodded. Yes, see you later. In his heart, however, he had already decided. It's best not to say anything. Actually, since yesterday, I've seen something very strange. In the crowd, there were a few unfamiliar people with especially strong, bright flows of mana. They looked like they had dense mana in their abdomens, just like Black, but the boy had secretly observed 2 of them before. Their mana was very bright. They looked at me from within the crowd, then immediately disappeared by leaping across the rooftops. But they didn't seem too dangerous, and I can't let anyone know that I can see mana. Anything could happen, so it's better to keep this to myself. Whenever someone gave him money, he would say, "Thank you, sir. I wish you a pleasant day." Before he knew it, the money had filled his pouch. This box is almost full. I should report back, so the shelter can exchange it for a new one. It seemed little Zorgon's business was going quite well. Once he thought of it, he immediately returned to the shelter. As he was walking, the boy suddenly saw something ahead. That color of mana. It's them. The people with extremely bright mana were on the rooftops, stalking the boy. Zorgon tried to act normal, tightly hugging the money tube as he walked faster. They're watching me. What do they want? Until now, they've never approached me so openly. He also realized that there was one person behind him and one person beside him. As long as I can get to the main shelter. But just as the boy reached the middle of the alley, one of them made a move. Little Zorgon walked as fast as he could, so scared he nearly wet himself, struggling to stay calm. I just need to meet Black. But no matter how fast he walked, how could he outrun 2 adults? They were closing in right behind him. The boy was still panicking, not knowing how to escape. So frightened he was about to cry, he simply ran straight ahead. No, if this keeps up, I'll... At that critical moment, a loud roar rang out right in front of him. Zorgon! It was Black. He was also rushing toward little Zorgon. He ran at full speed and leaped high into the air. In an instant, he landed right in front of Zorgon. The boy also ran toward him as fast as his legs could carry him. Brother Black. Black picked little Zorgon up in his arms and warned him, "Hold on tight." After saying that, he unleashed himself and shot straight up onto the roof. The other 2 quickly gave chase as well. He knew it. They've caught up. Black increased his speed and decided, we're going to the shelter first. Even at a time like this, he still reminded little Zorgon, be careful. Don't drop the money box, or you won't get to eat today. Did you hear me, Zorgon? But no matter how many times he called, little Zorgon's face remained frozen with no reaction at all, his eyes staring fixedly at something. Black could not understand it either. What's wrong with him? They finally escaped back to the shelter. Zorgon, go inside first. With the current safety situation, the other kids will be coming back soon too. Just rest for now. Do you hear me? The boy's face was still blank, as if his soul had left his body, until Black finally flicked his forehead hard enough to hurt. Hey, Zorgon, snap out of it. Only then did the boy startle back to his senses. Black scolded him in annoyance. You've been frozen stiff with fear this whole time. Those people can't chase you all the way here, so calm down and go inside. Zorgon hurriedly answered, ah yes, be careful. Alone in the room, the boy finally came back to himself and held his face in both hands. He smiled with unprecedented joy. I could see it, the way mana flows through the body when moving, while Black was carrying Zorgon and running across the rooftops. The boy had seen everything inside his body, how the dense mana rippled when power gathered in his arms and legs, and how mana flared up and vanished when he took momentum to jump onto the roof. All right, let's try it. I just saw it, so I'll quickly practice. Breathe to draw mana into the body, circulate it, compress it inside the body, and use it when needed, right? It's not that hard. He let out a breath. Now I understand how to use mana. I want to try it right away. Suddenly, he saw several other children returning while talking among themselves. What's going on? No idea. I heard the kid from the other dormitories were all called back too. Before they could say much, a manager came over and threatened them. Everyone be quiet. You must be very curious why you were called back so urgently, but don't worry. It's nothing serious. After each zone chief completes the inspection, everyone will return to work as usual. We just don't know when it will be finished yet. So all of you, keep order and stay in your rooms. As for Zorgon, little Zorgon immediately spoke up. Yes, sir. With a serious expression, he ordered, pack your things. You'll be transferred somewhere else. Zorgon simply held his small bundle of belongings and followed him. They arrived at a gate. The man only allowed the boy to stand at a distance. Wait, stay here. Then he went over to speak with the person standing there. Little Zorgon watched from far away, curious. I want to hear what they're saying, but they're too far away. I can't hear clearly. He immediately thought of using mana. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Circulate. Mana gathered in his hands, and he focused intensely. The boy heard it. He's being transferred from the dormitory area to the main area. A kid who used to beg. The other man gave a vague explanation. That's what I heard. I think the director seems to favor him. Maybe because of his appearance. The large man turned to look at Zorgon. That does make sense. Maybe he wants to keep him on the grounds for safety. Besides, something happened in Zone 1 today, too. You mean the Alliance? Yeah, I heard it has something to do with 2 people who escaped. Little Zorgon heard all of it from where he stood, but he did not understand. The Alliance? People who escaped? 2 of them? Could they be talking about those people? The boy's mind immediately jumped to the 2 people who had chased him earlier. As he was eavesdropping, he suddenly heard them call out to him. Hey kid, follow me. Little Zorgon had to switch to following that large man in a black vest. The man led the boy up a long, seemingly endless staircase and stopped in front of a room. He knocked on the door as a signal, then opened it and went in. Omi. Inside was a girl with short black hair. Hello. He left Zorgon there and added, starting today, this person will be taking care of you. She is Ami, and this is Zorgon from the dormitory area. It seems the boy still doesn't know how to read. Well then, I'll be going first. After saying that, he left right away. She seemed quite friendly as she asked, how old are you? Zorgon answered, I'm almost 10. She looked a little confused. You really don't know how to read? No one had taught him since he was 3 years old. Suddenly, he felt terribly inadequate. No, I've never learned. She let out a sigh. Well, I knew it. I suppose that's only natural. What else could you expect from a student from the dormitory area? Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you, so you have to call me teacher. And when we're not in a formal setting, you can call me big sister too. Ami looked him carefully up and down. For someone from the dormitory area, your face looks pretty bright. But until now, the boy had never understood how important studying was. Excuse me, but why do I have to learn how to read, miss? Hearing that childish, foolish question irritated her. You came here without knowing anything about reading sessions? They should have explained at least something to you. Goodness. A reading session is when someone reads a book aloud to a group of people on a special occasion. Sometimes it is held by the author of a new book, and sometimes nobles hold them regularly as social gatherings. Ami explained, you can think of it as an elegant pastime for the upper class. Zorgon still could not understand. He had only ever begged on the streets. So how would he know? Does that happen at the orphanage too? She nodded. That's right. You'll take part in sponsored readings in front of benefactors. After that, if a child is lucky, they may be chosen to give a special reading. The boy only half understood. A special reading? She added. If you read well, you're often adopted. The chosen child reads a book alone in front of a benefactor. She understood too. For a child like you, who can't read yet, this must sound like something from another world. The boy nodded. I understand. She had not expected him to adapt so quickly and was shocked. What? His child isn't scared? Still, Zorgon was handsome and obedient, so she affectionately patted his head, opened the door, and waved for him to follow. Follow me. She took him to another room and introduced him. This is Zorgon from the dormitory area. Don't cause trouble and get along with each other. The bed in the far left corner is yours. The boy nodded. Yes, I understand. There were 4 other children in the room. Before leaving, she also warned the children, don't make a scene. Zorgon began inspecting his new living space. A personal locker? How strange. Suddenly, a child came over and called out, hey. He was a little taller than Zorgon. Did you really come from the dormitory area? The boy nodded. Yeah, that's right. The child smiled brightly. Wow, that's so cool. I've never met anyone from the dormitory area before. I'm Tao, and this is Noah, Zen, and Lily. He turned and introduced the other 3. The children gathered around Zorgon. So, have you been beaten before? Don't worry. We're not mean like the kids over there. These children seemed much more relaxed, clean, and tidy. You won't have to go outside and beg anymore. The children in the main building who take part in reading sessions only manage the library, greet guests, and help at the reception hall. He nodded. Yeah. Our room is in charge of the library. We're responsible for arranging and managing the books there. So then, Let's give Zorgon a warm welcome. Veljome, Zorgon, we're really glad you came to us. His first day here seemed to pass peacefully. That night, the boy could not fall asleep for a long time, lying there and thinking about the inside of those books. Mother Balin had once said that a whole world of knowledge was inside them. Back then, the boy had asked, really? Zorgon was a curious child, so he would surely like them. At the time, he had been very excited. Wow, I really want to read books. Books. My wish came true, Balin. As he thought that, the boy gently drifted off to sleep. Time passed. In the room, the sound of children reading aloud rang out. And then they lived happily ever after. At that moment in Zone 1, just as the boy closed the book, he heard someone calling him. Zorgon. From the corner of the room, Miss Ami called loudly. For inspection, bring out the books you read today. He immediately brought them over, and she began assessing them. Let's see. The slippers are not lonely. The dying leopard. The golden pig's precious fart. The furry bride. Then her face turned dark as the bottom of a pot, and the sharp-eyed boy noticed right away. Miss Ami's expression was, she suddenly snapped a book shut. That's enough fairy tales. Let's move on to the novels in Section 2. You did well today. The boy had not expected to be praised and smiled happily. Thank you, Miss Ami. Still, he felt a little confused inside. Did I imagine that? But the good news is that I can now read books in Section 2. He loved reading so much that he even asked on his own, may I stay a little longer and read a bit more before going back to the dormitory? She agreed readily. Go ahead. Section 2, where books often read by adults were gathered, was sure to contain many interesting things. The boy ran all over the library, eagerly looking around. Wow, this one looks interesting. And this one too, and this one too. Suddenly, one book caught his attention. The Alliance? The founding of the Kingdom of Raton and the Alliance. He opened it right away. So that small, remote place is where I'm living? One of the minor states of Raton won after a long war. Afterward, the world was reorganized into a system consisting of one kingdom and 6 autonomous minor states. Later, to prevent war and maintain welfare and social order, the king established an organization. That organization was the Alliance. They had fought for more than 200 years for peace and stability, and they were supposed to be good and upright people. Reading to that point, the sharp-eyed Zorgon suddenly noticed a contradiction. Then why would someone like Black have to run away? Is it because begging is bad? But he got along well with the local supervisors. What was certain was that the shelter and the Alliance did not seem to have a good relationship. And for some reason, the shelter was hiding what had happened that day. What exactly are they hiding? The more the boy read, the more confused and conflicted he became. I still can't even say for sure whether I'm on the good side or the bad side. I need to find more information. His concentration accidentally activated the mana within his body, even though it had not yet reached a complete level. But moving while circulating mana had become easier to control. Whenever I did chores, I would usually sit down and comfortably breathe mana in, but the situation is different now. I've practiced so that I can circulate mana even while moving. Thanks to that, I can move and operate mana at the same time, even while reading. However, the density of the mana hasn't increased at all. Why does the mana keep dispersing instead of gathering? It's a little disappointing, but I'll try little by little, one step at a time. Just as he was experimenting in the library, a loud shout rang out. Assemble! All the children present lined up neatly. A red-haired, noble woman walked in. All right then, today, who should I choose today? Looking over the state of things today, she stared at each child one by one. Theo, Noah, Lily, and Zorgon. The boy was startled when his name was called. Yes. She covered her mouth and laughed teasingly. I can't have you, someone who just stepped out of a fairy tale book, take part in a reading session. However, if you're there, you're sure to stand out. So today, observe first and get a feel for the atmosphere. As she spoke, she stroked the boy's face, apparently very pleased with his appearance. Zorgon put on an obedient expression and bowed his head. Yes, thank you for your consideration, Director. She was very satisfied. Good. Ami, who was standing to the side, ended the assembly. All right, the 10 children whose names were called, change clothes and gather in the reception hall. The others seemed visibly unhappy that the boy had been chosen. He's only just finished fairy tales. Isn't this a bit unfair? Theo, standing nearby, could not hold back and defended his friend. Hey, you guys. Just then, the boy finished changing and came out, his face bright and as beautiful as a flower. The children immediately gathered around him. Zorgon, you look so handsome. You really stand out. The boy smiled happily. Thank you. You look cool too, Theo. Ami pointed and told the boy, Zorgon, you can sit over there. All the selected children were present, sitting obediently in a row. Ami called out loudly, "Everyone get ready. The guests are here." Several splendidly dressed, noble women entered the room. Among them was a rather familiar face. "Oh my, is it really you?" The woman recognized Zorgon as the beggar boy from before who had said, "Thank you, madam. You truly have a kind heart." The boy also remembered her. "Hello, madam. I'm very happy to meet you here. I have always remembered and been grateful for your help that day." She immediately walked straight over to the boy. "How have you been? I'm very happy to see you again, too." While they were talking, the red-haired woman from earlier approached. "Oh my, Lady Kazalin, do you know our Zorgon?" Only then did the other woman learn. "So the boy's name is Zorgon? I saw him begging at the board intersection last winter." The two women simply continued talking around the boy. Goodness, in that case, could Zorgon read this book today? He was adorable back then, but now he's even more beautiful. It is thanks to the support he received that Zorgon learned to read here. Lady Kazalin immediately held out a book. "Oh my, in that case, could we have Zorgon read this book today?" The other woman explained, Zorgon was only scheduled to sit and listen today." The noblewoman looked a little disappointed and sad. "Really? What a shame. I truly wanted to hear the boy's voice as he read." The manager agreed. "Then would you like him to try reading the final chapter as a test?" Kazalin immediately agreed. "Yes, of course. I will be delighted." A moment later, the boy's reading voice rang through the room. Every noblewoman sat listening intently, their eyes shining. "I never expected that we would be able to meet again like this. I did not try to remember, but that image kept returning to my mind. I do not understand why I felt that way either. It simply happened naturally, without my intending it. It was just that my heart no longer seemed to listen to reason. And so, I decided to say it." Zorgon's voice was already pleasant, and combined with that handsome expression, it was outstanding. "I love you." When the 3 words from the book came from the boy's mouth, the noble women practically swooned one after another. Zorgon even thought, "I'll put mana into my voice." His even reading voice rang out. Faced with Duke Duzayer's gentle confession, Vezi was so flustered she did not know what to do. She did not even dare to look him straight in the eyes and tried to avoid his gaze. As the boy read, he sensed his own voice. Every sound echoed clearly. The soft breath like a sigh, the sound of tears rolling down cheeks, the faint bite of a lower lip, and even the distinct heartbeat of each person. They were filled with the emotions the boy conveyed. Lady Kazalin smiled brightly. That moment was magical. What a beautiful reading. After finishing, the boy stood before the noble women and bowed. "Thank you very much. It was all thanks to the assistant manager's help." The women adored him. "How can you speak so beautifully? May I hear you read again tomorrow?" "Of course. I will prepare even more thoroughly." "Oh my goodness, how wonderful." The scene shifted to the second library. After that reading session, Zorgon came here again to look for more books to read. In the end, it's still my own body using the flow of mana. Just as he was searching, a book titled The Laws and Principles of Movement Phenomena and the Human Body fell and caught his attention. The title alone already sounds good. Another book that seems useful. There was also a red-covered book. As he was still sounding out each word, understanding. Black was suddenly standing behind him and smirked as he teased. "Understanding sexiness?" The boy turned around and jumped in fright. "Goodness, you scare me to death, Brother Black. But actually, I'm not scared. I knew you would come." Black laughed until tears nearly fell as he kept teasing him. "Don't pretend you don't care. You're at the age where you're curious about these things, aren't you?" Zorgon ignored him and changed the subject. "What's going on?" Black looked openly pleased. "Nothing. I just heard you tore up today's charity reading session, didn't you? I regret not hearing it in person. I heard you were reading in the library, so I came just to see your face." The boy replied, "I'm on duty anyway, so later." The two had not met in a while, so they shook hands. "Right, I've been a little busy lately." But there was no way Black had come for no reason. The boy asked calmly, "What is it? Did something happen?" Black lowered himself to the boy's eye level and began talking business. "Yeah, do you remember the people who chased you before? They've started causing trouble again. I'm planning to settle things with the administration." Zorgon guessed it immediately and smiled easily. "The Alliance? If you make a move, Brother Black, they'll definitely learn some manners." After being praised, Black's mood improved a lot, and he took the boy's face in his hands. "What? Hearing you say that really puts me at ease. It's a shame I can't come hear your reading tomorrow, but though he acted that way on the outside, the boy had long since become suspicious inside. According to what I read last time, Black is very likely a villain, but he's good to me. Then I should call him a good person, right? It's fine. In any case, it's true that he cares. Flustered until his face turned red, the boy unhappily shook his head free from Black's hands. Putting on a sad expression, he sighed. There will be other chances. I have a feeling we'll be reading books together often from now on, too. Anyway, be careful, Brother Black. Black braced a hand on his knee, stood up, and nodded casually. Yeah, you work hard, too. He also pointed at the book Zorgon was holding and warned him, and read that book on the days when there's no reading session. Don't waste your energy carelessly. After saying that, he left. Then I'm going. Zorgon thought curiously again. The Alliance and Black. I wonder what a battle between people who have master mana would look like. Suddenly, he felt sad and powerless. How far does my strength go right now? Can I do what they do? He placed his hand on his chest and felt his own mana. Then he moved both hands to the book he was holding. In an instant, the entire book was torn in two. The boy stared in shock, his eyes round. Oh no. He sat down to clean it up. What a waste. The boy stood outside and knocked on a door. A voice echoed from inside. Is that Zorgon? Gomein, assistant director. Did you call me for something? She said awkwardly. The thing is, the noble women had all been demanding. Today, Zorgon will be the main reader, won't he? Please let the boy read by himself, if possible. I don't want any other reading voice mixed in. The boy will read, won't he? The woman tried to stop them. That child is. But the women did not care at all and simply kept insisting, the boy will read, won't he? In the end, the woman tearfully agreed. I'll do my best. In the end, everything still fell on the boy's shoulders. She looked a little embarrassed. So that's what happened. Do you think you can do it? Zorgon had no choice and could only agree. Yes, I'll try my best. Please don't worry, assistant director. She was satisfied. You really are a good child. The next day, the woman gathered the children again. All right, gather around. I'm sure you have all heard. Today, we will announce the special reader. This time, the special reader is... Pow! He was startled. He put a hand to his chest and asked in disbelief, Me? The woman nodded. That's right. Everyone, please congratulate him. He looked at the boy in confusion. I thought it would be Zorgon. The others turned to him. Gongdatin, pow. He scratched his cheek and smiled. Thanks, Zorgon. He even blushed and smiled encouragingly. You read so well. I'm sure you'll get to go somewhere good soon, too. Take care. He followed the woman and left. The other children stayed behind and looked through the window. Zorgon thought to himself, he's a good child. It's a little regrettable too. But that regret did not last long. Zorgon still had to read to the noble women. Stop right there. I came because I wanted to hold your hand. Longing cannot be avoided. There is still so much I have not said, so... His voice was still just as moving. Because I'm too busy reading for everyone who comes to hear me. The woman even asked worriedly, You have to read both in the morning and the afternoon today. Are you all right? He asked back in surprise. Does that mean I have to read for 2 sessions? She rubbed her aching head and took off her glasses. It will be tiring, but what can we do? Everyone wants to hear you read. Zorgon smiled happily, his eyes curving. I'm truly grateful for that. I'm happy that everyone likes it. But the boy clasped his hands together, his eyes sparkling brightly as he put on a pleading, spoiled expression. After each reading, I feel very mentally drained. During breaks, may I go outside to get some fresh air? Unable to resist, the woman agreed. All right, you may go, but don't go farther than the back garden. The boy nodded right away. I understand. Thank you, ma'am. Just like that, he went straight outside to rest and began training the mana within his body on his own. Mark the positions of the muscles, joints, and bones as described in the book. Connect them with lines as if drawing along blood vessels, and send a flow of mana along that path. What matters is willpower. To make mana move according to the body, you need not only intention, but a strong will. The light of mana shone brightly. The mana power within Zorgon erupted. He had figured that much out on his own. Phew, everything else is fine. The real problem is mana density. Is the problem with the vessel my body? I shouldn't rush. More importantly, I have to make sure I don't have weaknesses when using mana like other people do. When Black carried me to the shelter, I was almost able to walk on my own. And even the Alliance side could not continue the pursuit. They must have been exhausted. It seems there is a common weakness when using stored mana. Thinking that far, he realized it too. Using stored mana. He wondered, is there a way to use the mana outside as if it were my own? I've released sound imbued with mana, haven't I? With that sound, I was even able to push back external mana. If I think carefully, it should be possible if it has weight or shape, right? As soon as he thought of it, the boy tried it, picking up a leaf to examine it as his whole body began to radiate mana. Just as he had thought, it worked. Looking at the leaf, he rejoiced inwardly. I knew it. Inside the room, everyone was still listening to the children read. The special reader this time was Lily. Everyone, give her a round of applause. The children said goodbye to one another. Congratulations, Lily. Once you leave, live well and stay healthy. The little girl shyly walked straight over to Zorgon. The boy looked surprised and asked, do you have something you want to say? Her face flushed bright red. Embarrassed, she squeezed her eyes shut and stammered, Zorgon, actually I like. Before she could finish, another voice rang out from behind them. But it's strange. Lily is good too, but I didn't think Zorgon would be passed over. The director won't let him leave. The children gathered and chattered among themselves. Don't you know the story of the goose that laid the golden eggs? Oh, so they're keeping him because he makes money for them. The little girl heard it too, and her face immediately fell. Zorgon. Only then did the boy remember his friend. He turned back with a smile and asked, oh, sorry, Lily. Could you say that again? But she was so embarrassed that she ran away. It's nothing. The little girl ran over to her friends and burst into tears, leaving Zorgon standing there with no idea what had just happened. Well, whatever. They said that if I'm allowed to leave, I'll go to a good family. Then I'll be able to read new books and experience a wider world. I might even find clues about how to accumulate mana. I don't know when that will happen, but I'm a little curious. The next day, behind the main building, a wooden pencil spun round and round in the air. Zorgon sat leaning against the wall, playing with the pencil. It's easy now. All right, if I keep practicing like this. Suddenly, the boy flinched and turned to look. Right by the wall across from him, someone was climbing in. That person. He recognized him. It was the manager who had brought him here. As soon as the man climbed over, he collapsed to the ground, coughing. Cough. Damn it. The boy stayed seated, staring as he thought, what's going on? His mana is disappearing. Feeling that something was wrong, he walked toward him. Excuse me. Just then, another large man approached, his brow furrowed with concern, and then he immediately dragged the other man inside. Damn it, what is this? Those Alliance bastards. As soon as Zorgon heard it, he caught the key word, the Alliance. While he was still staring after them in a daze, he heard someone call out, Hey kid. The large man warned him, pretend you didn't see anything and go back inside. The boy understood and hurriedly answered obediently. Yes, sir. He stood there, watching them go and wondering what's happening. Something's wrong. The scene shifted to the large room, where the woman's voice rang out as she shouted at the children. The afternoon reading session in the garden is canceled. Everyone returned to the dormitory. The children were confused. So suddenly? She kept shouting, We've already sent the sponsors home too. She paced around the building. What is going on? This has never happened before. And Zorgon. She placed a hand on Zorgon's shoulder. You are. She seriously called Zorgon a special reader. Zorgon changed into neat clothes in the room, his face looking sad as he thought. Ami. She had glared at him and growled in a commanding voice. Get ready. You are a special reader. Thinking back on it, the boy felt that her expression had been completely different from usual. He also recalled the miserable state of the man from earlier. It was the Alliance that had left the manager like that. This is probably connected somehow to the sponsor reading session being canceled so suddenly. I'm not sure, but either way, I have to do what they say. Ami was still standing there waiting. Zorgon came out and called softly, Miss Ami, are we going straight to the sponsor's place? The boy knew full well that something was definitely happening at the shelter. Even now, when she saw the boy's dazzling beauty, she could not hold herself back. She froze completely until Zorgon called, Miss Ami. Only then did she snap back to her senses and turn away. Yes, follow me. As he walked, he tried asking a question to draw out more information. Did Lady Kazalin ask to adopt me? She shook her head. No, it's someone else. The boy asked curiously, who is it? But she did not answer and simply led him straight outside. This place was the auxiliary area, the shelter. Once they arrived, Ami stopped. We're here. Zorgon stood beside her and looked up at the building. He could clearly sense it. It was filled with dark, murky mana. He knew right away that this was not a good place. A large man opened the door and said, Come in, Zorgon. We're in a hurry, so let's get straight to the main matter. The woman immediately pushed him forward, and the sharp-eyed boy still managed to notice Miss Ami's expression. She stood there behind the door, staring at Zorgon as if she wanted to say goodbye. As the boy followed the man inside, he carefully observed his surroundings. I thought it was strange that the building had no windows, but the inside is even darker than I expected. In case something happens, I shouldn't let my guard down. Suddenly, voices came from within. Do we really have to do this when we're planning to run away? He recognized it immediately. That was the assistant director's voice. Conversation echoed through the place. If we want to salvage even a little before we withdraw, we have to do it. That damned ritual requires it. What other choice do we have? The woman ordered him, Zorgon, sit in that chair over there and get ready to read. The boy obediently answered, yes, ma'am. He looked at the book that had already been prepared and wondered. Run away? Are they planning to flee from the Alliance because of what happened last time? What is this ritual? Am I supposed to read this book? 1,000 questions filled his mind, but he still had to sit down in the chair and place the book on his lap. His wide, sparkling eyes looked at the enormous hole in the middle of the room. Anyway, is there something inside that hole? The boy stood there in a daze, thinking mana. I've never seen such a huge mass of mana before. Then the woman's voice rang out again, urging him on. Zorgon, begin. As usual, he looked at the people sitting there. The reading session will now begin. Beneath lightning hanging in the dawn sky, Aziel gazed at the face of the man lying on the bed. As the boy read the book, he thought that whole. I can sense an enormous amount of mana, but it's strange. At the same time, it had been a sudden meeting, but perhaps because of that, they were able to be more honest. I feel a surge of emotions. Joy, longing, regret, loneliness, anger, relief, sadness, and grief. Suddenly, the boy understood. That mass of mana is what's listening to the special reading. Where have you been all this time? My faith is gradually crumbling. Blue light began flowing from Zorgon down into the hole. He was startled. What is this? The more I read, the more I feel the mana inside me being drawn toward the hole. The boy broke out in a cold sweat all over, trying to appear calm. No, I can't let it drain all my mana. I have to endure it. If they're running away, the Alliance will come. Focus. I have to save myself. I'll try absorbing the mana floating around me and controlling the flow. Brilliant mana light spread all over his body. It spread out like nerves. Finally, it gathered into a sphere of mana around him, protecting the boy so the hole could not draw any more mana from him. I did it. I can completely control the flow of mana. Now I don't feel tired anymore. With a face as bright as a flower, he continued reading. Come a little closer. Visit spoke in a trembling voice. Zorgon had calculated everything. Now he only needed to buy more time. If I can't sense new mana approaching, that means the Alliance still hasn't reached this building. I have to drag this reading session out as long as possible. The people there began to sense something was wrong. That boy, isn't he reading for a bit too long? Was this book always that long? Yes, he should have collapsed by now. This is bad. I'll go check. I'll go with you. The boy sensed it immediately, too. The director and one other person have started moving. Have I bought enough time? Just as he grew anxious, the entire ground suddenly shook violently. The boy quickly looked in one direction. They're here. The large man in the room quickly moved the statue of a girl in front of the door, preventing anyone from rushing in. He alone had to block the door. Furious, he stormed inside, cursing loudly. Those stupid fools. Zorgon sprang to his feet. What? They had all gone underground. Only 2 statues remained blocking the door outside. What on earth is down there? One man was slapped straight across the face. Ezer, what are you doing all of a sudden? You little rats did something wrong, didn't you? You must have done something shady, and that's why you were trying to run away. The large man had turned and was beating the old director and the person accompanying her. The 2 of them tried to explain. Sir, we only... Before they could finish, a spiral staircase slowly rose up from beneath the ground. The boy stared in stunned silence and realized a tree. But it's a tree made from frozen corpses. No, it isn't. This is... What struck his eyes was Mother Ballin's dried corpse, frozen in a state of agony, with a gleaming sword still thrust into her abdomen. The boy was terrified, unable to believe his eyes. He stammered, Mother Ballin? The large man suddenly grabbed the boy by the head and shouted, You little rat. Just as he was about to deal with him, a voice sounded from behind. Ezer, what the hell is this? Why are all the directors dead? The large man turned back. Black. Well, they were plotting to run away, so... As Ezer spoke, he took out an orange fruit. They suddenly ran off, so I followed them and found this. But Black looked at it without understanding. What is this? Why are these fruits so strange? I brought Zorgon here to make at least one more fruit before they arrived, but somehow it turned out like this. I don't know what happened either. Black said no more. He took hold of the sword embedded in Balin's chest and tried to pull it out. The sight made Zorgon remember something he had once asked Black. You're a swordsman, so why don't you carry a sword? At that time, Black had answered evasively, well, I have to use it for something else. Now the boy understood that something else had been stabbing that sword into Balin's abdomen. The truth before his eyes was too cruel. He tightly gripped the hand Ezer was using to hold his hair. His expression turned colder than ice. Black was startled and turned back. What? Before he could see clearly, blood sprayed everywhere. Zorgon seemed to have turned into a demon, an enormous amount of mana radiating from around him. The other man had no time to react. With a stupid look on his face, he wondered, what the hell? The boy had killed Ezer without needing any weapon at all. Only 2 people remained in the room. Black looked at the boy and sneered. It seems your bloodline isn't just for show, but this exceeds even my expectations. It looks like you've awakened your mana, our little boy. Before he could finish speaking, Zorgon walked right past him without paying him any attention. Right now, the only thing in his eyes was Balin's dried corpse. The boy gently reached his hand forward. He held Mother Balin's cheek tightly and shed tears of anguish, placing his hand over the deep hole left by the sword that had pierced her. He poured mana into it. The corpse's memories before death appeared. At that time, fire was burning everywhere. The boy looked at the injured people screaming and wondered, what is this? Why is that person crying? Blood and corpses lay scattered across the ground amid the flames. Were these terrifying memories? This is... The boy also saw a young man with white hair and blue eyes, just like himself. He understood. It's me. But in the blink of an eye, that space shattered like a mirror. No, just a little more. I don't know what that was, but something is slowly seeping in. Warm, familiar mana that I had missed. This memory. That's right. I had forgotten it. Zorgon, you're only truly lonely when this place is empty. If you still keep those who have left inside your heart, that means you are not truly alone. If you hold on to those who have gone and quietly look within, you'll see just how much they cared for you and loved you. How do I look inside my heart? It was Balin who had taught the boy these things. Close your eyes and feel it. Close your eyes and look into your heart. He answered casually, you'll probably be sent to another farm. Another farm? You'll manage the people who will become trees, and you'll nourish the trees and cultivate the seeds, just like the one in front of you. You'll work under me. To put it simply, you'll become part of Zettel. That is my organization. Our cult leader intends to change the world with dark magic, and we are his loyal servants. Zorgon's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He had reached his limit. He glared at Black and asked one last time, so you created that tree? Black seemed to understand the boy's intention. Resting his hand on his sword, he still looked extremely confident. Your face is frightening. Do you think I have that kind of power? He shamelessly asked one last time. So, will you come or not? There isn't much time. He probably thought the boy would be tempted. Instead, Zorgon shook his head firmly. I won't go. Unable to persuade him, Black's temper flared. He ground his teeth and glared. Then, I suppose there's no helping it. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword straight down to attack the boy. But no matter how sharp his sword was, it could not touch Zorgon. The mana around the boy stopped his blade completely. Black was stunned. What? I can't lift my sword. The boy was even blocking his sword with only 2 fingers. Did you kill Mother Balin? Even with death before his eyes, Black still did not know his place. He dared to provoke him. And if I did, are you going to take revenge? The boy had been waiting for exactly those words to take his revenge. His rage erupted. If that is true, I won't let you live. His mana turned into lightning, yet Black still looked stupidly baffled, his brain unable to keep up. What the hell is this? In the blink of an eye, he was struck by a sharp slash of mana. His whole body writhed in pain as he collapsed to the ground, trembling. The boy's cold voice rang out. I told you to dodge. Black was furious, but could do nothing. You bastard. Before he could finish speaking, his head left his neck. The boy killed someone for the first time without even blinking. I hope you don't feel too wronged, because you brought this on yourself. I will never forgive people like you. And so it was over. Zorgon killed Black and, in part, avenged Mother Balin. Suddenly, he flinched and looked to the side. He had sensed it. A streak of light was moving downward, and not just 1 or 2 people. It was an old man with blonde hair, bringing a large group of people with him. He ordered, search this entire area. Don't miss a single place. The old man was OCA, vice captain of the Alliance's faith unit. At last, he noticed Zorgon. A child. The old man did not bother with introductions and got straight to the point. Interesting ability. Relic Inception. Zorgon had only ever practiced and had never had anyone teach him theory. Pardon? The old man asked in return, did you learn magic from Zettel? The more the boy listened, the less he understood. Magic? I've never learned it. I'm not part of Zettel either. The old man was shocked when he heard that. You've never learned? Then you mana. Zorgon confidently boasted, I taught myself. Those words hit like a bolt from the blue. That's absurd. The old man narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the boy. But he doesn't look like he's lying. He was clearly suspicious, but immediately set aside. Only now did the old man introduce himself seriously. I am OCA, vice captain of the Alliance's faith unit. What is your name? The boy also introduced himself. Ome Zorgon. The faith unit specializes in intelligence handling and reconnaissance with a heart-fire sword technique, right? He was even sharp enough to notice, you have a gold badge, so you're S rank, right? The old man continued studying the boy closely. I've never seen a child like this. That blade is dangerous, but the boy is still being cautious. The old man put on an adult manner. Ahem, let's go outside first. He had already planned to slowly learn more about the boy later. OCA tested him a little. Can you pick up that sword? And the boy did it immediately. Not only that, he did not pick it up normally. He picked it up with mana. The old man was fascinated. Wonderful. Mana like this from a 10-year-old child. Just then, a subordinate came over and whispered, Vice Captain, I have something to report. It concerns. Judging by appearances, this tree was created less than 2 years ago, but it seems the spell has been undone. The two spoke with each other. If it was created by a high priest, there should at least be traces. Perhaps Father Shaun arrived before them. The state of the fruit is strange too. We need to investigate clearly what happened. The boy stood looking at the bodies of the children on that tree, filled with sorrow. I'm sorry, Tao. I should have played with you a little more. Lily, when you left, I should have been kinder. Suddenly, the boy wanted to ask the old man something. Vice Captain, have you seen many trees like this? The old man fell silent. In the end, he still answered, yes. Zorgan understood. Then you'll probably go to many other farms too, won't you? Osei stared intently at the boy. How surprising. I thought the boy would collapse from grief. He continued, uprooting Zettel's farms is our mission. The boy's voice was strangely dry, not childlike at all. But one thing was certain. Zorgon had made his decision. He asked directly, then can you take me with you? A strong, unmistakable will radiated from the boy. It was not that the boy had been unaffected by the shock. He simply was not the type to show it outwardly. The old man did not refuse, but he did not immediately agree either. He turned and walked away. The investigation takes priority. We will decide what to do with you afterward. Follow me. The boy followed the old man out of the place, just like that. On the way out, they also passed the corpses of 2 more people. Pinned to the woman's chest was a shiny round metal badge. That was his head. He took it back without hesitation. Let's go together, Vice Captain. No damage was done to the Faith Unit's pillar, and it was now very late. People had gathered outside the building. It was confirmed that 13 on Zettel's side and 3 people from shelter had died. 2 fugitives were estimated to have escaped. It appears the high priests and senior figures were involved in establishing the initial ritual. The cause of the ritual's collapse has yet to be determined. We have requested support from Stabilization Team 4 for a detailed analysis. That concludes the report. After listening, old Osik answered gravely, well done. Then he turned and asked the boy, Zorgon, where do you feel most comfortable here? He did not even need to think. His mind jumped straight to the answer. The library. The old man nodded. Then we should move there. Lead the way. In the library, the two sat facing each other. The old man looked around the library with some suspicion. There don't seem to be any books on mana cultivation or magic use. So how did you teach yourself? The boy replied calmly, I just figured out on my own. He said it as if it were the easiest thing in the world, leaving the old man surprised again. Just like that, the boy nodded. Yes. Then he even showed the old man a sharp mana knife floating in the air. I'm very smart, you know. How could OCA argue with that? I can tell you aren't lying, and it's true that you are very smart. In that case, tell me everything that has happened to you up until now. It sounded like a simple request, but the boy's past was far too dark. Zorgon froze for a moment, but in the end, he began to tell his story. Everything started when I came to the shelter. And so the boy told him everything. That is why I believe Mother Ballin gave me this power. The old man only listened and did not judge. I see. Still, he felt that too many things did not add up. A child who had never cultivated mana had easily killed Ezer and Black. He knew Black's skills well. On top of that, this child seemed to have destroyed a ritual established by Zettel's high priest. There were too many things that exceeded the old man's imagination. Even now, the boy was using telekinesis without an incantation or spell, and there was not the slightest sign of exhaustion. There was no way a talent like this could have gone unnoticed. After telling him everything and seeing that the old man still said nothing, the boy boldly asked, "Then may I ask a question? What is the tree?" OCA knew the answer to that. He explained, "The tree is a tool for a dark ritual created by Zettel. It is based on human life. Both the director and Zettel's people mentioned fruit. Were they cultivating it? That's right. It absorbs mana and forms crystals. Those are the fruits. Because they are a concentrated form of the foundation of life, they are extremely valuable." The old man held out a shriveled, ugly fruit for the boy to see. This is one that was still incomplete. Zurgon asked curiously, "Do people eat it?" The old man nodded. "Yes. Eating it immediately increases one's mana reserves. It sells for a very high price on the black market." Osei had gained the boy's trust, so Zorgon asked everything he had never understood before. Why did they need people to read books? The old man explained, "Some magical rituals require certain conditions. We believe that reading books stabilizes the tree and improves the quality of the fruit." Thinking back on it, when books were being read, that tree was no different from people listening. It seemed completely absorbed in the story. The boy seriously touched his chin and thought about it, looking like a little old man. I guess it had become stable. After all, before they were a tree, they were people with hearts. The more OCA spoke with the boy, the more surprised he became. That is a very good assessment. We're also considering it from that angle. Encouraged, the boy asked even more. "May I ask another question?" The old man was very at ease. "Of course. What is telekinesis?" The old man replied, "It is a type of magic. It is magic that controls objects with mana, like when you make a sword float." Zorgon understood very quickly and immediately tossed the knife back and forth with mana. "Ah, so this is also a kind of magic. I still don't know much about magic." Watching this, OCA could not help thinking it is only first-level telekinesis, but even so, this boy is outstanding. The old man asked again, "You said you're 10 years old, correct?" In truth, he was 9, but the boy still nodded. "Yes." The old man then asked a question that struck right at the heart. "You said you want to come with us, but I'm a little curious. You have been betrayed by people who treated you kindly before. So why do you trust the Alliance?" Of course, the boy was not stupid, and he did not hide anything. "I don't completely trust you, but based on my intuition." The boy smiled brightly, as beautiful as a blooming flower, and placed his hand on his chest as he declared, "Vice Captain, seems like a good person. You look very bright and clear." That is all. That was more than enough. The old man looked at his own dark, milky brown complexion in shock. "Me? Bright and clear? So, based only on that, you're willing to trust us and come with us? Isn't that a little reckless?" The two went back and forth. "I'm very good at reading people. Even so, joining us is not something that can be decided casually. Even if I allow it, we cannot let an outsider interfere in the Alliance's affairs." The boy wondered, "Do I lack ability? I can use both mana and telekinesis." Before he could finish, the old man's brows furrowed tightly, and he cut him off. "Listan karefulli Zorgan. There are things more important than ability. Anyone would feel sad after being refused, especially when the boy had nowhere else to go." His mood sank so low that he looked like he was about to cry. Seeing the boy's pitiful expression, the old man felt as if he had become the guilty party and hurriedly comforted him. "Ah, Zorgon, what I mean is that the problem is not you. It is simply not easy to make an exception. Besides, you are still too young." Unexpectedly, the boy turned the tables at once. Is age more important than ability? The old man froze completely, his eyes widening in disbelief. Of course, the boy's magical talent was practically genius level, and it was undeniable that he had taken down Ezer and Black, but that was a different matter. Unable to refute him properly, the old man quickly changed direction. "No matter what your abilities are, the Alliance must always make countless decisions, and those decisions mainly come from abundant experience. Experience is proportional to the number of years one has lived." Every sentence the old man spoke was turned back on him by the boy. "Because I lack both, are you saying I am not mature enough? Ose sighed helplessly. I did not mean it to that extent. Still, he had no choice but to answer. Not exactly. After all, I have only spoken with you for a few hours. In short, no matter how he put it, he felt as if he was somehow in the wrong. His head aching, he compromised. Very well, consider this a trial interview. The old man changed the subject seriously. Why did you kill Ezer? He had only grabbed your head. Naturally, Zorgon did not think he had been wrong, and he explained at once. He killed the director and her wife that way, and he acted as if he was going to crush my head next, so I could not wait. A child who could kill without hesitation still made the old man wary, so he had to ask. But in the end, you killed both of them. Can you be certain that decision was not driven by emotion? Tell me, didn't anger cloud your judgment? Ose, he tried to corner him, but the boy was perfectly clear-headed. He answered calmly, I do not intend to deny the crime I committed in a moment when my emotions erupted. That is an unchangeable truth, and I accept the consequences of my actions. However, I think anger and sadness helped me make a clear decision. Too many people had become victims at his hands. Even if he regretted it, there was no one left in this world to forgive him. And most importantly, I did not have the right to give him a chance to keep living. The old man's eyes narrowed. But did you have the right to kill him? Zorgon still did not feel that he had done wrong. Looking down at his clenched hands, he said, because he took the lives of many people, I thought that was fair, and I had the power to do it. The boy covered his face tightly. Even so, it is still true that I decided on my own to kill someone. If anyone says I must take responsibility for that, I will not make excuses. The old man continued pressing him. Then was it truly necessary to kill him? From beginning to end, the boy maintained one firm position. Someone had to do it. Isn't that the reason the Alliance exists? Zorgon lowered his hands, revealing eyes that shone brightly. He seemed to have become a different person, and he looked somewhat frightening. Even the old man was startled. The Alliance was an organization established to carry out its duties, with its core goal based on the highest values. But in reality, the ideal the Alliance pursued was a place where simply raising one's head to look at the sky could bring peace of mind. It was a peaceful and stable world where hope still flickered. Even for future generations, it was a goal that might never be fully achieved, yet they still shouldered that responsibility themselves. In a sense, that was the entire reason the Alliance existed. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the essence of the Alliance lay there. I want to give high marks for that understanding and calm answer, but it is not the answer one expects from child. In the end, age was still an obstacle. The old man continued asking, have you ever heard of Gorgrave? Of course he had not. So the old man explained, there are people who wander from place to place, threatening the peace and existence of the kingdom. Zettel is one of them. At present, Team 1 is trying to destroy Zettel's farms scattered everywhere and reorganize the Alliance branches. I do not know how long it will take, but if you can help, things may change. One moment earlier, he had been stubbornly finding excuses, and now the old man had settled the matter. The boy cannot keep up. What do you mean? Ose stood up with both hands on the table and said decisively, come to the Alliance. Prove your ability, and then we will recognize you as one of our members. In the old man's heart, there was hope. Let's see whether this boy can live up to my expectations. At last, everything in this place was finished. When they left, everyone looked serious. The subordinates stood with straight backs, waiting for orders. The old man said to them, until now, Dangun Shelter has exploited vagrants and helpless orphans, colluding with the dark cult Zettel to commit the heinous crime of human sacrifice. Therefore, as the symbol of the kingdom's strength and knowledge, the Alliance has pursued Zettel's hidden members and now also aims to restore order at Dangun Shelter. That is all. If there are no questions, we will depart west at sunrise. Team 4, once you arrive, proceed with the handover and then regroup with us. Sina. The young woman immediately came before the old man and bowed. Yes, Vice Captain. From where Zorgon stood, he could see each part of her. The flow of mana looked like rippling mist. The old man assigned her a task. This is Zorgon, a witness from the Dangun scene. Escort the boys safely to the Alliance. She bowed. I accept the orders, sir. The two looked at each other and introduced themselves. I am Sina, a messenger of the Faith Unit. Hello, Mom. My name is Zorgon, she told him. It will take about 2 weeks to reach the Alliance. The road is long, so pack your belongings quickly. The boy answered without needing to think. It's fine. I don't have anything. The young woman warned him in advance. Once we leave, there will be no chance to return. If you have any questions, ask them now. Unexpectedly, the boy asked something unrelated. Lady Sina, are you an elf? She answered at the dark elf. She could not have expected the boy to praise her. But you are so bright. I thought dark elves would be, dark or gloomy or something. But after Zorgon said it, he realized he had been rude and hurriedly bowed. Ah, if my question or my words were disrespectful, please forgive me. It is just that you're the first dark elf I have met, and you look truly mysterious. It was the first time she had heard someone say that, and she wondered to herself, not wonderful, but mysterious? She answered the boy vaguely. It is probably because of your blood. This time, it was Zorgon's turn not to understand. What do you mean? The boy rode on the same horse as Sina. Then let's go. OCA waved. See you at the Alliance, Zorgon. The boy nodded. I will wait there. Vice Captain Osea and everyone else, have a safe journey. Everyone burst out laughing at those innocent words. Ha! And so the two rode away. After this night, the boy's life turned to a new page. After traveling for a long time, the two lit a fire and rested in the forest. Suddenly, Sina handed the boy something. Here, take this. I thought that blade might need a sheath. So that was it. I wondered what she was doing while we were setting up camp, but she was making this. Since she was giving it to him, he accepted it. Thank you, Lady Sina. The young woman smiled. That sounds strange. The two seemed to have grown closer. He took the initiative and suggested, Then may I call you big sister? But the young woman became shy, looking a little embarrassed. So he let it go. Zorgon tried putting his knife into the sheath. It fit perfectly. The boy smiled happily. Wow, I will be joining the Alliance soon, so I will call you Senior. It is not too intimate, but it is not distant either. It was the first time the young woman had encountered something like this, and she froze slightly. Her face turned red, and she abruptly turned away. Call me whatever you want. That meant she had not refused. So the two sat by the fire and warmed themselves through the night. From time to time, she glanced at him. Suddenly, she praised him. Your ability is truly special. She was referring to the mana sword that kept flying around him. The boy explained, Is that so? Vice Captain Ose said it was object-moving magic. She knew about that as well. On the surface, it does look that way, so perhaps it would be better for you if we explain it to everyone like that. The boy understood what she meant as soon as he heard it. Then what exactly is my ability? Sina was a loss. I have never seen anything similar either. It is an ability that seems to directly touch and control mana without a spell or incantation. That is the kind of ability only the ancient elven race could possess. They were the origin race that created the elves before they split into branches like mine today. Just looking at the color of your eyes, the only thing I can say is that your parents were not ordinary people. My parents. At the mention of those two words, Zorgon's expression changed, and his face filled with sadness. The two fell silent again. The next morning, both of them continued their journey. Suddenly, Sina called out Zorgon. That is the Alliance. The two had arrived before a vast campus. The place was like a beautiful little town. As they walked inside, the young woman explained it to the boy. The Alliance is divided into a residential district and a commercial district. Resources and races from all over gather here. The Alliance is the strongest fortress on the continent, but not only because of those walls. It is because this is where the strongest people in the world gather. That is why it is called the Sword and Book of the Continent. This is the place where military forces are concentrated, where the kingdom is supported, where the 6 duchies are restrained, and where citizens are protected from Gorgrave. He lifted his round eyes. I understand. The young woman suddenly stopped. We have arrived. This is your new home. The door opened. Sina led the boy inside. Someone was already standing there waiting. You have worked hard, Lady Sina. The one who came to greet them was Lazazut, director of the Alliance Administration Bureau. He stood there with a friendly smile. He looked over at the boy. You must be Zorgon. He was terribly serious from the very beginning. Zorgon, may I speak with you for a moment? It made the boy instinctively nervous. The two sat facing each other at a tea table. The boy was only a little tense. I had felt it before, but this place really is bright. He wondered, a place where military forces are gathered? That was why it was called the Sword and Book of the Continent. This was the place where military forces were concentrated, where the kingdom was supported, where the 6 duchies were restrained, and where citizens were protected from Gorgrave. He looked over the bald, old man, assessing him from head to toe. Among all the people I have met, he shines the brightest and fiercest. Just how strong is this person? They sat there for a while, but the old man had not spoken. His first question was, "May I hold your hand?" After saying that, the old man truly and seriously took Zorgon's small hand tightly in both of his. Immediately, the boy's eyes widened. Something came from the tattoo on the old man. This is so mana can be controlled with this much precision. This was a method of controlling mana completely different from what he had been doing. What he knew was only a tiny part of it. Today, the boy had truly had his eyes opened. There were many people who could control mana so skillfully. The bald old man noticed the object in the boy's pocket and asked immediately, "That hairpin is something you stole from the shelter's assistant director, isn't it?" The boy knew what the old man was asking about and answered clearly, "I did not steal it. It belonged to my grandmother in the first place." The old man nodded. "So you took back what belonged to you. May I have a look?" Zorgon suddenly felt that something was wrong. He tried to pull his hand back to take out the object, but he could not. "Oh, I can't pull my hand away. I can't move. It is as if our mana is connected and will not separate." The director's mana control was incredibly delicate, but each movement carried enormous power. "If I can withstand both gravity and mana pressure at the same time, then like this." The boy thought of a way to escape. He closed his eyes and focused his mind. Finally, he became light and successfully pulled his hand free by himself. The bald old man laughed with delight. So he had been testing him all along. I wondered what kind of ability could use object-moving magic without a spell or incantation. It truly is unbelievable. I am genuinely amazed. The boy took out the hairpin and blamed himself. "I was careless. I only copied his mana control out of curiosity, but I did not expect him to see through me." The bald old man held the hairpin and observed it closely. On the surface, it looked perfectly ordinary, but the old man's eyes had changed. Zorgon sat tensely to one side, waiting. Director Lazazut's mana had clearly wavered just now. After a long while, the old man finally handed the item back. "Thank you for letting me see it. It is a very beautiful hairpin." Zorgon took the chance to ask, "May I ask you something?" The bald old man replied easily, "Of course." The two of them began a round of questions and answers. "Are you the strongest person in the Alliance?" Not at all. I am merely an old raccoon helping the members of the Alliance." Zorgon innocently looked at the old man's completely bald head and immediately objected. "You do not look much like a raccoon, sir. Raccoons usually have slightly fluffier fur." The old man was not angry at all and patiently explained, "I meant that figuratively. In any case, not only are the top captains experts, they're also extremely powerful. And then there is the governor, who holds the highest authority in the Alliance. Compared to them, I'm only a raccoon." "Well then, have you finished your questions?" It was about time for the two of them to say goodbye, and Zorgon felt a little regretful. "Yes, of course. If I have more questions, may I come see you again?" The old man agreed at once. "Of course. Next time, remember to make an appointment. I'm rather busy, you see." The bald old man's attitude immediately made the boy feel fond of him. "He is a wonderful person. He is kind and strong, too. I like him." "Thank you, Director. I'm very glad I came to the Alliance." That evening, Sina led him before a large gate. "Zorgon, this is your new home, the Alliance Academy. When team members with families go on missions, they leave their children here. Since it is a school, you will learn things here. You will be treated as a potential team member and receive basic education and training for 5 years. However, because the Alliance is a gathering place for swordsmanship, magic, and skills from many countries and schools, we do not teach specific secret arts or unique styles. We only teach theory and the fundamentals." Even that alone was more than enough to thrill the boy. His round eyes shone with admiration. "School." Sina could not help laughing when she looked at him. The next morning at the Alliance Academy, on Zorgon's first day of school, a female teacher looked at the handsome boy before her and praised him. "The uniform suits you quite well." "Thank you, ma'am. Are you a teacher?" The woman was startled and suddenly remembered. "Oh my, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Jane, head of the Academic Affairs Office. I teach foreign languages." She handed him a long list. "This is the timetable and course list for the first-year class. Aside from the required subjects, you may freely choose your classes. Mana studies, basic swordsmanship, basic magic research, herbology, astronomy, this and that. Everything looked interesting and worth learning." Zorgon checked every subject, then handed it back to the teacher. "I have written them all down. Let me see." The moment she looked, the teacher was shocked on the spot. "This is far too much. If you arrange your schedule like this, it will definitely be very difficult. If you cannot keep up and fail a subject, that will be a serious problem, you know? I know, but all these are very new to me. Everything looks fun, and I want to learn all of it. The teacher still advised him a few more times. There are not only classroom hours, but also homework and exams, so it will be very hard to keep up. Studying does not always go the way you want. Zorgon had never gone to school before. He did not understand those things. He simply liked them, so he wanted to learn them. Zorgon asked seriously in return, "Why is studying difficult?" The teacher was completely stumped. She did not know how to explain it, and thought to herself, "We have a strange child here." In the end, she could only helplessly agree. "All right, then I will share this matter exactly as it is with the other teachers. In that case, shall we go to your first class?" He nodded eagerly. "Yes, Ms. Jane." In the classroom, the students were chatting noisily, talking about all sorts of things. So yesterday was like. The teacher led Zorgon into the classroom, and he curiously looked all around the place. Just as I thought, all the children have denser mana than I do. As expected, the key lies in my body. Ms. Raphen stood at the lectern and spoke to the students below. "Although it is a little late, this is Zorgon, your new classmate." "Zorgon, introduce yourself." The boy took a deep breath and prepared himself a little before speaking. Standing in front of everyone like this reminds me of the times I read books aloud. I suppose I do have a little experience speaking in front of a crowd. "Hello, everyone. I am Zorgon from Dongun Shelter. I hope we can all get along." The boy's dazzlingly beautiful appearance captivated everyone who looked at him. Even the teacher stared in a daze and quickly reminded herself, "Get a hold of yourself." I got distracted while listening. There is nothing more to say. "All right, well done. Go sit in that empty seat." "Yes, ma'am." After saying that, he chose a seat for himself. Class began. "All right, today we will read a fairy tale on page 24 of the literature textbook." "Zorgon, do you know how to read?" Zorgon nodded. "Yes, I learned at the shelter." The teacher called on him right away. "Then let us hear Zorgon read." The whole class answered in unison, "Yes, ma'am." Too easy again. But when he looked at the book, let me see. He unconsciously recalled the books he had once read. "The Slippers Are Not Lonely," "The Wise Beezy," "The Golden Pig's Precious Fart," "The Furry Bride." Back when I was at the shelter, he realized he had read this book before. "Isn't this The Furry Bride, the final fairy tale teacher Ami tested me on?" Zorgon began to read, still in that expressive, mana-filled voice. The girl tried every method she could think of to get rid of the hair growing on her knees. But the more she plucked it, the more the hair grew back, and it even became thicker. As he read, he wondered, why did I make such a terrible expression when I saw this book during the final test? Was I unconsciously sympathizing with the girl who had invisible hair, while hiding the truth that I was part of Zettel? No, I am reading too much into it. Unless I meet Teacher Ami again and hear it directly from her, I will never know how she truly felt. I think people are harder to understand than studying. A little girl sitting right behind Zorgon seemed to be listening very attentively, and she kept looking at him. At last, he finished reading. His reading was so good that the whole class listened without making a sound. The teacher was delighted, wearing the exact same expression as noble ladies at reading sessions. She still held the same thought. An extraordinary child has enrolled. When class ended, the children left the classroom to wander around. Several female students gathered around Zorgon and praised him. "Zorgon, your reading just now was amazing." That was the first time I've seen Ms. Raphen praise someone that much. It was like the words came to life. Suddenly, he noticed something in front of him. Before him stood a brown-haired girl, the one who had been staring at him in class earlier. Now she was blocking his way. This child is... Zorgon was startled. His eyes widened and sweat poured out of him. There was no doubt about it. It is definitely that girl. The girl who appeared in the tree's vision. The girl took the initiative and held out her hand to greet him first. "I am Sophie E. Bobble, the class president and student representative. It is nice to meet you." Zorgon also politely shook her hand. "Yes, let's do our best together." The two of them exchanged a few words. "The next period is an elective. Which subject did you choose?" "I signed up for basic swordsmanship." "I thought so. You have a dagger at your waist, right? So you also want to become an alliance member?" This girl is quite sharp, but the reason Zorgon chose the subject was simply, I just added all the electives. Speaking of that, Zorgon took the opportunity to ask, but to truly enter the alliance, do you have to learn swordsmanship? I feel like holding a sword does not suit me very much. The girl's attitude suddenly changed, and she stared at him in confusion. The boy sensed her gaze, but he still stood quietly and waited for an answer, feeling a little puzzled. Did I say something wrong? The scene shifted to the swordsmanship training area. The teacher was already standing there waiting. Seeing the students strolling over leisurely, he shouted, "Hurry up! Whoever arrives first gets priority." The students were immediately stirred up and sped up, even breaking into a race. Only Zorgon stood there, not understanding anything as he watched them. But when he saw them run, he understood. As the students ran, they called out, "We're going on ahead. Try to keep up with us. Don't fall too far behind." Zorgon stood there. Before he could even blend in, he had already been left far behind. Everyone is using mana, not just me. All the children here are doing it. If that is the case, then I can freely show my strength. This place is completely different from the shelter before. Suddenly, a blue light shot past the entire group, so fast they could not even tell who it was. Everyone wondered, who was that? They're super fast. It was none other than Zorgon and Sophie. The girl turned and saw that he was already running level with her, and her mouth fell open in shock. She was so astonished that she could not speak. Zorgon, that speed is unbelievable. He even overtook her. He had been the last one running, but now he was in the lead. He passed everyone in the blink of an eye. It had been a long time since Zorgon had been this happy. He smiled until his eyes narrowed. Aha, everyone, catch me if you can. His heart was brimming with excitement. I feel so happy sensing mana boiling everywhere like this. The students shouted in an uproar. What on earth is going on? Everyone be careful. The teacher watching from where he stood was also surprised. He saw Zorgon in the lead. Is that the new boy? He runs ridiculously fast. I never expected such a tiny boy to run that fast. Or did he gather his mana in advance? I will have to pay closer attention to him. Then the teacher shouted another command. Keep running. Do not stop. I want to see who can last until the very end. The students were so exhausted they could hardly breathe, but they still had to keep running. Yes, sir. At long last, it ended, and the group gathered in a neat line. Zorgon still looked delighted, without a single drop of sweat on him, and he smiled as he thought, running with friends while using mana. Do they do this at school, every day? Sophie stood beside him and kept observing him, wondering, is he not human? Even though I overtook him, he caught up and then ran an entire lap ahead of me. After running like that, he did not look tired at all. On top of that, he turned to ask her, "That was really fun just now, wasn't it, Sophie?" The girl's face went pale, and she could barely force out an, "I am dead tired." Fun? Seriously? She was truly speechless. Just as I thought, he is a monster. Seeing that he was the fittest of the group, the teacher walked up to him, put a hand on his hip, and asked, "You have probably rested enough. I am Zigo Sanchez. From now on, I will teach you basic swordsmanship. Let us get along, Zorgon." Zorgon nodded politely and replied, "I look forward to your guidance, Teacher Zigo." The teacher pointed toward the weapon rack. "Now I will begin teaching seriously. All of you, hurry up and take a wooden sword." The students, still tired, complained, "I want to rest a little longer." The old teacher immediately scolded them. "Stop acting like children." Suddenly, he looked over at Zorgon, who was still standing there. "Go get your sword. What are you still doing?" Zorgon thought of the scene of Black striking him with a sword and softly said, I just do not want to hold one." The sadness on his face was obvious. He did not want to hold a sword, yet he had signed up for swordsmanship. The teacher's face seemed to say, "Are you kidding me?" But he still tried to be understanding and asked, "Are you afraid of swords?" The boy did not deny it and stood there in silence. The teacher placed a hand on Zorgon's shoulder and comforted him. A sword is a very dangerous thing. It is right to be cautious with it, but in the end, it is only a tool. Does it not change depending on the heart of the person holding it? A sword is proof of that heart, so face it once. No one had ever said that to him before. It is only a tool. If Black had held a stick instead of a sword, would I have hated sticks too? Suddenly, his mind felt much clearer. He boldly walked over to the place where the wooden swords were kept and chose one that fit his hand. I still do not want to become a swordsman skilled in swordsmanship, but that does not mean I should run away. He poured mana into it and swung it a few times. The swordsmanship teacher's eyes widened. It seems he has the qualities of a good swordsman. What a shame that his will is a little weak. Let us begin. Now you'll pair off and spar. Any method is fine. Charge in with the determination to take down your opponent. Zorgon, Sophie. To make it fair, the two who came in first will fight each other. The two children turned to look at each other. Neither had expected it. Me and Zorgon, Zorgon was also stunned. I am fighting Sophie? The other students began whispering. Even if Zorgon won the race, sword fighting is still difficult, right? Of course. The swordsmanship of the Bobble family is famous throughout the kingdom. The swordsmanship teacher had already made the decision. Enough talking. Begin when you are both ready. The girl was clearly from a family of experts. Her stance and the way she swung her sword were very professional. Her gaze was serious and sharp. As for Zorgon, this was his first time holding a sword, let alone knowing how to fight. But he could clearly sense it. I have never seen real swordsmanship before, but hers is like a solid boulder. It does not have the bad feeling from before. He unconsciously looked down at the wooden sword in his hand and wondered, so, is that good swordsmanship? Zorgon held the sword in both hands and moved his feet. In that case, I might as well use this opportunity to learn. First, pour mana into the sword. No need to worry about getting dirty. Just fight. The old teacher was shocked again. The girl also did not expect it. A perfect stance for both attack and defense. She immediately grew suspicious. With such stability, who would believe this is his first time holding a sword? The girl made up her mind. I cannot lose in both running and swordsmanship. This is for myself and also for the pride of the Bobble family. I absolutely must not lose. She did not think any further and attacked immediately. She attacked while the boy defended. They exchanged blows back and forth, evenly matched. The girl froze in shock. He dodged my sword, but in truth, Zorgon's ability went far beyond that. He could predict it. Sophie's next strike will aim for the chest, just as he had predicted. Next was the shoulder. The head. Since he could predict them all, he could avoid them all, no matter how much the girl attacked. She could not hit him. On top of that, he counterattacked. The two swords collided and trembled. Finally, both of them unleashed their deciding strikes. Unexpectedly, this time it was Zorgon who landed the final move, pointing his sword straight at the girl. He had won. The teacher's alarmed voice rang out. Stop! The boy was startled and stopped at once without thinking. The wooden sword was only a short distance from Sophie. If he had not stopped in time, there would have been a disaster. But the girl knew that the sword had already stopped even before Ziggo gave the command. More than that, it was as if he had read every single one of her sword movements. Just how far ahead can he see? The girl's mind had been severely shaken. It was the first time she had tasted such a bitter defeat. She pressed her lips together tightly and admitted, I lost, but please fight me again. That was very sportsmanlike, and Zorgon liked it. He agreed immediately. Yes, time passed, and at the end of class, the two of them sat under a tree and talked. Zorgon, your match today was really impressive. Who would have thought you were that good? Even though it was your first time holding a sword, you must have a natural talent for swordsmanship. He only smiled and replied, the first 2 times were just luck. In the last 2, I lost completely. He was very modest. So today was a draw. The girl's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Thank you for saying that. Let us fight again next time. Suddenly, a student called out, ah, thank goodness. The next period is basic magic, so we get a longer break. Zorgon did not understand and asked, why is magic class considered break? The other students turned to look at him as if they were looking at an alien. One boy casually shrugged and explained, the teacher is definitely amazing, but no matter how well he teaches, learning magic is still really hard. So it basically becomes a break. It is too difficult to learn. Zorgon became even more curious. Is learning magic really that difficult? And which teacher teaches it? Everyone was speechless. Zorgon, do you really not know anything? The teacher for basic magic is a former honorary commander and now the head of the magic department. Just hearing that tells you how incredible he is. It was time for magic class, and the students sat properly in the classroom. The door opened, and an old teacher with long white hair and a white beard walked in. Sophie turned and whispered to Zorgon, that is Professor Arthur. You remember what I told you earlier, right? He used to be an honorary commander, and now he is the head of the magic department. Zorgon observed the old man. His mana is even denser than the director's. I wonder just how powerful the strongest person in the alliance must be. As soon as the old man entered, he asked, I heard that a new student enrolled today. Zorgon immediately stood up. Hello, sir. I am Zorgon. Starting today, I will be taking part in this class. The old man stroked his beard and introduced himself. I am Arthur. I teach basic magic. Well, for some of the students auditing this class, this may be a boring lesson. The lazy students listening felt a sting of guilt. Unexpectedly, the boy confidently declared, "But I intend to become a mage and join the alliance." The old man laughed. "Ho ho, you are enthusiastic, young man. But Zorgon, do you know that the path you are aiming for is even longer than swordsmanship?" Longer than swordsmanship? He did not know that. Is that why she reacted like that earlier? The other students were startled. Zorgon answered, "No, I do not know." "Why is that, sir?" Old Arthur did not answer. He looked toward the girl instead. "Sophie, why don't you answer this question?" The girl answered seriously. "To master magic, you need not only extensive knowledge, but it also places a heavy burden on both mind and body. Even if you have a special talent for magic, you still won't be recognized as a first-class mage without at least 10 years of training." The old man was very satisfied with her answer. Exactly. That is why, with magic, it is very difficult to become a member of the Alliance immediately after graduation. Zorgan understood. A first-class mage alone was not enough to become a direct combat asset. At best, they could become a reserve member like Ozone. To become an active member, someone on the front lines needed to reach second class. In that case, then, thinking in reverse, it doesn't have to take 10 years. In that case, it will be enough to reach third-class magic before graduation. That is technically true. The old man fell silent, his eyes wide. "Do you know what third class means?" Zorgon shook his head. "No, sir. I don't know much about magic." The old man sighed. "No wonder you're so innocent. I can't blame you for approaching it so casually, either. Then I'll use this opportunity to teach you why swordsmanship is the focus in the Alliance, and why magic is increasingly regarded as an academic pursuit of knowledge and intellect." The old man wrote a long series of symbols on the board. "Now, this is the formula for reproducing a fire arrow. Does anyone know what is wrong with this formula?" Zorgon remembered it. "That looks like the formula I saw near the lake and the trees. It looks strangely complicated." He focused on listening to the old man's lecture. "It is only natural that you cannot understand it, so don't be disappointed. Although it looks very complicated, fire arrow is one of the most basic forms of magic. Higher level magic goes far beyond your imagination." As he spoke, the old man demonstrated. A flame rose from the old man and floated in midair. It was the first time Zorgon had witnessed magic so vivid and real. He also quickly noticed it. "Oh, but something is unstable. Even though it's fire, it looks like it's about to melt away and disappear." The old man waved the flame away. "However, that is how sensitive formulas are. Even after draining all of my mana, one tiny mistake is enough to make everything collapse." The old man only changed it slightly. The flame immediately flared up far more fiercely. It looked much more impressive than before. The whole class stared in amazement. In this way, mages must reanalyze the entire formula just to find a single error or to make even the smallest change. Ordinary patience and comprehension will not be enough. To turn a fire arrow into a fireball, it not only requires more mana, but also strains the mind and body far more. The flame in old Arthur's hand had turned into a sphere. That is not all. Compared to swordsmanship, magic reaches its limits faster. Does anyone know why? Sophie volunteered at once. Because, although both use mana, infusing mana into a weapon as an aura is far more efficient than materializing it as magic. The old man nodded. "Correct, Sophie. Well done. Because magic consumes a great deal of mana, it places a heavy burden on the body and mind. Its power depends on the amount of mana the mage possesses." Zorgon understood. Just as I thought, he quickly copied the formula on the board into his notebook. If a mage's power is directly proportional to their mana, then with my relatively low mana, using powerful magic will be very difficult. But if I study the process of performing magic and the phenomena involved, wouldn't I still be able to use more powerful magic? Suddenly, the old man pointed at the board and called on him by name. "Here's a question. What do you think is necessary to cast this magic?" "Zorgon." The old man erased part of it with a cloth. "But you cannot process such a long formula every time you cast magic. That is why, normally, this enormous amount of information is drawn in the form of concentric circles. It is commonly called a magic circle." The old man drew the lines of formula into a circular shape. This reminded him of the bald old man's tattoo. Was the thing carved onto director Lazazut's body also a magic circle? Zorgon answered, "Sometimes people engrave them on their bodies, don't they? They do it to cast frequently used magic more quickly." After he finished speaking, the old man said nothing. It is like a symbol. If the formula is an equation, then the magic circle is a symbol. Zorgon continued thinking, then asked old Arthur another question. Then is chanting an act of converting the language of the formula? The old man's eyebrows rose in surprise. Correct. No correction needed at all. It seemed he had hit the mark perfectly. Why did you think so? Zorgon answered confidently. The formula you wrote on the board looks like a blueprint for materializing a fireball. If we consider the magic circle a symbol, then speaking aloud must also become part of its language, right? The old man was stunned. He is only a first-year student, yet he has already thought of things that only experienced high-ranking mages would consider. After calming himself, he finally said, "That is an impressive answer. Well done. Arranging the right words in the right positions. That is the essence of chanting. Each word, when infused with mana and spoken aloud, brings forth a corresponding power. We call that a true name or a spell like this." The old man shouted a spell and raised his hand high. A gigantic fireball immediately appeared, far more powerful than before. Not only the arrangement of carefully selected words, but even nonverbal elements such as tone, speed, and emotional state are all connected. It is like reciting poetry. Zorgon was delighted by the sight. Thinking about it, no performance has ever moved me this much. So it really isn't an easy task at all. After showing off, old Arthur even teased him. "Well, I think you should be sufficiently frightened of magic now. Are you still as determined as before?" As for Zorgon, fear was not in his dictionary. If anything, he liked it even more. "Yes, in fact, I'm even more interested now than I was before." The other students, meanwhile, had headaches and looked ready to fall asleep. The old man greatly liked Zorgon's attitude toward learning. "Good. Starting next class, we will begin studying the ancient languages. I will hand each of you a book, so try to think about the essence of the ancient languages." When class ended, the scene shifted to the brightly lit long corridor. Sophie scratched her head in confusion as she looked at him. I'm one thing, but Zorgon, you're on another level. I heard you packed your schedule full for the entire week, except for lunch breaks." Zorgon nodded. "Yes, studying is the most interesting thing there is. What kind of kid likes studying that much?" The girl was irritated. "You're kind of annoying, you know that. By the way, Zorgon, where is your room?" Zorgon pointed straight ahead. "Over there. The second room at the end of the first floor hallway." As soon as she saw the room, the girl let out an "Oh. Oh, you're rooming with Lucas. Well then, see you." The boy nodded goodbye to his friend. "See you tomorrow. Good night." Sophie. After returning to his dorm room, Zorgon kept studying diligently. He was reviewing the fire creation spell from today. These characters really are complicated, but after deciphering them, I understand how the formula is constructed. Since I can't use powerful magic with my current amount of mana, maybe I should create magic better suited to myself? After tinkering with it all night, it was done. He immediately tried it out while it was fresh. To his surprise, the boy really created a small fireball. He was overjoyed. "I did it. Although it took trial and error, if I take the formula apart and reconstruct it like this, then it will..." Suddenly, his vision blurred. In the blink of an eye, he blacked out completely. He had overexerted himself. It was not until late at night that someone opened the door and came in. As soon as he entered, he saw Zorgon lying on the floor, his face flushed red and his body drenched in sweat. The person was startled. "What is this?" He even scratched his head in confusion. "Why are you sleeping here?" Only when he approached did he realize something was wrong. Zorgon had a high fever. The next morning, voices rang out inside the building. It must have been a difficult match for a child. I didn't notice. I just assumed he was fine, so it was my fault. Zorgon was not fully awake yet and heard a familiar voice. This voice, Sister Sina? That is the association's fault, not yours, Lady Sina. He wondered, what are they talking about? Is it related to me? I also feel guilty for pushing too many lessons on him right from the first few days. I was a little excited because I saw so much potential in him. Zorgon dazedly opened his eyes. What filled his vision was a red-haired young man. "Where's this?" When the young man saw that Zorgon had opened his eyes, he shouted, "You're awake? Are you all right?" He looked genuinely worried. Zorgon sat up and rubbed his eyes, still feeling a little dizzy. The young man happily hugged him tightly. "Ah, thank goodness. What relief. When I saw you collapsed, I nearly lost my mind." No matter who he was, this was impossible to understand. Who is he? Only now did the young man remember to introduce himself. "I'm Lucas von Bissau, your classmate and roommate. I had just returned from training when I found you unconscious. If my father found out about this, I would." Before he could finish speaking, Zorgon blankly interrupted him and asked, "I collapsed." The young man explained, "It's nothing serious. They said it was just because you overworked yourself. Rest a little and you'll be fine. That was not serious enough for a stranger to worry about him so much. But why are you so worried about me? The young man sat down seriously in a chair. My father told me to take good care of you. OCA Von Biseau, Vice Captain of the Alliance's Faith Unit. He is my father. Now Zorgon understood. Looking at the light of mana radiating from him, he thought, he's Vice Captain OCA's son. The young man was still acting smug. Later, tell my father that I carried you to the infirmary and looked after you all night, okay? Zorgon could clearly feel it. His mana is very pure, so he probably isn't lying. They really do look alike. He nodded in agreement right away. I'll say that. The young man burst out laughing. You're friendlier than you look. Most first-year students think I'm an upperclassman when they see me. I may not look it, but I'm 12 years old. The boy immediately asked out of curiosity, did you start school late? The question struck right where it hurt. Not exactly. I failed twice because I didn't meet the attendance requirements. Of course, perfect attendance doesn't guarantee advancement either. I'm not the type who likes studying. To someone lazy about studying like him, it seemed very strange. Anyway, did you really collapse because you were studying magic? The room was a complete mess. Zorgon tried to remember. I definitely created a fireball, but I don't remember what happened after that. Of course, there was nothing after that. He had passed out on the spot. The young man suddenly sighed. What a shame. If it were swordsmanship, I could train with you and help you with many other things. Just hearing that was enough to tell he liked swords. Lucas, are you also focused on swordsmanship? There was no way he could dislike it. Yeah, after all, my father is the vice captain of the Faith Unit. Zorgon nodded. I see. Zorgon observed him more carefully. Although he is 2 years older than me, his mana density is far stronger than my other friends. He is tall and sturdy. How much effort did he have to put in to achieve results like that? I admire him. I should do my best too. As soon as he woke up, the thing Zorgon was most worried about was, it seems we're late for class, aren't we? The young man was speechless. You're planning to go to school? You just collapsed from studying. Zorgon looked at the clear blue sky outside the window. Then maybe I should go outside and get some fresh air. My head hurts a little. Lucas, who was lazy about studying, immediately liked the idea. Then that's fine. I also skip class when I want to feel the fresh air outside. Zorgon corrected him at once. That isn't a reasonable excuse to skip class. The young man shot to his feet and argued back immediately. Why not? The weather is so nice. Let's go outside. When you have a headache, you should breathe fresh air, eat something delicious, and relax your body. This guy really knows how to enjoy life. Even Zorgon liked the sound of it. Yes, I understand that too. Lucas, so this is why he failed his classes. Outside, the streets were crowded with people coming and going. The young man bought food for the boy. Eat a lot. You look too weak. I'm worried you'll collapse again. Suddenly, a shop caught the boy's attention. A magic shop? Huh. I feel mana coming from that place. He pointed and invited him at once. Lucas, I want to go look over there. The young man looked over. Where? A magic shop? If you're curious, let's take a look. Come on. The two of them immediately went inside to look around. There were no customers. After walking around once, Lucas was already bored and yawned widely. Zorgon, however, observed his surroundings. Every item here is filled with powerful mana. Wait a moment. Now that I think about it, I don't have any money. A poor pauper has no business looking at goods. His mood sank straight to the bottom. I wish all the money I earned at the shelter belonged to me. Standing beside him, Lucas noticed at once. Why do you look like that? Couldn't find anything you like? The boy's voice was dejected. Because I don't have any money. The young man even asked, that's all. Unexpectedly, he was very generous. If there's something you want, just say it. My father told me to take care of you, and that includes things like this too. Zorgon had not expected that at all, and immediately turned his head to look around. His eyes shone brightly. Can you buy everything here? That question was too much. The young man froze and reached into his pockets. Not to that extent. He took out several coins and a few gold pieces. They looked about equal in value. The young man irritably urged him, just choose one thing first. Even one book could keep you busy for an entire month, right? He looked at the few small coins in his hand, just as saddened as Zorgon. I can't help it. I don't have that much money. But how could anyone read one book for several months? Zorgon walked around the shop and looked for something Lucas could afford. Suddenly, something caught his attention and made the boy stop to look. What is this? It was a black egg with patterns printed on it. It was also giving off dark mana. The boy picked it up to examine it. Perhaps because its mana was gloomy, the price was fairly cheap. If it's this. Suddenly, someone walked up beside Zorgon. So, you chose the geisha stone, did you? I had even forgotten that my shop had one. It was the first time the boy had seen such a thing. So he immediately asked, geisha stone? What's it used for? The old shopkeeper answered, only as decoration. That egg will never wake. The two of them asked and answered for a while. Is there something inside it? Even the old man did not know. They say it is an object that sealed some unknown entity with a magic circle. I got it from Southern Lodo a very long time ago. It has always been like that. I thought it was a useful magic tool, but it seems it isn't. Objects containing magical power were called magic tools. Just by going out today, he had learned a new term. I see. If the seal on this is broken, will something wake up? The old shopkeeper was long since tired of the egg and waved his hand without concern. In theory, yes, but it probably won't happen. That is a unique type of magic of a fairly high level. All of that information only made Zorgon more interested in it. Unique magic. That is a very complicated magic circle. If I convert it into a spell formula, it will be many times more complicated than a fireball. Somewhat unsure, he turned and asked Lucas, what do you think? Asking this guy was worse than asking a wall. He answered mindlessly, it looks prettier than a book. Seems like you could throw it or hit things with it. That settled it. Zorgon liked it too. Then I'll buy this. After the purchase was finished, the two of them stepped out of the shop, and it was already evening. Lucas looked visibly excited. All right, next is, Is it already this late? Zorgon, hurry up. We're going to be late. Zorgon did not understand what the rush was about. Where are we going? The young man acted mysterious. The coolest place in the Alliance. Under the sunset, a huge castle stood tall and beautiful. Zorgon crossed his arms and gazed at it in admiration. Wow! Lucas put his hands on his hips and laughed proudly. It's cool, right? Zorgon nodded. Yes. Is that clock tower the center of the Alliance? The young man answered, exactly. That is the Alliance headquarters, where the governor and the commander live. Suddenly, Zorgon grew curious. Have you ever seen them? Even the young man had only this to say. I saw the previous commander once when I was little, when I went with my father. Hearing that, Zorgon asked even more. What were they like? Lucas pondered as he recalled it. He was wearing a white suit, so he looked pretty cool. How should I describe it? Like a proud swan standing among a flock of black crows. Hearing that, Zorgon understood. So the commander wears a white suit. I didn't know that. All I know is the strength of each rank, as described in books. Even an expert, 7th among the captains, is strong enough to conquer an entire city alone. The commander who leads them is capable of conquering an entire nation. Finally, the governor, who holds the highest authority on the entire continent, stands equal to a king. The towering castle stood there, seeming impossible to reach. Right now, they seem too distant and too great. He made up his mind, but one day, I will be able to reach them too. The two of them stood watching the tower until night fell. Zorgon also realized something. It's really tall. You can see the Alliance from anywhere. That's right. You can even see it from school. Suddenly, he noticed the clock attached to it. Where's that hand pointing? If he had a question, he asked it immediately. How do you read that clock? Lucas could not answer right away either. He scratched his head awkwardly. Do you see the characters on the red band? They say those indicate the year. But Zorgon saw it differently. Looking closely, they resemble ancient symbols from the ancient languages. The young man was still hesitating. I'm not too sure how to read it. It's just that, right now, before he could finish, Zorgon interrupted him. The year 262. That was right. He had remembered. Yes, the kingdom's year was 262. Looking at the side, it probably indicated the day and month. Judging by the symbol, it was June 14th. Correct. Today was June 14th, year 262. The time was 7:20. Lucas grew more and more bewildered as he listened. How'd he know that? Only the boy knew. I think I saw it somewhere in the vision the tree showed me. The clock tower appeared too, and the time it indicated was June 14th, 272, 10 years from now. This was not simple at all. Without realizing it, he hugged the egg tightly to his chest. The two of them returned to their room, and Lucas immediately left with his sword. Well, you should rest. I have to make up for my training. Honestly, that guy is surprisingly diligent. If I miss just one day, my body gets stiff right away. I'm going. Only Zorgon was left alone in the room, his mind still full of thoughts. I can't ignore the vision the tree showed me. Maybe it wasn't just an illusion, but a prophetic dream. If so, what should I do? That vision was too terrifying. How can I change the future? First, I have to gather as much information as possible from the vision I saw. Most of the memories showed the clock tower. if I arrange them based on time like this. Zorgon unconsciously entered his inner world and concentrated his thoughts as much as he could. Next, I'll fill in the gaps in order. Here, the red roof is still intact, so eliminate this one. This messenger dies after the roof collapses. All right, the next memory. I'll arrange the flow like this, gather the experiences, and then recall the vision the tree showed me. This is the future. I finally saw it. Suddenly, he flinched and looked to the side. His brow furrowed deeply. Lying sprawled on the ground, there was Sophie. She was probably dead. Lucas was nearby too, as was Senior Cena. All of them had been killed. His clenched hands trembled. Before, he had not understood, but now that he had met them, the feeling was indescribable. This time, I have to know my rank. Among the fragments, only one contains an image of me. There it is. In it, the grown-up Zorgon stood before the tower. From this angle, I can't see the rank insignia. But now, I think I can change the angle. He began rotating the image. The future appeared, the tower burning to ashes in a great blaze. He had managed to enter it. Good. Now I can confirm it. What rank am I? But when he looked at himself, even the boy himself was stunned. The future Zorgon's eyes were filled with extreme terror. In his own body, there was a massive hole. I'm going to die 10 years from now. This is enough. Return to reality. He slowly opened his eyes. The present surroundings remained unchanged. He wondered, is this a warning from the tree? The death of the Alliance means the death of the kingdom and the continent. The end of the world. It's no different from the extinction of humanity. The tree is a product of dark magic, absorbing mana from humans, while those offered as sacrifices stand between life and death. And then someone, perhaps it was because of that person's will that I became involved. I can't be sure whether this illusion will actually happen. But to make sure it becomes false, I have to create a reality different from the illusion. He quickly sat at the desk, opened his books, and searched for answers. Start with myself. Since I don't know what rank I am, the insignia is meaningless. Maybe I won't become a member at all, or maybe I'll become an official of the Administration Bureau and wear red. Or maybe the book will show an image of someone wearing white. I'll wear white. Thinking about that now is really far too early. The next morning, while he was getting dressed for school, Lucas suddenly turned to him. By the way, Zorgon, Ms. Rapin said you should stop by the office before going to school. The boy was puzzled. Me? Lucas nodded. Yeah, what? So that's what you're wondering about. Aren't you only just going back to school after a while, too? Lucas did not care much. He turned and left at once. She didn't say anything to me. I'm going ahead. See you in class. The boy's head filled with questions again. Why does Ms. Rapin want to see me? In the office, the two sat facing each other. The teacher asked after him, "How are you feeling, Zorgon? You still look very pale." He answered politely, "Thank you for worrying about me, ma'am. I'm much better now. I heard from Lucas. Thank you for approving my leave request." In truth, she was worried about him. Don't push yourself too hard. Since these are elective classes, you can drop them at any time. Do you need any adjustments? Zorgon was still as eager to learn as ever, and he refused immediately. No, ma'am. Things are fine as they are. I really like the classes I'm taking, and I'm looking forward to the classes I haven't taken yet, too. The teacher laughed. I feel guilty for making you work so hard. Not at all. The boy once again flashed a radiant smile. I'm truly fine. I'll be more careful from now on. The teacher nodded. All right, if you ever need to consult me about anything, you can come find me anytime. After the conversation ended, Zorgon returned to the classroom. I need to take as many classes as possible. Training is as easy as breathing for me, so nothing will happen. But before that, I have to help my friends become stronger together with me. As soon as he entered the classroom, his close friends were already waiting there and shouted in unison, "Zorgon." Everyone rushed to ask about him. How are you feeling now? I was so worried when I heard you had collapsed. The boy looked at them and thought to himself, if they become stronger with me, maybe my friends can survive. The others continued asking enthusiastically, what a relief. Can we study together starting today? Suddenly, Zorgon looked at them seriously. Everyone, if possible, could you help me with something? First, Isizo, Misa, Jane, Kaden, Eugene, Jazian, TG, and Kalito aren't taking swordsmanship class, right? The others were still hesitating. That's right, but he read out a string of names again. Florza, Sabatin, Abona, Zima, Sazina, and probably Lucas too aren't taking basic magic class. The girls were amazed when they heard this. He remembered everyone's names after only one day. That's incredible. But why are you suddenly asking about the classes we're taking? Zorgon put a hand to his chest and explained, I've heard before that both of these classes are very good, so I hope you can take both of them with me. As he said this, his face even flushed and his eyes shone. Is this request a little too much? Who could possibly resist that beauty? Especially the girls, who agreed immediately without even thinking. Too much. Not all. Of course, that would be wonderful. Sure. One boy timidly raised his hand, but I'm a little hesitant about magic class. Zorgon understood that. Magic class. I can understand why you would want to avoid it, but what if we think about it another way? Lucas also asked curiously, what way? The boy smiled as he looked at him. I was planning to show you directly. That will be easier. Lucas, could you come a magic class and try it a little? Even if it's only for today. Lucas nodded. If it's only for today. Just getting him to agree made Zorgon happy. Thank you all so much. I'm really looking forward to it. In the magic classroom, old Arthur suddenly felt that something was off about the class. As it turned out, Zorgon really had encouraged everyone to join magic class, and today the classroom was completely full. The old man checked on his beloved student. Are you all right? Zorgon nodded. Thank you for worrying about me, sir. I feel much better now. Arthur's face was positively radiant today. This is the first time magic class has ever been this lively. It's all thanks to you, Zorgon, isn't it? The boy answered honestly. I want to show everyone that magic isn't actually something so distant. Even the old man did not understand what he meant. He thought to himself, it has only been one day. I wonder what else he has learned. Curious, he asked at once. Then how do you intend to show everyone? Zorgon volunteered immediately. May I stand on the platform for a while, sir? The old man readily agreed. Of course. You may try whatever you like, as long as you don't overexert yourself. Lucas watched Zorgon's back as he walked up. Isn't that kid scared? Sophie also turned and chimed in. He really is strange. Both of them followed the path of the sword. So how could they understand the wonders of magic? Outside the closed door, the teacher turned to the old man and said, You must be the busiest person in the academy. You came to school this early. That really is unusual. Is it because of Zorgon? He answered mysteriously, I have a lot of work. Looking after the academy is also part of the administration bureau's responsibilities. Sina, standing behind him, even nodded along in agreement. The two teachers turned to look at her in confusion. Sina, why are you here? I thought today was your day off. She answered, There's still a mission Vice Captain Oka assigned me. More importantly, since when did so many teachers gather here? Isn't this the first time Teacher Ziggo has come to observe a class unrelated to swordsmanship? The old man hurriedly waved his hands, wanting to explain. No, well, everyone suddenly became interested in magic, so I was a little curious, that's all. Headmaster, I didn't expect even the headmaster to be standing here. The head of the administration bureau is here, so how could I pretend not to know? With the headmaster present, what else could that teacher say? She helplessly reminded them, observe in silence so you don't disrupt the class. They immediately nodded obediently like puppies. Ms. Jane quietly opened the door. As soon as she looked inside, her eyes widened in shock, and sweat poured from her like rain. An enormous fireball had appeared in the classroom. More importantly, that fireball had been created by Zorgon. The whole class sat still, observing attentively. Even old Arthur was astonished. Fireball. This was not magic that someone of this age should be able to use. Not only was it outside the curriculum, but even Fire Arrow, a spell one level below Fireball, could only be performed by fifth-year students. And even then, only children with great talent could do it. It seemed the old man had underestimated the boy far too much last time. Now his eyes had truly been opened. How could such a small child? The old men standing outside the door also exclaimed in admiration, stroking their chins. I've never seen a fireball giving off such pure energy. It's as if we're seeing the sacred origin of magic itself. The magical density of the fireball is also quite high for its size, and it's stable too. It's more than stable. This is far too unreasonable. Lazaza was also bewildered. This is indeed magic an ordinary person could not use at this age, but fireball itself is considered simple magic. But to maintain that size and heat, and even keep it floating in one place. Sina, standing beside him, also whispered in discussion. Then it's no longer a fireball, but a completely different kind of magic. Ever since I first saw him, his judgment in using mana has been exceptionally good. I heard he went through many hardships growing up in the shelter. How can he possess such a large amount of mana? Suddenly, Sina grew a little worried. Teacher and student, Arthur and Zorgon, were still continuing to cast magic. I heard he collapsed just the other day. Is it really all right not to let him rest like this? He may not have fully recovered yet. Ms. Jane also became just as worried. That's right. I'm not exactly in a position to say this, but perhaps we should tell him to restrain himself a little. Zorgon's whole body was drenched in sweat, and his pale face looked somewhat exhausted. The boy looked at the large fireball and understood clearly. What matters is focusing on the mana supply, not the size. I can't let the flame become unstable because I can't control the mana. Thinking that, he shrank the fireball down. Also, the shield Professor Arthur created is amazing. Its shape resembles the lake I saw at the shelter that day, but its characteristics and purpose are different. Suddenly, the boy became curious. What would happen if the fireball touched it? He had to ask at once. Teacher Arthur, you're amazing. What is this spell called? The old man was stunned. There's no way he can maintain that spell without concentrating fully. And yet he can ask such an innocent question while keeping the fireball suspended? Even I have to concentrate with all my might like this. The old man was straining hard just to maintain the blue protective layer of mana. The mana layer wrapped around the fireball. Zorgon stared intently. Fireball. The old man's mana barrier completely enveloped the fireball. Old Arthur really was something after all. The students watched with wide eyes. The old man looked toward the boy. I truly don't know whether I should scold this reckless child or praise him. Before the old man could do anything, Lazazut's voice rang out. You did well, Zorgon. The old man comfortably answered. As for your question, that magic is Professor Arthur's specialized spell. He rubbed his hands together and smiled. It is called Blue Flame Shield. Zorgon had never heard that term before. Blue Flame Shield. That name is wonderful. Arthur replied, it's only a name. What does it matter? Besides, I wasn't the one who named it. Then that means someone helped give it a very wonderful name as a gift. That feeling must not be bad at all. Suddenly, the old man asked him seriously, then, Zorgon, does the magic you just showed us have a name? That was simple. The boy answered innocently, yes, sir. It's just Fireball. But the old man did not think so. Everyone here knows that it isn't just Fireball. And more than anyone else, you're the one who should know that it isn't just Fireball. But Zorgon had not thought about that either. He nodded vaguely. Yes, sir. I haven't thought about it yet. He even assured the old man, but I will try to give it a serious name. Arthur laughed, speechless. I intended to point out how dangerous this spell is, but now everyone has been distracted by naming it, Lazazut declared before the whole class. As the head of the administration bureau, I cannot overlook this matter. Zorgon, why did you do something so dangerous? I want to know your intention. With such an excellent teacher here, what did Zorgon have to fear? He smiled with narrowed eyes and answered calmly. First, I was very confident that I could control the flame, and I also thought Professor Arthur would watch over me. The old man asked immediately, so your only purpose was to show everyone a fireball? Zorgon had done it with good intentions. I only wanted to give my friends a little confidence. Perhaps they are very interested in magic, but too afraid to try. The old man looked down at the students sitting there. Afraid? The boy continued. You said that if we could use the fireball spell before graduation, it would be a very great achievement. But I was able to do it, so I wanted to show them that it is entirely possible. Arthur looked at the boy's flower-bright, smiling face and thought, that's because you're a genius, but I can't say that out loud. How embarrassing. Now the old man did not know what to do. Did I unknowingly prevent the children's talents from developing? And now this child has helped me realize that. This was truly a major lesson for him. He had to think carefully before saying anything in the future. Zorgon, seemingly tireless, asked right away, if possible, may I stay up here a little longer? There is still something I want to show my friends. Arthur nodded readily. Of course. The boy called out at once, Lucas, could you come up here for a moment? Lucas, sitting below, jolted in surprise. Me? Why me? He asked with his mouth, but still walked up to the boy. Zorgon smiled confidently and told him, I'll help you, so just try using a spell. He explained clearly as well. Basically, both magic and swordsmanship involve controlling mana. You train every day, so I'm sure you can do it. There was no way Lucas could believe that from just one sentence. He asked awkwardly, but even if that's true, how can I use magic? The boy remained firm in his intention and patiently guided him. You rarely train with magic, so we could try chanting. It is easier to use than a magic circle or a spell formula. Now, repeat after me. As soon as he finished speaking, Zorgon recited a long string of incantation. Naturally, how could a poor student like Lucas repeat it? After saying the first word, he had already forgotten everything. What? The boy patiently read it again. But Lucas was still hopeless. He could not even say half a word correctly. Only now did Zorgon feel that something was very wrong. Is this the first time you've heard the ancient language? You repeated the first year 3 times, didn't you? Lucas froze, both embarrassed and flustered. You didn't know? The boy thought simply. If he did not know, then he would learn. He patiently continued guiding him. Then I will teach you its meaning first. When using the ancient language, it is important to understand what it means. That sentence means this: the footsteps of flame with silent breath, the fading shadow of deadening air under the heat. It was fine when Lucas did not know, but after he did, goosebumps rose all over him. That sounds terrifying, and it seemed he was not the only one who did not know. The students sitting there also looked blank after hearing Zorgon's explanation, not understanding it all. Even Sophie could not take it in. In the end, after Zorgon said a few more words, even the boy was helpless. What is going on? It is like pouring water over a duck's back. None of it is sinking in at all. This should not be happening. Why is it not working? Why can no one understand? If he was already running into obstacles from the start, then what about the next 10 years? What should he do? Was he supposed to just stand by and watch them walk to their deaths? This chant was so simple that even Lucas should have been able to do it. But never mind the others. Even Sophie did not seem to understand. Seeing him lost in thought, Lucas turned and called softly, "Hey, Zorgon." Old Arthur also noticed that his expression was strange and hurried over. "Zorgon, today is Lucas's first day taking part in this class, so try to be understanding with him. By the way, I can understand the chant, but could you teach me the spell formula? It would be rather strange if even the teacher did not know it." The chalk on the board began writing a long string of words by itself. The whole class watched in amazement. Old Arthur laughed with delight. "Ho ho, so you can use object manipulation magic as well." Once the chalk finished writing, Zorgon looked at them. "I have written it all out." A sphere of mana appeared in his palm, then spread throughout the classroom. Old Arthur looked at the lines he had written while immediately trying it himself. Old Lazazut stared at it for a long while, still puzzled. "Zorgon, where did you come across this spell formula?" The boy answered honestly, "I did not copy it from anywhere. I only modified what I once saw Professor Arthur write in my own way." But only people as skilled as those old men would know that this was not merely a modification. As for Zorgon himself, he did not really understand that. "It is just that when I changed it, I felt this method worked better for me personally." They caught the important point. "You mean you created a new spell formula?" The boy's face turned red from embarrassment. The 2 old men exchanged a meaningful look. "This conversation may take a while. We should move somewhere else. Would that be all right, Professor Raphen?" The female teacher smiled with her eyes and agreed. "Of course." Old Lazazut lowered himself, placed both hands on Zorgon's shoulders, and looked straight into his eyes. "Thank you for showing me this spell formula, Zorgon. We will talk again later." Suddenly, someone called out, "Messenger over there, what is your name?" The young woman immediately introduced herself. "I am Sina of the Faith Unit." As soon as she finished speaking, she was assigned a task. "Good, Sina. Can you continue teaching this class?" She jumped in shock. "Pardon." Old Arthur handed the duty straight to her. "It will be fine. Let the students study by themselves or practice swordsmanship. This subject is no different from a break period anyway." She nodded, trembling. "I understand." Teacher Ziggo also seized the chance to ask a favor. "Hey, I'm leaving my next class to you as well." Unable to refuse, she could only answer, "Yes, senior." Old Arthur waved his hand, and a magic circle covered the entire classroom. After finishing those movements, he simply left, abandoning Sina there to do whatever she wanted. "We should go now." And with that, everyone filed out together. Only the young woman remained, feeling extremely awkward. In that case, she decided to start by slapping the desk to assert authority. But that slap only startled the students. She introduced herself to the class. "I am Sina, messenger of the Faith Unit. For the time being, I have been assigned to teach the remaining classes. Treat this as an official class, and remember that everyone must attend properly." Though her words sounded firm, inside she was shaking, her face pale. "What should I do? I might actually cry." The scene shifted to another room. The other teachers had all gathered there. An emergency meeting of the response committee was being convened. They spoke among themselves. "Hasn't it been many years since this was last convened? This is my first time. The topic of today's meeting is the Alliance Academy's education system." Old Lazazut looked seriously at everyone. "Before that, let us begin with the matter of Zorgon, the student who led to this meeting." Old Arthur, who had been holding back for ages, finally got to speak. Fireball was already a complete spell to begin with, but he interpreted it in an entirely different way. Though its destructive power is weak, it is close to a unique spell, and the mere creation of a new formula is already unprecedented. A female teacher questioned him in disbelief. Is such a thing possible? Since they had already called this meeting, why was she still asking? The old man affirmed it. It has been proven. I and the others personally verified it. Old Lazazut pondered. The Administration Bureau will need to examine it more closely for analysis. But for now, we should regard that approach as a new idea. Someone else spoke up as well. Even if he is an unprecedented genius, the boy is still only a first year. Age-appropriate education is essential, another teacher said, but should a genius not have a curriculum tailored specifically to him? Everyone offered their own opinions, and the discussion grew lively. Are you saying we should provide special instruction for just one person? How could that be called communal education? Then we may end up losing that talent. In that case, perhaps it would be better to let him enter the alliance early. That is absurd. Their voices began to rise, and everyone had a different opinion, refusing to yield. Is the alliance a place that looks only at skill? In any case, it seems we need to shift seriously into practical combat training. Are there any other abnormalities we need to know about? Old Arthur recalled Zorgon's eyes that day. There may be an issue with his personality. His personality? I heard rumors that he's a very friendly child. Of course he is, but it seems he needs to pay more attention to his friends' feelings. Old Arthur had seen that today. The Alliance is an organization based entirely on ability and achievements. With that child's talent, he will certainly stand out. As long as he is accepted, there will be nothing to worry about. The final obstacle in the entrance examination was the interview, and what that person valued most was character. Zorgon's intention in mobilizing the children today was good, but that could make some of them feel isolated. The level must be appropriate, so both sides can grow together. At present, however, the gap is still too large. Isn't he a child who invented magic? But is it really right to discuss the personality of a child who is only 10 years old? Old Lazazut suddenly had an idea. Then what if we conduct an interview? Ms. Jane immediately nodded in agreement. That sounds good. Let's hear Zorgon's story. Having decided that, they did it right away. The teacher called the boy over. Hello, Zorgon. You seem down. Is it because Lucas was unable to manifest magic earlier? When that matter was mentioned, the boy sighed and nodded softly. Yes, it is frustrating that I cannot grasp my friend's abilities. Old Arthur encouraged him. Do not be disappointed. Teaching magic is not easy. Zorgon immediately answered. That is why I've been thinking about many things and forming all kinds of hypotheses. For example, my friends treat magic class as break time. So perhaps Lucas also gives up easily on things that do not interest him. Or maybe he started using the sword too early, and his mind now looks only in that direction. Perhaps he has some personal issue, and I force him to focus without considering his circumstances. Those are my thoughts, and I hope they're not true. But the old man immediately became interested and asked, what else? The boy looked extremely sincere, his face flushed. I was worried that Lucas or the others might be weak somewhere. So that was what he meant. The old man understood. It seems there is no need to worry about that. I guarantee it. Hearing him say that was enough to put Zorgon at ease. He smiled brightly and became cheerful again. I'm glad my friends are not sick. Old Lazazut found this very puzzling. Zorgon, why do you want to teach your friends magic so badly? Even a teacher like Old Arthur is not that passionate. The question left Zorgon a little confused. It does not have to be magic. I only want to become stronger together with my friends and become members of the Alliance together. One for all, united and guiding his comrades along. It was an exceptionally precious virtue. The entire room fell silent. No one had expected that answer. The teachers smiled at one another. Zorgon, we have heard you clearly. We do not mean to blame you, so do not worry. Go and rest. The boy nodded softly. With that finished, he left the room. The teachers continued their meeting. The teaching direction for the first years should first prioritize finding a balance. When balancing the children, individual ability should be based on the outstanding children, while social skills and empathy should be adjusted to the average level of most children. The Alliance Academy would face a new transformation centered around the first years. Then let us begin by analyzing the curriculum. They had now found a more positive way to change things. The next morning, in swordsmanship class, Old Ziggo folded his arms and looked at the students as he announced, "Starting today, swordsmanship and magic will both be compulsory subjects." This news was shocking enough. Even Zorgon found it hard to believe. He had not expected the academy system to change in just one day. It surpassed even the boys' expectations. Two people in black had also appeared in the class. From now on, full members of the Alliance will participate as teaching assistants. This is also a valuable opportunity to hear about real experience, so work hard. This method seemed effective. All the students liked it. Zorgon, Sophie, Lucas, the three of you will train independently, so take turns sparring with one another. The three of them were utterly baffled. Was this not basically discrimination? While Zorgon was still wondering, the three of us? Lucas seemed delighted. Sounds good. I have wanted to fight you at least once. Sophie was also burning with fighting spirit. This is a chance to test the results of my training. Her expression was so serious that Lucas had to ask Zorgon, "Do you two have some kind of grudge?" The boy did not understand at all. No, just like that, Lucas shouted loudly, "First, Zorgon, fight me." Sophie immediately cut in. "Then I am next." When it was Zorgon and Sophie's turn to fight, Sophie stood in front of him, but her momentum suddenly deflated. She grew tense. It was that movement again. He had read the path of her sword again. But today, she had glimpsed an opening. If she strengthened her training, perhaps she could win next time. Both of them were completely satisfied and even shook hands. "That was a very good match, Sophie." She answered comfortably, "I think so too." But she was still very upset, her eyes shimmering with tears. "I did not have confidence that I could beat Zorgon. Is there a problem with my swordsmanship?" Zorgon had seen through all of that. The flow of your mana is a little off. If you change the trajectory of how you handle it, I think it will be better. Lucas, standing beside them, explained further. "He means you should stop swinging so stiffly. Swing accurately and decisively. But that is probably because you lack strength. Your legs are shaking, after all." Those words annoyed Sophie. "What did you say?" But Zorgon confirmed it. "Lucas is right, but..." Lucas immediately became smug. "See, even Zorgon agrees with me. Since both of them said it, it had to be true. The problem had been found. Now for the solution. Then what should I do?" Zorgon explained in more detail. "He is right, but not completely. Right now, you're distributing your mana evenly between your upper and lower body. Put more mana into your lower body to make it more stable." Lucas kept standing beside them, cutting in and teasing her. "That is what I meant. You swing too hard, so your legs get tangled up." The sound of the three arguing noisily filled one corner of the training grounds. "Hey, why did this suddenly turn out like this? If you're so good, why do you not show us? Hey, do not regret it later." This was exactly what old Ziggo had hoped for. The old man looked at them and chuckled. "Oh, they're finally sparring? What personality problem? It seems we adults were worrying for nothing. Those three get along so happily." From time to time, Ms. Jane still called the boy to her office to talk. "Zorgon, how has school been lately?" He answered as usual. "It has been fine. I enjoy going to class." She seemed very concerned. "Does your heart feel lighter now?" He replied, "Yes. After all, we are all separate individuals." Hearing him say that, she smiled in relief. "I'm glad you understand." The two continued talking. "And what about your friends?" "They're all very good. They always make me happy, and they even give me tasty snacks." Suddenly, his face saddened, looking as though he felt wrong. "But sometimes..." The teacher understood at once and set down the teacup in her hand. "What about Lucas? I heard the three of you often go around together." The boy answered honestly, "Lucas teaches me many things too. In terms of strength, he is extraordinarily talented." When Lucas was mentioned, Zorgon seemed very happy. "I cannot let him fail this subject, so I'm working hard to guide him." The teacher was very satisfied. Is that not a good thing? After talking with Ms. Jane, Zorgon also talked with old Arthur. With a disappointed face, he lamented, "But I still want to be able to use more mana than I can now." Both of them are so amazing. Even the old man could do nothing about that. He could only say, "But if it were easy, everyone would become a mage." Magic tools bought with money are only temporary, or their special abilities are very crude. They will have no effect on your mana. Hearing that, Zorgon became completely discouraged. He tried searching for another path. "Then are there any kinds of elixirs?" Old Arthur thought it over and listed several names. There are some that restore mana, some that alleviate illness, and also elixirs that strengthen the user's mana and physique. There are many varieties, and because they're so effective, they are extremely rare. The boy understood this. It was just like the fruit of Zoodle, so there was a reason people ate it. As if Zorgon were not already depressed enough, the old man added another sentence. But I cannot guarantee that there is an elixir suitable for you. Professor. The boy's expression changed, and the old man tried a joke. Even so, do not look so openly discouraged. The old man took out a necklace. Inside was a white pill. This is one of my elixirs. I received it from the governor because I once rendered distinguished service. He casually handed it to Zorgon. Perhaps this elixir was destined for you. The boy was still a little hesitant. Can I really accept something this precious? Old Arthur calmly placed it in his hand. It is not as powerful as you imagine. All right, take it. Since it was being given to him, he accepted it. Then, thank you, Professor. Zorgon looked at the tiny white pill in his hand. He did not know whether it would have any effect, but he still put it in his mouth and swallowed it completely. Even if it did not help in one way, perhaps it would help in another. The pill dropped straight into his stomach, and the mana glowing around his body radiated outward. He could clearly feel a change. It seemed to have worked. The old man stared at him, watching to see if anything else would change. But in the end, nothing more happened. It had no effect. The boy became even more disappointed, sadness playing on his face. That made sense. The old man also felt a headache coming on and comforted him with a few words. I did not think it would improve your constitution, but I did not expect it to have absolutely no effect. What a pity. Zorgon's expression sank, and he said nothing more. As expected, rather than searching for ways to become stronger, perhaps I should rethink what I can actually do. Controlling the flow of mana by deciphering chance was probably the way of using magic that suited him best. There was still a way. Zorgon's expression brightened, and his eyes shone with gratitude. It is all right, Professor Arthur. Thank you for worrying about me. He knew that all that remained was to study as hard as he could. Half a year later, on a cold winter day, in the magic classroom, it was time for the first-year magic department's final exam. Inside were old Arthur and Lazazut, who were examining Zorgon. In the boy's hand was a fireball. By now, the boy had become much more capable and could control the fireball as he wished without expending much effort. Old Lazazut commented, because he directly controls mana, this is possible. Old Arthur also nodded in agreement. He truly is a fine talent. This child may even be combining magic from different schools without our knowledge. In other people's eyes, Zorgon was already outstanding, but the boy still felt uneasy. It seems acceptable, but with mana this weak, can it be used in the Alliance? Old Arthur told him, the fact that you can cast this spell without a chant proves that your ability is equal to 4th rank. Old Lazazut also reassured him. That is right. No matter what spell you cast, opponents will view you as a high-ranking mage. You no longer need to worry about the strength of your mana. Focus on your strengths and develop your abilities. The results were fairly good. Zorgon asked further, is there anything else I should study? The two of them always supported him as much as they could. For now, just keep doing what you're doing. Work hard to decipher and cast 4th rank chants according to your own understanding. I will help you find ancient books in the Bureau's library. Suddenly, the two old men reminded him, Zorgon, it would be best if you and all of us kept your constitution a secret. By sheer coincidence, it is also fortunate that only the two of us are here. The two old men clasped each other's hands and chanted together, keep our matter secret. A secret must never be revealed. Zorgon stood there watching, speechless. They were examining him. So what were those two doing? Time passed in the blink of an eye, and another year went by. A voice rang out in the classroom. Thank you all for coming despite the urgent notice. This matter falls under my authority, but is not only my problem, so I felt it should be brought up for consideration. From now on, the Academy will no longer teach Zorgon techniques for using mana, martial arts, or swordsmanship. Naturally, someone immediately asked, I wonder why you are making such a sudden declaration. Why are you doing this? The man explained, Zorgon's intention to join the Alliance is very clear. The boy is already a 3rd-year student, so for him to gain practical skills, it would be better for him to relearn the fundamentals from the beginning. Old Arthur asked him, so you mean the boy should focus on studying magic? Ziggo continued, more than anything else, that is what Zorgon wants. The old man liked that even more. That child is a talent worth placing my hopes in, but you are more generous than I expected. Ziggo nodded. I did not become a professor for my own ambition. From now on, I will focus only on physical training. Sina suddenly raised her hand and asked, "Senior, what level do you think Zorgon's current abilities are at?" Even the bald old man was shocked. "He is that good?" When Arthur answered, "Just by drawing his sword, he has already passed the first stage of the entrance exam. He lacks strength, but that will gradually improve." Ms. Jane also asked with interest, "What about his ability as a mage?" Old Arthur thought for a moment. "If Zorgon becomes a mage, then I no longer have anything that left to teach that boy. Zorgon can already cast first and second level magic on his own. He is also decoding chants for third level magic, so you could consider him to have reached level 4, because he was that intelligent." The boy treated complex chants like toys, and he had only just become a third-year student. The boy's momentum remained unchanged. Wherever he went, he drew everyone's attention. After one lesson, that is all for today. Do not forget to submit your assignments before the next class. Zorgon, I need to see you privately for a moment. The other students all left the classroom, leaving only Professor Arthur and the boy behind. "Professor Arthur, did you call for me? I do not know whether you have heard the news yet, but this time we will be holding an academic magic exchange with Sokian. It seems you will have to participate." The hot news had not reached his ears yet. "This is the first I have heard of that event. It does not seem to be held often," the old man explained. "In the past, it was held regularly for the purpose of exchanging opinions. But as the era of magic declined, it naturally disappeared as well." Zorgon asked curiously, "Then why is it suddenly being held again this time?" Unexpectedly, the old man looked at Zorgon seriously. "You are the reason. Word of your outstanding magical talent has reached Sokian." Sokian was the only autonomous duchy among the 7 nations that still maintained a magic tower and focused mainly on the development of magic. Because the tower master was also the head of the duchy, the place was extremely secretive. It would not be an exaggeration to say that all information about magic passed through Sokian. Hearing that, the boy immediately guessed, "Professor, you are from Sokian too, aren't you?" The old man froze. "I completed advanced training up to high 3rd level magic and then joined the Alliance." "Then you must also know what Sokian wants." Of course, the old man had guessed it too. "First of all, curiosity. I do not know how much information they have obtained, but assuming they know all currently public information, then that means a level 4 mage has appeared at the Alliance Academy. But that is not true. I have not reached level 4 yet." The old man laughed and explained, "Magic is not only about power. The main purpose of this academic seminar is to directly verify an unprecedented talent. They will also hope to gain something from the perspective of magical research. To put it simply, what Sokian wants is for you to represent our academy. But since you do not want to," Zorgon scratched his head. "What if I do not go?" The old man had not considered that either. On one hand, that would be better, but once you hear the conditions, it will be difficult for you to refuse. The condition is that we will arrange the time and place, and they will provide us with an elixir. It was exactly what the boy wanted. An elixir? This would be hard to refuse. He knew what it was, a miraculous medicine capable of instantly restoring mana and even bringing the dead back to life. Sometimes, it could also permanently enhance physical abilities. Hearing that, Zorgon was startled for a moment. Could they have learned about my constitution? And that is why. Understanding what he meant, the old man immediately waved his hand. "Do not worry. That is very unlikely. They will simply hand it over to us." The old man nodded. "Because this is an academic seminar to understand and discuss magic, they will compete through magical chance and give it to the one who deserves it. It will take some effort." The boy understood. They are bringing out an elixir just to win a debate? But if I obtain that elixir... Suddenly, it did not seem so bad. Wait, but winning does not necessarily mean the elixir will be mine, does it? Knowing what he was worried about, old Arthur smiled brightly and persuaded him. "Of course, if you represent our academy and win, then it will be yours. Then I have to participate. In that case, I will do it." A few days later, the academic magic exchange was held right at the Alliance. The Sokian side had arrived. 2 long rows stood facing each other, ready to begin. Old Arthur politely received the guests. "Welcome, everyone." A man on the other side took off his hood. "Senior Arthur, it has been a long time." He was Bert, a mage from Sokian. The old man also recognized him. "Bert, is that you? You must be tired from the journey." Zorgon stood to the side and observed all the people from the opposing side. Every one of them was big and sturdy. None of them seemed to be his age. They all possessed formidable mana. The old man asked them, "Are those the youths?" The other side nodded. "They are 3 third-year students. We hope to receive your guidance, Senior." The old man immediately thought. The Alliance only notified them about Zorgon this youth. The mages of Sokian were trying to create the impression that they were still very powerful. They had sent a whole group of people, and every one of them was huge. In truth, that was fine too. The old man found it rather interesting. What could I possibly teach them? Although this is a friendly competition, the Alliance Academy has only one student capable of participating. So forgive us. This time, the boy will handle everything alone. The other side replied humbly, "Please do not say that, senior. If they can learn from him, then he must be truly outstanding. We have great expectations for this exchange." Their gazes stared fixedly at the boy. Seeing them look at him, his face lit up and he smiled extremely gently. Those men suddenly became embarrassed, even doubting their own gender for a moment. The representatives of both sides shook hands. "Then everyone should rest. We will meet again in the conference room this afternoon." A few hours later, it was time for battle. In the classroom, the students had also heard the news and started discussing it. Senior Zorgon is not going to fight all three of them by himself, right? Probably not. What if he gets hurt? Senior Zorgon knocked them out in one blow. The girls in the class went wild, shouting encouragement. Lucas, who was sitting nearby, could not stand it and turned to remind them, "Good grief, you girls. This is not a competition where people get hurt. It is just a debate about magic. The participants use their brains, that kind of thing." Senior Lucas, a debate is also a battle. The girls were no longer amused. They turned and argued eloquently. If Senior Zorgon hears harsh words and gets hurt, then that also counts as being injured. Lucas was surprised and pointed at his own face. "You know me?" The two girls nodded. "Of course. You are always with Senior Zorgon." Hearing that, he felt a bit of pain in his heart, so he was only borrowing a little of the boy's light. "Well, anyway, they cannot defeat Zorgon. Do not worry." Sophia, sitting beside him, sighed when she saw him patiently talking like that. "Since when were you so outgoing?" He smiled. "If the juniors are this worried, I should say something." She suddenly looked down toward the podium. "It looks like they are finally starting." A female teacher walked to the table in the center of the room. "We will now begin the academic magic exchange. Representatives of both sides, please enter the hall." Those two girls were beyond imagination. They'd even made a banner and were shouting loudly. Zorgon! They were like genuine fanatics. The whole hall fell silent. The other side had 3 people, while this side had only the boy to handle everything. He had nothing to fear. He calmly looked at them. The 3 men also stared fixedly at the boy. Ms. Jane looked at them seriously. "Before the debate begins, I will explain the rules briefly. Each representative will take turns presenting a topic, creating a corresponding magical chant, and then continue with the question and answer portion. The first debater is Julie Mako from Sokian. Next is Zorgon from the Alliance Academy. Zorgon will begin the presentation first." The boy placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself confidently. "I am Zorgon, a third-year student of the Alliance Academy. My topic today is psychokinesis." As soon as he finished speaking, all the men on the other side jolted in surprise. It seemed this was not what they had prepared for. The Sokian people watching from outside were also alarmed. Their leader thought, in the opening round, it is normal to seize an advantage by displaying one's own side's achievements. But he deliberately chose a first-level spell and psychokinesis at that. The 2 people stood facing each other. The other side was still discussing it. "Isn't this rumor exaggerated? How strange. I did not expect to come all this way just to see a skill at this level." The teachers of the Alliance had no expression and simply observed. The boy's opponent could not say a word before putting on an attitude. "I apologize, but a topic on psychokinesis seems a bit too basic for today's forum. Zorgon, could you be mocking us?" The boy was truly wronged. He had only proposed a topic, yet they already had so much to say. "How would I dare mock you, senior? It may only be a basic spell, but psychokinesis possesses profound complexity, so I wish to discuss it." They still tried to act superior. Even if it has depth, it is still merely psychokinesis. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Isn't it natural to spend time and effort exploring the principles and truths of the world? Seeing that they could not argue back against Zorgon, they irritably accepted it. "Then exactly which part of psychokinesis are we going to explore?" The more the boy listened, the more confused he felt, but he tilted his head as if puzzled. "I do not quite understand what you mean, senior, but may I ask what topic you prepared?" The man answered with an attitude. "Well, for the current debate, choosing Fireball would probably be appropriate." Zorgon asked him in return, "What do you think?" The man dared to judge him by appearance. "Of course, for someone your age, it may still be a little difficult. Zorgon, since this is today's competition, why not try a little harder and display your intellect. He was deliberately provoking him to reveal his ability. Old Arthur immediately became alert. He did not know how much information had been exposed. It seemed they even knew about the fireball Zorgon had once cast. The boy took the initiative and suggested to them, "Then why don't we combine both psychokinesis and fireball?" The man had never done that and asked in surprise, "Combine them?" Zorgon nodded. "Yes, I think discussing the combination of both spells would be very meaningful." The man sighed. "Combine them? What do you mean?" They still did not understand after all that talk. Zorgon personally took action to open their eyes. Mana light flew out from his hand. Only then did those men understand, and they began to feel nervous. "No chanting." The man gritted his teeth. "I also know psychokinesis." The difference was that he had to recite a chant, not as impressive as the boy. The two of them controlled chalk and wrote a mass of words on the board. The Sokian people read what Zorgon wrote, but could not understand it. "What kind of chant is that? I think it is invisible, but surely he is not really combining both spells on the spot, is he?" They finished writing. "Then each side shall explain its chant, and afterward we will proceed to the question and answer portion. We will begin with Sokian." It was a very firm and clear assertion. "Now let us hear Zorgon's explanation." He stepped up to the podium and began his demonstration. Psychokinesis is a basic spell that anyone can cast, as long as they have mana. What I wanted to discuss with you, Senior, is that this spell relies too heavily on magical power. But today, thanks to Senior Oli's suggestion, I came up with the idea of combining psychokinesis with fireball and rewriting the spell formulas for both. First, controlling a fireball through psychokinesis. And second, his piece of chalk spun rapidly through the air and began shooting out fire. It looked no different from a piece of chalk inside a ball of flame, turning an object controlled by psychokinesis into a fireball. Like this. Oli looked as if he had seen a ghost. His mouth hung open, his eyes bulged, and he nearly had a heart attack. The others were also horrified. One of them even jumped to his feet to look more closely, completely unable to understand it. Only the two old men, Arthur and Lazazut, knew that anyone unaware of Zorgon's abilities would definitely be shocked by the magic the boy had just cast. Not only his talent, but the vastness of this child's knowledge was also astonishing. The core of psychokinesis lay in controlling objects. I imagine everyone is trying to understand Zorgon's explanation. The boy continued, "Therefore, I broke that process down and replaced it with a separate spell formula, into which I added the fireball spell formula." Oli stood there listening, his face turning as dark as the bottom of a pot. He was definitely going to lose this time. Even after Zorgon explained it like that, he still could not understand it. What was this? After speaking, Zorgon even looked at him. "Please, that is my thinking on both topics, but perhaps you have a different perspective, Senior. If I have misunderstood anything, I would very much appreciate your guidance." Even if Oli stood there all day, he would not be able to do the same. His mind went blank. Even if I cannot copy it, I should at least understand what is happening. I cannot be humiliated by a child like this. There is no way I, a representative of Sokian, can fail here. No matter what, he had to say something. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he became so nervous that his nose started bleeding on the spot. Then he fainted outright. Zorgon had not expected the man's mentality to be that weak. Red. He fainted right there on the spot, unable to say even half a sentence, and lost directly. In the end, the bottle of elixir belonged to the worthy one. Congratulations. Having a debate like that with the mages of Sokian was very refreshing. Zorgon received it from his opponent's hand. "Thank you, Professor." Arthur immediately warned him, "If you intend to use it, I advise you to wait a while longer. At such a young age, there may be side effects." Zorgon understood. "When I graduate, I will be able to use it, right?" Arthur nodded. "At that time, it will be fine." The disappointment in Zorgon's eyes was obvious as he stared fixedly at the bottle of elixir. 2 years remained until graduation. The competition ended. Outside on the academy grounds, a girl with orange hair appeared. "Hello. I am Jita, a third-year student at the Alliance Academy." Then, holding a pink love letter, the girl walked toward the boy. "I have had a secret crush on Zorgon for 3 years. I can confidently say that there is not a single student here who does not like Zorgon. He has received countless confessions, and more than half the students enrolled in the Alliance only to pursue him. Honestly, I know I'm not the type of person suited for Zorgon. Until now, I've been very happy just watching him from afar. But I have decided to be brave once today. On the final day of third year, I will confess to Zorgon." Of course, as usual, the boy answered without even needing to think. I'm sorry. To me, love is nothing more than cherishing those who have left. Jita froze, her voice trembling. Zorgon, why are you speaking so coldly? I really do like you. After that, there was nothing she could do. Zorgon questioned her directly. Can you call that feeling true love? She stiffened completely and could not refute him. Most people who truly have feelings show symptoms similar to an illness of the heart. Excitement, anticipation, fear, doubt, jealousy, embarrassment, even anger. But, Jita, you do not feel anything that intense, do you? Of course, I am not denying your feelings. Perhaps it is true that you feel something. Maybe your heart fluttered because you were attracted by my appearance, or maybe you felt anxious or excited. But can we truly call that love? I think it is closer to admiration. After listening for a while, the girl was completely brainwashed and suddenly began doubting her own feelings. With sparkling eyes, Zorgon sincerely advised her, please listen carefully to your heart. If you still think it is love, then we can talk more afterward. I'm always open to conversations held in good faith. The girl now lagged completely. Her brain stopped functioning and she stood rooted to the spot. It feels like I was hit on the head and strangely came to understand. I'm not in love anymore. Her narration would change to, hello, this is Jita. Today, I was rejected by the person I had secretly loved for 3 years, but I have no regrets. Confessing to someone like him was a brave and meaningful thing to do, wasn't it? Along with the spring breeze, my first love and my 3rd year also came to an end. In the classroom, Ms. Jane looked down below and spoke with a smile. Director Lazazut has taken time out of his precious schedule to attend today's career guidance session. He will provide very valuable high-level information for those of you who are about to graduate. So please listen carefully. Zorgon, Lucas, and Sophia were also sitting there. The bald old man stepped up to the podium and began his speech. This is everything I have prepared. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I will do my best to answer within my ability. A student raised his hand. Yes, go ahead. The boy asked. Many people take the recruitment exam every year. So why is the Alliance always short on personnel? This was an easy question, and the bald old man answered immediately. If someone is capable enough to join the Alliance, they can establish a family. Then another person raised a hand. What is the compensation system like in the Alliance? I am curious about salary, benefits, and outside reputation. The old man wisely crossed his arms and gave a vague answer. The salary is enough for you to focus entirely on your duties, and there is no shortage of support either. You have probably heard the saying that the Alliance is the sword and shield of the kingdom. It means they receive authority directly from His Majesty the King. Alliance members, regardless of rank, may exercise appropriate authority over local officials within the kingdom, as well as over any organization or family in the 6 great duchies. All of it is in accordance with His Majesty's will. That does sound rather impressive. The girl could not help exclaiming, it sounds even more impressive than I thought. Zorgon also raised his hand to ask a question. I understand that they recruit talented people, but if you enter the Alliance, can you become stronger? In his heart, he was always calculating. Graduation day was drawing near. He had studied magic as his teacher instructed, but he still did not feel satisfied. He knew he was not strong enough. He could not bring himself to be content with his own abilities, and his clenched fist felt unbearably tense. The bald old man looked at him seriously. So Zorgon was already thinking about what would come after joining. He assured the boy, that will definitely happen. Zorgon was a little surprised, but he understood everything the old man had said. With the answer from the director of the Administration Bureau, he had completely decided that joining the Alliance would be his goal, and he continued devoting himself to studying magic as usual, without the slightest doubt. Sister Sina had once said that his ability was quite similar to that of the ancient elves. When he looked through old records again, he found that their abilities leaned more toward controlling spirits than mana. They did not summon wind. They controlled wind spirits. They summoned fire spirits to create flames. They controlled water spirits to make rain or freeze water. Then why did the elves lose that ability overnight? Suddenly, he understood. The answer was here. His hand lightly caressed the circular symbol on the book. In the age of the world tree and the great monsters, the elven race was divided into 2, elves and high elves, alternating between rule and seclusion. After the world tree went extinct, they lost the ability to use spiritual power. From then on, the world remained divided for a long time. They had always hoped to be reunited, and in the end, humankind became the center of the world. As for the elves, they became one of the rarest races. It was an interesting story, but he still did not clearly understand what his own power was. The only thing certain was that the light he saw was not spirits, but mana. While he was reading intently, the boy suddenly froze. Something in the book had caught his attention. Old Arthur was surprised when he heard Zorgon's question. "What is dark magic?" Zorgon explained. "I tried looking it up, but there was only basic information." The old man understood. "That's right. Groups that use dark magic have only recently become enemies of the Alliance." The boy told him, "I once saw a ritual performed by the Zeidel people. They used ancient languages, but I don't understand why it produced that effect. If there was a difference, then it was." Before he could finish, the old man realized it. "Mana?" Zorgon had not expected the old man to know. His eyes widened in surprise. "Yes, but to the old man, this was useless. I cannot see mana the way others do, so I did not know exactly what is different. But groups like Zeidel or the Dark Alliance use something called dark mana." Thinking back now, the murky mana he had seen at that time must have been dark mana. What exactly was dark mana? If everything in the world was made from mana, then the evil world was made from dark mana. The two of them discussed it. The evil world? "Teacher, do you know about the demon realm?" "Ido." The demon realm is made of dark mana, and the power used by demons is also dark mana. In other words, the Bonzave use the power of demons. Zorgon knew that sometimes the mana of ordinary people could also become murky and stain black. The old man knew as well. Negative emotions often make people more easily affected by dark mana. Zorgon wondered, then what do the groups that use dark magic try to do with it? The old man was a little uneasy about that too. He scratched his head. I think you can guess by now. They want to overthrow the entire world." Several months later, Zorgon was in his room when he heard loud voices calling from outside the door. "Zorgon, are you really not going to the salon?" He poked his head out the window. It was Sophia and Lucas inviting him. "I'm Fine," the girl replied. "Of course. That's much better than someone else." As she said that, she even glanced at the other guy. The two of them were still bickering like that. Lucas irritably put his hands on his hips. "Why are you looking at me?" The girl immediately argued back. "I just turned my head and you happened to be right there. Don't mess with me. You were clearly looking straight at my face." Watching this from upstairs, Zorgon was speechless. He was already used to it, but it was still funny. "If you're not coming, then fine." The two of them went on ahead together. "Zorgon will go first. Take your time thinking it over, even if it is graduation day." He smiled brightly and waved goodbye to them. That's right, he thought. Those two really are close. If I went along, I would only be a third wheel. When he returned to his room, he suddenly saw the red box containing the spiritual medicine from before. Time really had flown by. The elixir. He had said he would drink it on graduation day. Graduation day, huh? He remembered that Lucas had once told him, "Actually, I heard my father will be attending. If he sees me, he'll definitely tease me." As for Sophia, she had said, "I'm not sure whether the clan head will come, but someone from the main family should be there. Since I missed first place, I at least have to look proper on the outside." Only Zorgon had no one coming at all. He sighed. "I have no family, so I suppose you could say I'm relatively free. I have to protect my family." The two of them were already the people closest to him. But what he had gained here was not only magic. In Zorgon's heart, those words were always engraved deeply. "Zorgon, if you truly feel lonely when this place becomes empty, then remember this. As long as you keep the people who have left in your heart, you are not alone." That was what Bao Lin had taught him before she left. He was never truly alone. He drank the entire bottle of elixir. Its power really was stronger than the tiny pill old Arthur had given him before. He could clearly feel it. His physique had not changed, but after drinking it, mana appeared much clearer to him. Suddenly, he also noticed the egg he had bought long ago. Many years had passed, but that stone still had not changed at all. He picked it up and wondered, is it because of the elixir? Mana appears in much greater detail now. "I think I can break this spell now." He immediately got to work. He had waited far too long. All right, he poured his mana into the egg, and it truly cracked. Zorgon vitet nervously. Something inside was trying to escape. The egg shook continuously. The light of mana radiating from it was enormous. A bird's foot appeared. Its feathers were yellow, while its wings were black. An owl hatched from the egg. Its round eyes stared straight at him as it kept crying out. "Hoo-hoo!" He froze. An owl. For some reason, it became angry and flapped its wings furiously. He guessed something else. Is it a horned owl? That seemed to be right, because the owl's attitude immediately became much gentler. On top of that, it even took the initiative to nuzzle into his arms. It was rather clingy. Zorgon happily stroked its feathers and praised it. Good. Clearly, the dark mana seemed to have vanished just now, so keeping it should probably be fine. He even gave it a name. Then from now on, your name will be L. At the Alliance Academy gate, Old Oak arrived. It had been 5 years since he had last come to Alliance Academy. He looked at the paper bag in his hand. Graduation gifts, huh? I wonder if that devilish son of mine can actually graduate. His eyes lit up. There were 2 gifts inside. He remembered when Zorgon was little and the 2 of them had spoken. I'll see you again at the Alliance, Zorgon. Then I'll go ahead, Uncle Oka. In any case, he was the one who had personally entrusted the boy to the Alliance. Since Zorgon had no guardian, Oka felt that he should at least come to congratulate him. But which way should I go? Suddenly, he saw several teachers talking and recognized old Arthur's familiar face. But why was Sina with them? Teacher Jane placed a hand on her chest and declared, she is also Zorgon's advisor and is very close to him. She is someone Zorgon can open his heart to, almost like family. So I think I'm the only suitable person to serve as Zorgon's guardian. Old Arthur was also irritated as he argued for the position. That child will open up a new future for magic. Even after graduation, we will continue doing research together. Everyone argued noisily. That sounds more like your wish as head of the magic department, teacher, but it is not a reason to claim guardianship. Zorgon has agreed to call me Grandpa Sam after graduation. Sorry to interrupt, but Zorgon calls me sister. So if we're talking about family, I am the most suitable. Hearing this, Old Oak understood. Were they arguing over who would be that boy's guardian? He had not expected the child to grow up with such influence. He looked at the gift bag in his hand and sighed in relief. He had been worrying for nothing. The scene shifted to the Alliance Academy auditorium. A voice rang out, representative of the 266 graduating class, outstanding graduate Zorgon. Please come up to the podium. Zorgon immediately went up. The principal handed him a gift. Congratulations. Unexpectedly, even at this moment, there were still some people gossiping behind his back. Maybe he earned the outstanding graduate title thanks to that face. I wonder where he's from. Which noble family? I heard the illegitimate child of the Bobel family is graduating this time. Could it be him? They never expected that. Right now, Zorgon would say it himself. Since I was 3 years old, I grew up in the Zunston orphanage. I was nearly sacrificed to the Dark Church Zeidel, but the Alliance saved me. After that, I came to this academy, and because I learned so much here, I was able to protect people's lives from death and from the forces of Zeidel. Therefore, my abilities exist only to serve peace and the people. To those who helped me grow into a good person, who became my guardians, and who helped me reach this day, Principal Xigo, all the teachers, the academy staff, the seniors and juniors who have always supported and guided me, and my classmates who walked this journey with me. I dedicate this moment of honor to the Alliance and to the academy that has sheltered all of us. Hearing those words, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps the boy had never needed any guardian at all. From childhood until now, Zorgon had been through so much and had always done everything on his own. Now that he was grown, he needed a guardian even less. After the graduation ceremony, he and his friends walked through town and chatted. Zorgon, your graduation speech was amazing. You really are something. Lucas looked at him in confusion. You're already thinking about the Alliance entrance exam right after graduation. What's strange about that? I've never hidden it. That was my plan from the beginning. You two are the same, aren't you? Lucas froze. Me? I just want to run away so my father won't scold me. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to tell Zorgon, oh, right. My father came looking for you. Zorgon nodded. After the exam, I'll go greet him. Sophia had been silent the whole time, not saying a word. The sadness on her face was obvious. Zorgon immediately asked after his friend, what's wrong? Unexpectedly, the girl, who usually looked so strong, said, I'm fine. It's just that I get embarrassed in front of crowds. I've lost all my confidence. Lucas gloomily shoved both hands into his trouser pockets. Good grief, I don't even know if I'll do well on the test. Zorgon understood everything Sophia had confided. He patted her shoulder to encourage her. It's all right, Sophia. Let's pass the Alliance exam together and aim even higher. They will definitely acknowledge you. I know your skills better than anyone. Just trust me. The girl nodded softly. It was about time. Let's go register first. Over there, he handed over his documents. I am Zorgon, a graduate of Alliance Academy. Several other people standing behind him looked him over critically. They're graduates from Alliance Academy. Huh. I heard more than 100 people are taking the exam this time. Those tiny brats are taking it too. If they're 15, then they meet the minimum requirement. They still look like children to me. The receptionist pushed the documents back toward him. Zorgon, outstanding graduate of Alliance Academy. Your registration has been confirmed. Please take this ticket to examination area number 1. The group who had been bad-mouthing him was startled when they heard that. Outstanding graduate. Well, that changes things. I heard this kid uses magic. They said he's very handsome. Looks like the rumors were true. Turning around, he saw his 2 friends. Lucas, Sophia, have you 2 registered? Lucas nodded and pointed behind him. Yeah, let's go. The scene shifted to the waiting room of examination area number 1. The 3 of them stood talking. Lucas put a hand on his hip and asked, "The first round is a free demonstration, right?" Sophia reminded them, "Yes. You just have to show the examiners your best skills." Zorgon was absolutely confident. "We just need to do what we usually do. After we pass this round, let's focus again." The other 2 both agreed, though they looked a little nervous. Someone came out from inside and called, "Next candidate, outstanding graduate of Alliance Academy, Zorgon. If you are ready, please step forward." Inside examination area number 1, in the arena, the examiners were already seated. The first thing he had to fight was an ugly, plump stone monster. A glittering red stone was embedded in its body. "Begin." Zorgon used a long chant. The light of mana radiated outward. Everyone present was horrified. With just his first move, he shattered the monster into several pieces. Chunks of stone fell from its body and clattered to the ground. He clenched his fist. Final strike. The red stone on the monster's body cracked as well. The monster was smashed to pieces, leaving only a red stone floating in midair. Thick dust and smoke obscured everything. The haze gradually cleared. Just like that, Zorgon had completely taken it down in no time. The examiners were stunned. They frowned in confusion. "Ow, I thought this boy would only use something like ice arrows or fireballs." They murmured to one another. "I've never seen magic like that." "Have you?" "This is my first time too." So he really is an outstanding student. The praise wasn't exaggerated at all. Zorgon finished the exam. As soon as he came out, Lucas grinned excitedly, threw an arm around his shoulders, and shouted, "Congratulations on clearing the round. You were incredible." Finally, Sophia also praised him. "That was amazing. Zorgon humebeli similit biraiti." "Thank you, but it's still too early for congratulations. That was only the first round." Lucas pointed in a certain direction. "The important thing is, did you see that? Over there." The people who had just been whispering about them at the registration desk had all failed miserably and were still frightened as they supported one another on their way out. After seeing your magic, their faces turned completely pale. Lucas even teased him. "You showed all your cards right at the start like that. What are the rest of us supposed to do?" "The people taking the exam after you were so unlucky. The great master Lucas hasn't even taken the stage yet." As Lucas said that, Zorgon felt embarrassed on his behalf. While they were joking cheerfully, Zorgon suddenly stopped. He looked over and saw that Sophia was still dazed. Her face was clearly worried and gloomy. She had been like that all day. Zorgon called softly, "Sophia, I'm really looking forward to your performance. Let's enter the alliance together." What could be better than having 2 good friends like this? The girl's eyes shimmered with emotion. Thank you." Just then, a voice called out, "Next candidate, Sophia Bobel. When you are ready, please step forward." The girl immediately picked up her sword. She walked straight ahead, but she was still very nervous. Lucas suddenly called out, "Hey, Sophia, don't be afraid. Just do what you usually do." The girl turned back to look at the 2 of them, smiled, and nodded. She stepped onto the stage and faced a monster exactly like the one Zorgon had fought earlier. Her strength was swordsmanship. The others watched from above. It looks like this girl intends to use Bobel swordsmanship, but her stance is strange. Is that so? I have crossed swords with the Bobel family several times, so I know that technique very well. Its successive attacks are said to rival illusionary swordsmanship and are very difficult to defend against. But do you know why people say the Bobel sword is heavy? Why? Because of depth. The sword must become one with the body, and that is the most important point of the Bobel technique. But if she draws her sword like that, there is no depth at all. Then what should that girl do? Everyone was discussing Sophia. She must always be one with the sword. That illegitimate child should learn how to hold a sword all over again first. Those words were clearly full of contempt. Zorgon stood there and heard everything. They could talk all they wanted, but she did not deserve such harsh words. "Show them, Sophia. Show them your true worth." The girl began her attack. She charged straight at the enormous monster and focused all her strength. With one slash, no one knew how many cuts she delivered to the monster. It immediately shattered, while the people who had been bad-mouthing her moments ago gaped in rigid shock. Zorgon breathed a sigh of relief. He was glad she had succeeded. The earth monster crumbled apart. Sophia had succeeded with just a single swing of her sword. However, she still looked very tense. The manager came over to remind them, Sophia Bobel pass. Please receive your confirmation mark and return. She had done so well that the people there could barely keep up while watching. Even I couldn't see it clearly. How could those follow-up strikes be so fast? I had no idea a mud golem could be cut down that easily. That's impossible. Look at the other examinees taking the test. Just chipping it a little is already impressive. Those consecutive strikes were perfect, and that was only the second skill she used. As expected of the Bobel family, her talent is incredible. Zorgon and Lucas stood there listening to the people talking without saying anything. The two of them smiled as they waited for Sophia to run over to them. Zorgon, Lucas, both of you praise me. You did great, Sophia. Lucas even turned to tease her. Your sword was a little slower than usual. You must still have been a bit nervous, right? Lucas drew his sword. Now it's my turn. Everyone, watch and learn. Let's see. Next is Lucas, please step forward. It was time for him to show off after all his boasting from below. He held the long sword on his back and grinned at his companions. Looks like it's time to warm up a little. Begin when ready. Before the words were even finished, he leaped forward and attacked. Even the monster had not had time to ready itself. With a single stroke, his sword split the red stone on its chest in two. Done. Fast, clean, and decisive. No one had time to see it. He stood there looking disappointed. Honestly, I got a little too excited just now. The others stood there staring in shock. That's the third one. The verbal confirmation can be given now. After stammering for a while, the examiner finally managed to speak. Lucas pass. That ended everything. Lucas brought Zorgon back to his house. All right, make yourself at home. If you need anything, just tell me. So this is where I'll be living from now on. I didn't even know where I was supposed to stay after graduation. Thank you, Lucas. He answered casually, it's nothing. Of course you should come to my place. Father said dinner is ready, so unpack your things and come down to eat. Zorgon immediately nodded. Yes, I'll be done soon. The main dish was a bowl of soup that did not look very appetizing. Carrots? Old Oka even warmly invited him. If it isn't enough, I'll get you more. Eat plenty. Zorgon would never dare complain, so he could only answer, yes, thank you, sir. Lucas grumbled, I won't eat it if there's no meat. Before he could even finish, he got a smack on the head. You little brat, how old are you? And you're still being picky. Zorgon sat there, eating obediently while the other two bickered. Why did you hit me, father? Stop complaining and eat. Try it, and you'll see it tastes good. But the moment Zorgon tasted one bite, chills ran through him. It was awful. Oka suddenly asked him, do you like that gift? Zorgon immediately nodded. It's exactly what I needed. Thank you, sir. Only he knew that he had received 6 identical wallets. Hearing that, anyone could guess who had given him the others. After dinner, the three of them sat together drinking water and chatting happily. The first time I met you, I already felt you were very special, but I never expected to see magic at that level in the very first test. Zorgon nodded and explained, they told us to do our best. The old man looked at him. I'm looking forward to the second round. Zorgon was not afraid at all. He answered with a bright smile, yes. Please come watch me, sir. 1 week later, the day of the second test had arrived. 2 people stood on the balcony looking down and talking. More people passed the second test than expected. No wonder the test schedule has been extended. In any case, it has been a very long time since we witnessed this many successful examinees. They're being called a shining generation, and that child is the brightest among them all. Zorgon, wasn't it? Zorgon stood in the middle of the arena, waiting for the second round to begin. He wondered, the second test consists of 3 matches, right? 3 matches in a row? Fortunately, I'm not facing Sophia or Lucas. I wonder who I'll be up against. Is it you? The person standing before Zorgon now looked extremely familiar, but it seemed he did not recognize Zorgon. He narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Do you know me? In truth, they had only been 2 strangers standing beside each other at the time. He had heard this man's comments about Sophia's swordsmanship during the first test. Of course, the man had given rather harsh evaluations back then, but Sophia had still passed that test. Zorgon smiled and spoke directly to his face. Your view on combining swordsmanship with grip technique was truly impressive. I also hope to learn something from you. The man was a little startled. He had not expected the person he had badmouthed behind her back to have hurt him, but his prideful nature remained the same. Very well. You look like you just graduated. I'll teach you a lesson. Be grateful that you get to fight me. Begin. Draw your sword and fight. Zorgon's eyes lit up. With just one glance from him, the other man's sword was sent flying into the air. What happens when you brag too early? This time, he was bound to lose. Only now did the man realize his sword had been knocked away by Zorgon. He pointed and shouted, "What was that?" Losing your weapon counts as defeat. The referee even asked him, "Do you still wish to continue?" The man was utterly embarrassed, furious. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "I can't believe I'm being provoked by a brat like this." Still, he deliberately answered, "Of course." He stomped hard on the ground. "You arrogant brat." This man was both foolish and stubborn. Without knowing his own limits, he charged forward. "Even without a weapon, I can still handle someone like you." But just when he had taken a few steps, he froze on the spot. His eyes widened in terror. Zorgon was controlling the man's own sword and making it fall straight down to attack him. It struck him right on the head. It looked painful just watching it. The sword clattered to the ground. As for the man, he fainted dead away. What a miserable sight. The referee was speechless. Zorgon wins. Leave the arena and prepare for the next match. Zorgon smiled until his eyes curved. This had been an exciting match. In fact, he had not even needed to move or lift a hand. A few days later, the documents were returned. At last, the decisive interview day had arrived. He was about to join the alliance, but his face did not look happy at all. If he had learned anything from the second match the other day, it was that his attacks always followed a repeating pattern. I usually counterattack rather than attack first, and I always rely on the situation to reverse the outcome. He knew it now, as he walked back and forth thinking, when I join the alliance, I'll need to attack more proactively or react more flexibly. I have to learn many new skills. For now, I should just be happy that I passed the exam. Only the final interview remained. While thinking, he suddenly remembered his beloved pet, Owl. It flew straight to him from somewhere. The two of them seemed very close and affectionate. "Did you come to congratulate me?" Ever since waking from the stone, the owl often disappeared, leaving only traces behind, then suddenly appeared again when I was alone like this. It seemed very attached to him, rubbing its head against Zorgon's finger. How strange. Whenever it disappears, I can't sense its mana anywhere, as if it has slipped into another space. He looked at it and asked, "Where did you come from? Or have you always been near me?" I still don't fully understand this owl's traits. What exactly is it? Just wait a little longer. Once I join the alliance, I'll find a way to communicate with you. There must be some language book that can help me understand what you're saying. Suddenly, its attitude changed, and Zorgon immediately had to ask, "What's wrong, Owl?" "Ah, there you are. I've been looking all over for you." When he turned back, the owl had vanished again, so it had sensed someone coming. Sophia waved and called out, "It's your turn. Let's go to the interview." At the Alliance headquarters, the others had all arrived as well. Zorgon's group talked together. "There are far fewer people here than during the first test. I heard only about 50 people made it to the final interview." Lucas could no longer hold himself together today. His whole body trembled and cold sweat poured from him. "Why are you nervous again?" He still forced himself to argue. "What? I feel fine." Sophia did not believe him at all. "Fine, you're sweating buckets. You're never like this unless you're standing in front of adults." Zorgon was also puzzled. Is it because of Deputy Director Oka? Just then, someone came out from inside, looking gloomy and utterly discouraged. Seeing that, Lucas grew even more anxious. Some people go in and never come out for ages, while others come out quickly as if they gave up halfway through. What in the world is happening in there? Zorgon could not help asking, "Why are you so restless? You're 2 years older than us. What can age solve at a time like this?" Lucas was speechless. That was such a helpful thing to say, Zorgon. Friends are supposed to help each other. This interview is to assess character, right? Right now, his whole body was like a field of danger points. The moment anyone touched one, it set him off. He grabbed Zorgon tightly. "Are you saying I have a bad character?" Just then, the next call came from inside. "Zorgon, enter." It was his turn. A magic circle was engraved on the closed door. It slowly opened, the spell circle resonating with the mana of the person approaching. It was a rather complex type of magic. I really wanted to study that magic more deeply, but not now. This way, I suppose. There was no one inside the room. Zorgon wondered in confusion. Isn't the person in charge supposed to interview me directly? Or have they not arrived yet? Suddenly, Zorgon sensed something. A stream of golden mana drifted through the air as if pointing the way. He immediately followed it. It led to a closed wooden door. As soon as he approached, it opened on its own. The sight around him was utterly shocking. He froze stiff. A tremendous source of mana. A voice rang out. Komein. A beautiful woman wearing a black blindfold over her eyes stood there waiting. Veljome Zorgan. Only now did he realize that the warm voice belonged to this person. He did not know why, but she gave him an incredibly powerful impression. The mana source he sensed was strong and seasoned, incomparable to anything else. Perhaps this was the summit he would have to aim for one day. She pointed toward the table and chairs. Please sit. Only then did he come back to his senses. Ah, yes. Thank you, ma'am. She even poured tea herself and offered it to him. This was the Director General of the Alliance. He felt somewhat tense. Could I ever reach a position like that? He had only taken one sip of tea when his eyes widened in astonishment. She did not miss any of Zorgan's expressions and smiled. This tea seems to suit you very well. Zorgan admitted, yes. It's hot, but strangely, it makes me feel refreshed. She explained, that is because there is something special about your body. He had not expected that upon their very first meeting, this person would even see through the fact that his body could not retain mana. She was like a fortune teller revealing everything. Your journey here must have been very difficult. You must have felt lonely as well. But all of this was true. He sat there blankly, not knowing what to say. Lonely? I've never thought about that. Before I met everyone at the Alliance Academy, I always believed my heart was full of the people I cherished. The woman's voice continued evenly, and yet you still grew up splendidly. This was the first time I'd ever heard such words. People had always praised my effort and talent, but this was the first time someone had truly understood my past. Throughout all that time spent running forward without rest, this was the first time someone had comforted me like this. Tears unconsciously fell. Zorgan was startled and hurriedly wiped them away. Why do I suddenly want to cry? Is it because of this mana? The woman spoke again. Even if your body has a defect, your heart remains pure and sincere. It is strong, yet built upon a solid and peaceful foundation. And you are also accompanied by a marvelous little creature. As she spoke, she pointed straight at his shoulder. Brilliant golden light filled the place. The owl appeared, and it even looked very respectful toward her. Even Zorgan was surprised. I've never seen Owl this quiet before. He introduced it to her. Its name is Owl. She nodded. A wonderful child. I will keep watching over it. All right, you may leave now. That was all. But Zorgan knew that this person not only knew about his past, but also about Owl's existence, as if she understood everything. If I ask about the vision I once saw, will she answer? He took the initiative and asked, I have a question. She agreed immediately. Ask. Zorgan clearly knew that she understood everything. He only needed to ask briefly. The scene I saw back then, was it truly the future? She did not confirm it. There is no such thing as a certain future. If you saw the future, then from that moment on, it was no longer the future. Everything changes according to your will. So believe in the future you desire. Zorgan understood. That's right. The scene I saw wasn't the future. It was only one possibility. I just need to keep working hard to prevent that possibility from happening. Humans have always lived with that kind of belief. Until now, he had always been shrouded in doubt, as if covered by a layer of fog. But now, he could feel the path he had to walk. This was a milestone bestowed upon him by a great master. I will forever engrave this in my heart. The next day, at Oka's house, loud voices rang out. Now then, I've prepared the dishes you love. Eat your fill and enjoy them. I pour my heart into this to celebrate your joining the Alliance. As it turned out, he had cooked carrots with meat, and that made it a special dish. Lucas could not take it. Just because there's meat, you call that a special meal? Zorgan and Sophia were still as polite as ever. Thank you, sir. We'll enjoy it. By the way, sir, where will we be assigned? Even the old man did not know. That's hard to say. Perhaps the Director General arranged it during the interview. There's no chance the three of us will be stationed in the same place, is there? Old Oka stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Only 10 people were chosen, and the 3 of you are among them. You're also the only ones who graduated from the Alliance Academy. It's hard to imagine all 3 of you being placed in the same location. But honestly, I don't know what Her Excellency is thinking. And although I am Lucas's father and your uncle in this house, Outside, I am your commander, and you are members of Sikar and Oz. Do you understand? Yes. Then I'll go on ahead. See you at the Alliance. The three of them remained behind. Lucas rested his chin on his hand and spoke as if imparting wisdom. As long as I hold firmly to my beliefs, I don't care where I go. Sophia wondered, do you really hate working under your father that much? He shrugged and answered, that isn't important. There's always a distance between us, even as father and son. The two of them continued talking. Then why are you afraid of him? What I mean is, it's best to keep work and private life separate. Hearing these words from him, Zorgon smiled gently. Lucas had grown a great deal. Zorgon spoke up. Even if we work in the same place, we're not so close that we need to worry about mixing public and private matters. Is that so, brother? Then why not create a proper order to balance work and life? There he went again. The three of them were always like this. He joked freely and without restraint. At last, this day had arrived. The three of them stood outside the entrance to the Alliance headquarters. The gatekeeper read their names. Zorgon, Lucas, Sophia. Confirmed. Once you have prepared everything necessary for your roles, we will begin basic training. Zorgon realized. This way leads to the administrative building where I once met Lord Lazazut, but I've never been received this formally before. Coming here truly makes me feel my new position. The three of them followed the soldier inside. The things I need. The moment the door opened, something already felt wrong. Inside was a forge blazing with heat and fire. Where do we begin? To be considered the Alliance's new swords and books, what new weapons do you need? A dwarf blacksmith named Azik walked over, folded his arms, and looked them over. It's time to forge weapons suited to the three of you. Choose a weapon from that rack that feels right to you. Lucas immediately picked up a spear. Oh, this is nice. Zorgon walked around choosing. The one who chose a great sword stepped forward and swung it confidently. Confidently? Lucas immediately tried it. The old dwarf watched him closely. If we increase the weight and sharpen the blade tip, it will have even more destructive power. We'll adjust the length to suit you, so you must train constantly. As for Sophia, of course it was a sword. She immediately picked one up. Oh, I've always wanted a sword like this. The old man looked toward her. Next, the one holding the long sword. Sophia immediately raised the sword and swung it. With the Bobel-style swordsmanship, you may lack power, but your balance and stability are excellent. You have trained your legs to be extremely steady. Why not use a shield together with your sword? Now that you're in the Alliance, there's no need to cling forever to your family's swordsmanship. The old man's advice was reasonable. Sophia nodded. I'll consider it. Unexpectedly, the old man immediately said, Good, I'll try it. Sophia was stunned. A sword and shield at the same time. The old man nodded at once. Why be afraid to try? That's right. Next, you standing there. It's your turn. Only Zorgon had yet to choose anything. He stepped forward. The old man folded his arms and stared at him. You're a mage, aren't you? The old man could tell just by looking, without Zorgon needing to say anything. Old Azik asked directly, Wait, you're a mage? Zorgon nodded. That's right. The old man pondered for a moment. In that case, I should make an item suited to your profession. But Zorgon did not need that. He asked the old man directly instead. In that case, may I ask you for something else? The old man was surprised. A request. Zorgon took out his small sword fragments. All this time, I have never been careless, and I have never held a sword in my hand when fighting. So I use my divine sense to control these broken sword fragments. Do you have any way to repair them? The old man simply said, Hand them over and let me have a look. With one glance, the old man understood. A demonic sword controlled by dark mana. Is it? You really are an interesting one. The old man knew how to repair it. It can no longer function as an ordinary sword, but if I reforge it as I see fit, it can be transformed into a maximum of 12 thinner blades. As soon as Zorgon heard that, his face lit up. But before he could rejoice, the old man immediately waved his hand. Do not get excited so quickly just because you heard that. It sounds easy, but this reforging process is extremely complicated. When these sword fragments are broken apart and reforged, each piece must contain a perfectly equal amount of mana. If it is done carelessly, this specimen will be destroyed. A 4th tier mage or above must help me reforge it, and it will take quite a lot of time. Zorgon thought it would be something difficult, but it was not. He was right here. So, as long as a 4th tier mage assists you, it will be fine, correct? The old man was stunned, practically falling backward. This was not something even a young mage in the Alliance could easily accomplish. Was this boy being arrogant? or did he truly have the strength he claimed? The old man decided to see what the boy could do. Even if he failed, the boy would bear full responsibility for his own actions. After thinking it over again and again, the old man finally agreed. Just do not exert too much mana on it. Zorgon began following the old man's instructions. Mana started to envelop the sword fragments. Zorgon closed his eyes. I can sense it now. Half of the acuity and sensitivity Mother Bolin taught me, together with the branches of mana within my body, are spreading outward. I guide this flow of mana gently, as if touching each strand of mana one by one. Then I need to apply the kind of magic Lord Lazaret taught me. Not yet. The key to success is distributing the mana as evenly as possible into the 12 fragments. Once the mana is fixed in place and divided equally, that will be when I succeed. At last, it was complete. Old Azek could not believe his eyes. His mouth fell open in shock. That brat is actually using 4th tier magic? The cracks in the sword fragments were bound together. Zorgon swung both hands, and they shattered into identical pieces. Each piece was uniform and fell straight into old Azek's hands. Sweat drenched the old man's face. He carefully held the fragments and gave a strained laugh. Both the size and the mana concentration are completely identical. And this is the result produced by a 15-year-old brat who has only just joined the Alliance. The old man had taken a liking to Zorgon. He declared solemnly, I will devote all my heart and effort to completing this for you. The scene shifted to another classroom where an old teacher stood on the platform. You should all have had your uniforms tailored and your weapons made by now, yes? Now we will officially begin the frontline training course. As you know, the Alliance has 7 divisions: faith, harmony, honor, stability, reality, responsibility, and freedom. You will be assigned to one of these 7 divisions to carry out missions. Your initial rank is called Basic, and only through merit, achievements, and talent can you advance to Intermediate, Advanced, and Master. However, this world will not be simple or forgiving toward you. Simply by bearing the name of the Alliance, you are already the target of countless dangers. Even the people you know may call you the kingdom's dogs. Even so, never falter. Your existence is meant to protect the peace of the kingdom and the safety of its people. Your mission is to build a better world. The person standing there delivering this ideological indoctrination speech was old Lazaret. Now, we will announce the divisions to which the recruits have been assigned. In 1 week, enlistment day will arrive. Old Azek handed a brown cloth bag to Zorgon. Here, take it. You will like it. You can connect it with your mana. I call it 7. Zorgon nodded gratefully. Yes, sir. He thought to himself, 7, huh? I want to try it right now. So he immediately called his close friend. Lucas, let's go. Lucas was extremely depressed. In the end, Lucas had been assigned to the Faith Division, where his father was vice captain. Zorgon still had to encourage him. Why do you look so gloomy? We are going to be late for the meeting. Come on. The two chatted as they walked. Lucas clutched his aching head. Is this divine punishment? Zorgon patted his shoulder to comfort him. Think of it as an opportunity to learn. Who knows? It might even be good fortune. Inside the room, several people were training. Some were sparring with swords, while others were gathered in groups talking. Those were the seniors of the Faith Division. All of them were busy training. Before the two could say anything, they heard a voice ring out. The recruits we have been waiting for have arrived. Zorgon's gaze was drawn to something. That badge and that blonde man. He was Asian, captain of the Faith Division, advanced rank. He smiled warmly and waved. I am Asian. Zorgon stared at him. That person is the captain of the Faith Division with an advanced rank badge. The two bowed in greeting and introduced themselves. Zorgon, basic rank of the Faith Division. Lucas, basic rank of the Faith Division. The man laughed cheerfully and walked toward them with open arms. Bulkuma. I was getting bored because no one knew I'd come here. Zorgon, let me test your skills. The two of them answered in confusion. Why is he suddenly interested in my skills? Asian pointed to the side. Your opponent will be this man. The other man had only just said, pleased to meet you, when Lucas was struck as if by lightning. His mouth fell open and his eyes went wide. I am Oka, vice captain of the Faith Division. This was just too much. Are we really supposed to face him like this? Old Oka was very serious, crossing his arms and looking straight at Zorgon. On the battlefield, there is no convenient timing. It has been 5 years since I saw you use a sword with spiritual power. I want to see how strong you have become. Zorgon calmly accepted the challenge. I'm curious about that as well, to see what level I can reach here. The old man found nothing strange about it. You are as confident as ever. But a match with me requires more than empty words. You must prove your strength. Show me what you do best. As he spoke, the old man drew the long sword from his back. Blue light also radiated from Zorgon's hands. What I do best is magic, and these 12 blades filled with mana. Old Oka still remembered them. Interesting. It seems the number of blades has increased compared to before. Zorgon nodded. That is right. I was given a special gift to mark my enlistment. Oka could tell at a glance. It is clearly Azek's work. Have you named it yet? Zorgon introduced it. I call it 7. The old man stared at the identical sword fragments hovering around Zorgon. It carries the meaning of a knight who protects its master. A blade with an ordinary appearance in that name. I want to know whether it has power worthy of you. Suddenly, Zorgon spoke seriously. Here, I would like to ask you something, uncle. Oka paused. What is it? As it turned out, Zorgon requested, would you allow me to make the first move? Azian, who was watching, immediately became excited. Impressive. Old Oka instantly became cautious. Of course, he could not refuse such a request. His eyes narrowed. That was not fear. This boy has definitely calculated something. This child is very clever. The old man's sword pointed straight at Zorgon and flashed with light. I will not be lenient toward any poor imitation, no matter whose it is. The old man's sword technique was the Glimmo swordsmanship of the Basso family. Zorgon had trained harshly with Lucas for 5 years in order to understand it. However, he knew that facing Vice Captain Oka created completely different pressure compared to facing Lucas. Before attacking, Zorgon warned him, "Then I will begin." His blue eyes shone brightly. The sword fragments began flying straight ahead like sharp arrows. The old man swung his sword to defend. He remarked, "It still lacks smoothness, but with a little more refinement, it will become an extremely terrifying weapon." However, the old man immediately shifted into an offensive stance. "You're still far from being able to match me." That was absolutely true. The old man was so fast and powerful that Zorgon could not react in time. Zorgon stared blankly at him. "I'm going to be hit." The shining manosphere in his palm activated instantly. I cannot face a sword coming at this speed head-on. The best thing I could do now is slow that sword down. Countless bands of Zorgon's mana wrapped tightly around old Oka like parachute cords, making it impossible for him to move quickly. Lucas watched in a daze. That is, the sword looks as if it has been caught by some force. Zorgon had calculated all of this. I changed the weight and friction to hold that sword back. Then I adjusted the direction and used airflow to guide 7 forward. Old Oka realized it as well. He has learned a few new skills. But these little tricks cannot stop my blade. You still do not have enough strength for that. The old man leaped high into the air and brought his sword down with both hands. It looked extremely dangerous. All of Zorgon's sword fragments instantly wrapped around the old man's sword, blocking it. The little sword pieces trembled, but they still managed to hold. Just that alone showed how strong Zorgon was. Old Oka even exclaimed, "Remarkable. Those blades possess power far beyond what I expected." Zorgon had escaped the dangerous situation and gained a little distance from the old man. He was well aware of his own weakness. But my mana is too weak to completely control the path of his sword. I know this exceeds my current ability. I can recreate 7 and control it again without trouble, but the problem is, there's no way back now. In that case, I will have to face him head-on. A fireball flared up in Zorgon's hand. It was time to use a surprise move. Old Oka was caught off guard and was genuinely startled. Fortunately, he managed to block the fireball with his sword. He nearly lost face. The students were shocked by the scene. The old man burst out laughing. He had not expected it. Zorgon hurriedly said, "I am sorry. That last move had been too dangerous." One side of the old man's cheek had been burned. However, the old man was not angry. Instead, he asked, "In that case, shall we try again?" Azian stood outside laughing so hard he could not close his mouth, clapping loudly. "Unbelievable. You burned his beard on your first day here." Lucas, standing beside him, struggled desperately to hold back his laughter. The others gathered around and teased him as well. "Vice Captain, you're no longer full beard now, are you? You are half beard." They chattered noisily. "That new Brad is pretty good. Looks like the rumors were true, though he is still clumsy in battle." Someone lowered their voice and said, "Using a fireball at that moment, just out of politeness, was a bit ridiculous, kid." Azian suddenly called out, "Zorgon, come here for a moment." He praised him seriously. "That was an interesting battle. Both your magic and your sword skills are good. Zorgon recalled the sword fragments. Yes, sir. Azian asked again. What did you think of the vice captain's swordsmanship? Zorgon gave his honest assessment. Every sword stroke contains explosive power, and he always moves smoothly when attacking. Azian teased him further. It is funny because you blocked and dodged those sword strikes instinctively. Zorgon felt embarrassed hearing that. I feel I am still far beneath him. That much was obvious. The old man had many more years of experience than Zorgon. Azian gave a light snort. But it seems you learn a lesson from that fight. He patted Zorgon's shoulder heavily. In any case, well done. The Faith Division values that adaptability of yours. You will fit well with the way things are done here. Seeing Zorgon's gloomy face, he encouraged him. Do not rush. Even if you are not truly good in combat yet, you are ready for the challenges ahead. Zigo trained you well. After saying that, he turned and called Sina. The young woman immediately answered, Yes, Commander. He ordered, help Zorgon go even further while he is staying here. She accepted the order at once. Understood. All right, Zorgon is more or less settled. The next recruit is none other than Lucas. As soon as Azian saw him, he smiled brightly. Oh, I know the perfect person to continue the battle with you. It was Vice Captain Oka of the Faith Division. This man was really going too far, making father and son fight each other. Lucas could not believe it. Please spare me. Sina spoke to Zorgon before beginning the private training session. There are a few things I need to tell you about that match just now. Zorgon, your magic is truly impressive. But earlier, if you could not maintain distance from your opponent, then the one who would have trouble gaining the advantage would be you. Zorgon knew this. It was exactly what he had been thinking this whole time. She was right. The greater the distance between me and the enemy, the better. Losing room to move like I did just now is extremely dangerous for me. Sina began the training. Now, watch carefully first. The way you move your feet in battle is the key to victory. She displayed all her skills. Zorgon was shocked watching her. It was his first time seeing her hold a sword. She maintained both her breathing and speed while still moving lightly. Her steps were as light as clouds. Even though it was only a practice match, her movements along the flow of mana looked incredibly natural. This was not something that could be trained in just a few days. Sina did not hide her skill either. After showing him that demonstration, she looked at Zorgon and said, even if you want to learn it immediately, it will take time to become accustomed to it. But before the young woman could even dry her sweat, she froze stiffly as she looked at him. His voice rang out, do not rush. Let me imagine it. Zorgon stood there, surrounded by the glow of mana spreading outward. He was recalling the vice captain's movements during the match, the broad arc of the greatsword, the way he maintained just enough distance before dodging that sword stroke. But everything would be different when facing a complex sword path. Even a tiny angle of the toe could decide life and death. Up to this point, it is no different from what I have done before. But if I use long-range magic to control the opponent's movement, then the difference in mana will determine the outcome. However, my mana is still only at the beginner level. Now that I have joined the Alliance, I must assume every enemy is stronger than me. Merely imitating a senior's movements is meaningless, because our core abilities are completely different. Zorgon had realized all of this on his own. Merely copying without understanding the core was useless. Sina looked at him and could guess as much. It seems you have realized something. Zorgon spoke first. Those movements are not something I can master quickly. But Sina did not believe him. You just imitated them after seeing them once, and now you say that. Zorgon shook his head and immediately explained, I cannot go any further if I simply follow you. I cannot become like you, senior. She looked at Zorgon in confusion. Is he giving up? Did I misjudge him all this time? The word give up should not even exist in his dictionary. She frowned tightly and tried to persuade him. I only demonstrated a simple movement. You are a talented mage, so why are you getting discouraged so quickly? Listening to you, it sounds like all you are doing is complaining. Her words made Zorgon freeze. A mage, right? He understood. Instead of blaming my weak mana, I should find a way to do what I can do. If I control airflow with mana to create the movements I want, I can prevent the enemy from stepping into my safe space and create something like an invisible wall to protect myself, an imaginary boundary. That is it. That is what I've been searching for all this time. It seems I learned many valuable lessons today. Zorgon recalled what he had once learned. This is the holy flame barrier that Lord Ather taught me. Holy flame barrier. With my current strength, I think I can recreate a portion of its power. If I cannot stop an enemy from invading my space, then this method is probably the closest answer to what I'm searching for. He raised his hand high, and a manosphere gave off light, controlled trajectories, and neutralized the enemy's attacks, while simultaneously enhancing the effect of my own strikes. To me, this is my private space, which no one can invade. Suddenly, someone stepped inside, without asking permission at all. Zorgon immediately looked over and brought out his sword fragments. That person said nothing and rushed forward to attack as fast as lightning. They were clearly challenging him. When adjusting the speed and friction of a sword, the power of a slash changes. That also means the blade's direction will be affected. Zorgon realized their movements. I have seen through it. Sina stood outside watching Zorgon inside, frantically training by himself. She did not know what to do and could only stand there watching. As for Zorgon, he was fighting against illusions on his own, no matter who the opponent might be. I have to train a nimble body and steady breathing so I can maintain this speed and dodge every attack coming at me. Suddenly, he froze in surprise. That figure turned into Sina, who was knocking away several of his blades. She had finally seen through it. I was wondering what you were doing, brooding by yourself. So it turns out you discovered such an interesting defensive method. He immediately said politely, "Thanks to your guidance, Senior, I've improved." She knew perfectly well she had not done much, but she was pleased while feeling embarrassed, so she turned away. Your talent for flattery hasn't changed at all, has it? Then let's see what you've grasped. The lesson isn't over yet. Sina rushed forward like an arrow. This attack seemed intense. He controlled the small blades, joining them together into one long blade. Sina charged in too quickly and fell into his trap. Her whole body felt heavy. What magic is this? The air feels so heavy and restrictive. This isn't normal at all. Zorgon's eyes shone brightly as he smiled in satisfaction. First step, Senior, you were just a little off. She had to admit it. Yes, I almost lost my breathing rhythm and movement speed. This magic of yours will probably be very useful in real combat. He knew his own strengths, but he also understood his weaknesses. But I'm still not talented enough to keep up with the movements of my seniors. Sina praised him. Recognizing your own weaknesses is the way to gain deeper insight into yourself. True understanding of everything will come from there. Do you understand? But based on your speed and breathing just now, you should slow down and stop restraining yourself so much. You look too rushed. He widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "You mean I look like I'm in too much of a hurry?" He had to admit that much. Yes. Could you guide me more on that movement part, Senior? Of course. I came here to guide you. After all, the scene shifted elsewhere. From inside a room came a voice. "Come in." Sina pushed the door open and entered. In the room, Azian and Old Oka were already sitting and waiting. "Captain and Vice Captain, did you call for me?" The blonde man got straight to the point. "I've heard a lot of praise about Zorgon here. He seems to have overcome the usual limitations of a mage. You guided him very well, didn't you?" Old Oka crossed his arms and asked seriously, "Wasn't it simply that his innate talent was brought out properly?" One sentence was enough to deny all of Sina's efforts. Sina admitted it too. "I didn't do anything especially remarkable." Azian answered with a smile, "You're very modest. What you taught him will be the foundation for his future growth. So Sina will be responsible for training him from now on, correct? We should also teach him something, shouldn't we?" He had already planned everything out, but the compatibility and understanding between Sina and Zorgon were the best. The two of them decided it right away. "Therefore, let Zorgon accompany you on this mission." Sina was shocked to the core when she heard it. "Is it already time to do that?" Azian smiled so broadly that it was hard to trust him, while reassuring Sina, "It isn't anything too major. It's just a light reconnaissance mission. The vice captain already cleared out the farm of the Zettel rebels before, but it seems they're starting some new plan." The only information Azian had was that they seemed to be gathering mercenaries in Holland in order to take some kind of action against the Empire. You only need to sneak into their ranks and observe the situation. Just a little observation. Think of this as outdoor field training, all right. It sounded so easy that Sina was left speechless. Even if she did not want to, she had to keep quiet and do it. Elsewhere, Zorgon was training with Lucas when someone approached. "Is it today?" It was Sophia, holding a sword in one hand and a spear in the other. "It's great that you two have been assigned a mission." Sophia alone had been assigned to Unit 4. She was assigned to the Honor Guard. The Honor Guard was a combat group made up mainly of mages and magic swordsmen, specializing in protecting other mages. Sophia was not very enthusiastic about it. She looked visibly down. She wanted to hold a sword much more than a shield. Still, he thought it might actually suit her better. The more thoughtful he was, the denser Lucas was. Lucas said right to her face, "You're still clumsy with weapons, and you want to talk about carrying out missions?" The two of them immediately turned and started arguing. "I'm working hard too. I was assigned a weapon I'm not used to, so it's just difficult." Hearing that, Zorgon understood. Perhaps she had not realized what she needed to improve. So he suggested her, "Why don't you ask the seniors in the honor guard for help?" Sophia seemed to have only just thought of it. The seniors? He nodded. Yes, they seemed very friendly. Sophia froze again and turned to ask Lucas, "Is the guard unit on your side like that too?" He nodded. They're pretty good too. The two boys could only give in and ask each other, does she not realize the people around her are kind to her, or is she pretending not to know? She usually keeps to herself, so we need to help her even more. Lucas even put a hand on his hip, lifted his chin, and gave her a piece of advice. "Well, it's up to you. They aren't as nice as you think. They all call me a meddlesome brat. That's probably because of your attitude." Even so, Sophia was still nervous. "Anyway, I still don't feel confident asking the seniors for help. So before you leave, could you take a quick look at the swordsmanship I learned?" The only people she trusted most were Zorgon and Lucas. He agreed immediately. Of course. In that case, it would be better if Lucas trained with you. Lucas had already started teasing her. I'm not very confident about giving her advice." Sophia was annoyed but could do nothing about it. "Come on, just practice first and talk later." Once she said it, she acted at once. Gripping the sword firmly, she charged forward. "Here I come." She fought Lucas. At first, they were evenly matched, and he was fighting quite seriously too. Only after the match began did Sophia realize it. Uncle Alex created that kind of shield for a reason. Perhaps I should use it more actively too. Rather than only blocking, it would be more effective to deflect the opponent's attacks. Zorgon noticed this as well, observing the two of them while taking notes. It would be better if she lowered her stance a little more, and the way she controls her mana also needs to be a little stronger. Just as he was getting into it, someone suddenly came to call them. "Zorgon? Lucas." It was Sina. She stood at a distance and beckoned to them. But before leaving, Zorgon handed Sophia his notebook. "Here, take this. I wrote down some points you need to improve. I hope it'll be useful to you." Sophia accepted it at once. "Thank you, Zorgon. You don't have to do this much for me." He answered easily. "We're friends, aren't we? When you come back, I'll help you more." She could not help smiling happily and wave goodbye to them. "I'll wait for everyone. Everyone, please take care of yourselves." In life, having a few good friends like this was already more than enough. They set out, and after a long while, they finally arrived. The place we're going to is here. It was a small city located northeast of Holland. Sina instructed the two of them, "Leave the horses here and enter on foot." Another problem arose. Zorgon's head throbbed as he scolded Lucas. "I told you to learn how to ride properly. Are you all right?" Lucas was still arguing back. "I thought just sitting on the horse's back would be enough. Aside from feeling a little dizzy, I'm fine." Sina was not pleased either and cut him off immediately. "Lucas, once we return to the academy, you will train at once. We don't need anyone hindering our mission." When she said it, he became as obedient as a puppy and answered, "Yes." She also reminded the two of them, "Have you forgotten? Right now, we're only mercenaries scouting the terrain for a mission. Pay attention to how you speak to me, or we'll be exposed." After she finished, Lucas again said, "Ah, yes, ma'am." She seemed extremely cautious, and before entering, she reminded them once more. "I'll say it again. This is a top-secret reconnaissance operation. The city of Holland, belonging to the Kingdom of Tan, had originally been an important transit point, but due to political reasons, it had been neglected for a long time. As immigrants from many lands gathered on the outskirts of Holland, the area naturally became a den for criminals. To separate offenders from the central district, Holland officially named the outskirts the immigrant district and built high walls around it. Until now, they had not cared about what happened inside that area, but now the danger was spreading into the city center, and they could no longer ignore it. Holland is not on friendly terms with our alliance. Therefore, we must disguise ourselves as mercenaries and gather information in this place. We'll probably obtain more information if we split into smaller groups." Zorgon and Lucas nodded in agreement. The quarantine zone seems to be troubled by zombies. Perhaps Zettel created that situation. The objective is to gather intelligence, but don't forget, ensuring your safety is the most important thing. Zorgon immediately asked in confusion, "Are we going to pretend to be a punitive squad to enter the quarantine zone?" Sina answered, "Yes. We'll disguise ourselves and enter without being discovered." Lucas asked, "Is there any method to restore infected zombies back into humans?" Of course not. Right now, we can only destroy them. Sina intended to leave this task to Zorgon. Can you handle this reconnaissance mission? He had never known fear and nodded at once. Yes. Sina was still worried and warned them again and again. In any case, this time is only reconnaissance. Don't act too rashly. Lucas was already impatient from listening. Got it, sis. The two of them changed the way they addressed her, and Sina was shocked again. What? He argued at once. Didn't you tell us not to call you senior anymore? It was truly impossible to know how to satisfy Sina. She was rendered speechless and let out a long sigh. Fine, I've finished giving instructions. Let's move out. Inside the city, a large crowd stood in a long line. Zorgon had already blended into this crowd. He could clearly sense it. The density of dark mana and the state of air pollution here were severe. The residents were diverse in race, completely different from those in the Imperial Alliance. The atmosphere here was very gloomy. After looking around and observing, he wondered, are these people mercenaries? The reason he thought so was because he heard someone say, we came to register for the punitive squad to sweep up the zombies. Here are the mercenary documents. The person speaking was Sina. The man touched the tip of his pen to his tongue and asked, 3 people or 4? She replied, 3. He pointed to one side, to the right. There's a group waiting there. Join them immediately. Bring back the tongues of the zombies, and you'll be paid according to each zombie you eliminate. The 3 of them separated and acted as if they did not know one another. Then it was Zorgon's turn to present his papers. The man asked as soon as he looked at them, you just left the magic tower, didn't you? Working as a mercenary is the fastest way to gain real combat experience. One more person. He successfully passed through the checkpoint. Something fell off. They didn't even bother asking anything else about my information. What a relief. I thought they'd stop me because I look rather young. I wonder who I'll be grouped with. I'll just consider this an opportunity to learn from real combat. Suddenly, his eyes met 3 men standing in a corner by the wall. One of them noticed Zorgon too. Is it that kid? Another criticized him. He just looks like a child. So weak looking. Can he even defend himself? At that age, he's probably only learned basic magic. He'll definitely just get in our way and reduce our reward. Whatever. We have enough people anyway. We can go in with the mindset that this brat doesn't exist. Thinking that, they approached him at once. Who knows? Maybe the kid will be kind enough to die in our place right at the start. The man said that without hiding even the slightest bit of killing intent. Zorgon heard everything, but he could not be bothered to care. He thought in silence, what bad luck. If I stay near them, I'll probably only become more exhausted. They did not care whether he agreed or not and called out at once. Stop grumbling. Let's go, kid. Follow me, rookie. He followed the group. Oh, what a nice room. Take a look before you go. Fresh fruit here. Come have a look. Zorgon walked while observing this area. Though it was called a quarantine zone, the outer territory was like an ordinary open-air market. Because it was near the city gate, there was also a large flow of people passing through. This area seemed fairly safe. In that case, it would also be difficult to encounter Zettel here. Walking at the back, Zorgon secretly used magic. I'll use interference magic through the air to blur my presence, then blend naturally into the crowd. Going alone will make reconnaissance more effective. Why should I work with such rude people? Acting separately is the best strategy. Suddenly, a light caught his attention. It was a sparkling mana light flying straight up into the sky. It was a girl dressed in clothing similar to his. He recognized it right away. Senior Sina's mana. She's watching me. He recalled what she had told him earlier. Inside the quarantine zone, the zombies created by Zettel seem to be running rampant. The objective is to gather intelligence, but you must not forget that your life and safety come first. He immediately understood. Perhaps because this was his first mission, they were worried about him. Zorgon placed a hand on his chest and bowed his head in gratitude. Since she's watching over me like this, I don't want to disappoint her. First, I have to find traces of the zombies. Zombies were human-shaped monsters created from living humans through the corpse-summoning magic of dark mages or dark priests. They possessed extraordinary physical strength, teeth, and long sharp claws like blades, and tongues that hung out like snakes. It was rumored that they existed by eating human flesh. I've only seen images of them in books, so I'm not sure how terrifying they really are. He looked around and saw several skinny, ragged people sitting all over the streets. The atmosphere in this area was truly gloomy. The sick, the starving, and the drunk lay sprawled in the road. At this rate, even if someone died or suddenly disappeared here, they reminded him of Mother Bolin. No one would even care. Perhaps that is exactly why Zettel chose this place. In their eyes, the residents here are only excellent materials for creating corpses. He vowed to himself, I cannot let that continue. If, at the refugee camp, humans have been turned into trees, then here, corpses were another form of that transformation. For the peace and survival of humanity, we need to put an end to this. Not a world filled with countless unjust deaths, but a place full of laughter, where peace and stability last forever, and everyone can dream of a bright future. For that ideal world, ever since the day I met Mother Bolin again, the time has come to fulfill the pledge I made. We've come quite far from the entrance. As he was walking, Zorgon suddenly stopped in surprise. Over there, several people were fighting, but when he looked closely, he discovered they were zombies. Without a doubt, they were living corpses. They looked so disgusting that he was stunned by the sight. They're fast. It must be because they were created by dark magic. That voice, he realized Lucas was fighting them. He's as noisy as usual. Has he forgotten our reconnaissance mission? But then something suddenly felt wrong. Why is he only standing still? His posture was also very strange. Behind him, a whole group of corpses was approaching. Lucas looked at them with both eyes shining in excitement, grinding his teeth. Two zombies suddenly stopped. When they saw Lucas charging at them with his sword, they turned and ran. Lucas shouted loudly, "Stop right there!" Zorgon also quickly seized the opportunity and ran after them. Damn it, chase it! Even after becoming monsters, the zombies still retained a little reason. When they saw Lucas charge in and tear apart their companion, that image must have been horrifying in the eyes of the corpses. It must think that running away or calling for reinforcements would be wiser. I'll chase it before it disappears. He ran as fast as he could, trying to catch up. The distance between the two sides grew wider and wider. With the amount of mana I currently have, I can't get any faster. Chasing after a corpse with unknown movement skills was clearly a mistake. Before he completely lost track of it, he quickly hurled out a sharp blade fragment. It pierced straight through the monster's body. He looked at the trail of blood stretching along the ground. I have to follow every trace it leaves behind. All right, the bloodstain is faint and broken, but there are no traces of mana. I'll use anything I can. The blood trail continues in this direction. If I had known beforehand, I would have learned movement magic from Lord Zigo. I was truly too careless. Only now did he realize that the Faith Division had a method of movement that was both quick and stealthy. By using mana in the feet to push the body forward, they increased their movement speed. It was different from Black's movement technique in the past. He secretly glanced at the girl who was still following closely behind him. It's more like Sina's style, light and graceful. So she's still nearby. The captain must have had a purpose in arranging for me to go with Senior Sina, so I could clearly grasp the characteristics of the Faith Division and learn the movement techniques used in pursuit and reconnaissance. Perhaps that's precisely why I was assigned this mission. Senior Sina's movement technique. Ever since the first time I saw it, I sensed how vague and hard to grasp it was. It's like flowing water or blowing wind. It's hard to predict where it begins or ends, but that is exactly what creates its freedom. She doesn't use explosive mana to launch herself forward. She steps on a dispersed mana and glides lightly across it. My magic power still cannot compare to Senior Sina's, but there is enough around me to move if I make use of it. First, I have to focus on what is right in front of me. Zorgon discovered a very strange place. He looked around and wondered, is this the zombies' lair? It seems some people have been captured. Many were gravely wounded, but a few were still alive. He immediately shot out a blade fragment. Before it was too late, he killed several of them outright. I have to rescue them. More zombies immediately gathered around him. They dared to rush in and attack him. Of course, these creatures were only small fry. A single wave of his hand was enough for Zorgon to bring him down. He even used a mana barrier, then burned them all to death with fire. The three men from earlier stared in terror. One zombie was being burned by fire, while another beside it had been frozen solid. He realized that the strongest point of his domain was that it could slow the time of everything within its range. Moreover, the domain was very stable, so it could be used as an isolated magic laboratory. This is also the time to test that spell. Sorry, there is something I want to try. First spell, enhance heat exchange within the domain. Mana light erupted and shot straight into the sky. The tiny blade fragments inside his body flew out. I was told to cut off their tongues. Once the tongues are cut off, what value is left? Then the only way is, just as he turned around, he realized the 3 captives were. Those damn guys. Now they were so frightened they were about to wet themselves. Wait, why are you looking at us like that? We're human. Hey mage, sir, we meet again. They shamelessly begged him. Earlier, we may have gone a little too far with our words, but you cannot just leave like this. That's right. When you disappeared, we went looking for you, and that is how we got caught. Who would have thought you were such a great mage? Zorgon said coldly with contempt. Is this what people call talking too much and bringing disaster on yourself? The others grew even more frightened. What are you saying? We were only joking a little. Talking to these people was a waste of breath. He directly cut the ropes and freed them. None of them thanked him. They just hurriedly ran off. Oh, we're alive. 1 second later, and we would have been finished. He spoke with them. When they saw you charge in, you looked terrifying. Why were you captured by zombies? If it were only zombies, that would be one thing, but among them there was a dark monk. Hearing this information, he was shocked. A dark monk? They pointed into the forest. Yes, he controlled us and then went that way, past the hill. I saw him go through there. All 3 men were reckless and impulsive, not knowing their own limits as they tried to rush ahead. Then we will go right now. Just then, Sina arrived behind him. You did well. He turned his head and replied, Thank you, Senior Sina. She had a reason for revealing herself now. Since there's a dark monk, there must be a great many zombies. From now on, we will travel together. He draws a lot of attention, so he should still be safe. We move out immediately. Zorgon took the chance to try it out. Maybe I will get a chance to use the movement technique I thought of earlier. This is my opportunity. The more missions I do, the more hope I see, and the better I can develop myself. The 2 of them pursued the zombies until the sky had turned completely dark. During this time, Zorgon also came to understand. Just as he had predicted, Senior Sina did use mana energy. At first glance, it was hard to notice because the way she used it was extremely refined. She stepped onto the moving flow of mana and pushed her body forward, as if she was not resisting the energy flow, but making use of it. Suddenly, he stopped short while running. Something was wrong. His legs were trembling in waves. Damn it, I almost fell because I lost focus. I need to concentrate again right away. Her movement technique was second only to the captains in the Faith Division. It was natural for a new recruit like him to fall behind. However, he could not stop here. Sina had already gotten quite far ahead of him. I have to catch up to her no matter what. Minimize friction and the reaction force from the ground beneath my feet. Place my feet lightly onto the flowing current of mana. Follow the path she passed through atop the energy flow, then shoot forward like a straight arrow. By doing exactly that, he soon managed to run alongside her. Sina glanced over in some surprise. You caught up quickly. You managed to catch up this fast. Did you just think of something? The 2 of them were carrying out a mission, but in truth, they were also training. He replied, yes. The key point is not to resist the flow of mana, right? Exactly. He was sharper than she had expected. You realized that in such a short time, Zorgon nodded honestly. I could not have understood it without you, Senior. If you do not mind, the 2 of them ran through the swarm of zombies as fast as lightning. Please let me handle this part, Senior. The 2 of them had caught up to the Dark Mage. It was Zorgon's turn to act and capture him. With one palm strike, he killed a demon. Before long, the area was cleared, but he felt this was only the tip of the iceberg. He could clearly sense that something was wrong. From the intelligent, mutated creatures to even the ones around Lucas that had been obvious. And yet these creatures had no intention of fleeing. The more they were attacked, the more ferocious they became. Are these things becoming stupider? Could it be due to the influence of the Dark Mage? Just then, another zombie charged in and dared to throw a punch to counterattack him. It meant to ambush him, but he still had Sina. She rushed in and split it in 2 with a single strike. Zorgon was startled and turned back. Senior. She said nothing, only glanced slightly in one direction as a signal. He understood at once and immediately dashed off. He knew he needed to focus intensely. If he made even one mistake, Senior Sina would also be in danger. I have to concentrate. He took out a mana sphere and prepared to continue fighting. He applied the safe distance he had discovered the previous day. He continuously fired fireballs at the horde. Flames roared up, burning countless zombies. Yet they felt no fear and still charged forward in a frenzy. Someone was definitely controlling them from behind. Everything Zorgon had guessed was correct. That dark mage was dressed in black and had his face completely covered. Sina had discovered him. She hurriedly shouted, "Zorgon, watch out." He froze, stiff as a board, staring in that direction. What is this? The man had summoned something. A skeletal demon with razor-sharp claws. The man himself was no ordinary person either. He was a zombie dark mage. He was completely shocked. He cast magic on his own body. Not only his appearance, even his mana had become turbid and pitch black like darkness. It was exactly like the dark creature he had once seen in the illusion. The demon was about to rush in and attack him. It came forward. Zorgon's sharp blade fragments shot straight into its body, but it was like throwing eggs at a rock. They could not cause a single wound. He suddenly felt uneasy. Impossible. It blocked the Shadow Pierce spell. It is much tougher than I imagined. And on top of that, it moves extremely fast, but it must have a weakness. He saw it. However, inside this domain, its movements are restricted. Once it enters my space, it has to follow my rules. If I attack with fireballs now, before Zorgon could act, Sina had already rushed forward to attack first. His face turned deathly pale. He stared with his mouth open and eyes wide, unable to understand it all. The fight was going well, and he wanted to shout, "Don't." Although her swordsmanship was very powerful, that sword could not pierce the monster's thick hide. But Sina did not care. She simply fought on. She leaped high, intending to bring her sword down on the demon's head. Two swords in both hands. With one powerful slash, she unexpectedly truly cut off the demon's head. As expected of Senior, so fast and clean. Seeing this scene, Zorgon could not help admiring her. A radiant sword light. This is the first time I have seen it in real life. It looked as though mana not only filled the blade, but also radiated outward. This enemy was extremely dangerous, but just as expected, Senior Sina was incredible. On top of that, she possessed a genuine high-quality sword. The two told each other to continue. "Good work, Zorgon. There must be traces. We'll keep tracking them." "Yes, Senior." It was very late at night, yet the two of them were still wandering through the filthy village, where not a single living person could be seen. I cannot sense any signs of life here either. Those abandoned in the streets were either exhausted from hunger or writhing in illness. It was horrifying. Suddenly, Sina stopped. "We have arrived, Zorgon." He looked in surprise at the shabby building in front of him. "Is that Zettel's lair?" Curious, he immediately asked, "Is this Zettel's main headquarters?" Sina knew the answer. No, it is only one of their branch bases. There are probably many similar branches in the quarantine zone. Then let us go in. The two of them moved silently, avoiding detection. Zorgon looked around. The smell of blood here is too thick. Could they be conducting experiments on humans here? As his thoughts wandered, Sina's voice rang out, "And we have found it just in time. This way, Zorgon." In front of them was a black circular magic formation. Why is there a magic formation on the wall? Are they using a magic equation to conceal the entrance? If we can decode this thing, we may be able to open the way in. While he was still thinking a method, Sina walked up and kicked the wall directly. So much for the magic formation. With a single kick, she blasted a large hole through the wall, creating an entrance. He stared at her speechlessly. She even turned to ask, "What is it?" Zorgon faltered it in confusion. "No, if we go in, it will definitely hurt, Senior." Naturally, she did not believe him and simply walked inside. You say the strangest things. Nothing happened to either of them. He followed her in. It was truly unbelievable. This place was a study, filled with unknown magic formations, magic formulas, and books of magical records. Suddenly, one book caught his attention. "Wait, that ancient-looking book, what is it?" He immediately picked it up to examine it. Could this be a grimoire bound in human skin? I need to inspect it more carefully. He opened it and looked through it. Inside was a somewhat familiar magic matrix. The instant he saw it, he was startled. This magic circle. He remembered. This is the Gate-Eater stone. He recalled the exact same pattern on the owl's egg. Although it was not completely identical, it was very similar to the magic circle he had seen before. Seeing him freeze, Sina immediately knew. "Did you discover something?" He told her, "Inside are variations derived from one original magic circle." "Then is this a technique for turning humans into zombies?" "No, it is not. It seems more like a spell for summoning or awakening some kind of entity." something like the way that Dark Monk possessed his own body with a demon. He had to call the owl out right away. The moment he called it, it immediately appeared before him. The two were affectionate with each other again, and he could even understand it now. Did you just call me master? More importantly, owl, are you a demon? The magic book we saw earlier contains this stone, and they're similar. Do you know anything? Sina looked in surprise at the dark little bird. What is with this owl? Zorgon explained to her. Before I bought a stone at a magic shop. Owl was born from it. Owl hatched from a stone? That is hard to believe. A stone? He stared at the page, thinking for a long time. The magic circle engraved on that stone is very similar to the circle in this book, so I'm wondering whether it has some connection to Owl. The turbid mana characters felt as though they carried some intense will, a language that does not belong to this world. If it were used, what would happen? Sina had also found something. She held it up and told him, for now, let us return first. What she had found looked like an instruction document. It seemed their superiors had ordered them to increase the number of zombies. That means there are still many Zettel branches inside the quarantine zone. We need to report to Allen City Hall and propose a large-scale sweep. On the other side, Lucas was still killing zombies. He had fought until his entire body was exhausted. Phew, these things really are stubborn. That makes 30 of them. Just then, the other two returned as well. Lucas. The moment his eyes saw Sina, they lit up and he smiled. Senior. He ran over immediately. Sina praised him with a few words. Good work. Thanks to you, the investigation went smoothly. He smiled so widely his eyes narrowed. It was nothing. It was simple. Has the investigation been completed? The three of them left together. Yes. We will return to Allen City Hall. Let's go. Lucas rubbed his aching shoulders and neck and said to Zorgon, phew, I probably caught around 30. Normally, catching 5 is already a lot. That is enough. Good work. Then it was his turn to ask him, Zorgon, how many did you catch? Since Zorgon had been slaughtering wildly, he could only estimate, around 50. Just then, Lucas saw a head floating behind him and was startled. Wait, what is this? He explained, this is the head of a dark monk and the tongues of zombies. I thought we needed proof to have the mission recognized as complete. Lucas looked as though he might faint. Whether it is needed or not, people can pass out when they see something like this. Hearing him say that, Zorgon finally remembered. Now that you mention it, Lucas was speechless. You really do not pay attention to other people's feelings. Sina also reminded him, Zorgon, we are entering the city now. Put away. The three returned to the small city, to Allen City Hall. The gates were tightly shut and guarded. A guard inside looked out. Mercenaries? What business do you have at City Hall? Sina glared with bright, cold eyes. We need to see the mayor. It was late at night, and one of them even sneered. What are you saying? Hey, the mayor does not have time to receive the likes of you. Instead, go hunt zombies. Looking at you empty-handed like this. Never mind zombies, I would not even dare say you could catch a rat. He had teased the wrong person. Sina's hand clenched tightly into a fist. I will say it once more. Take me to see the mayor. The moment the man looked at her, he was badly startled. All three of them had taken off their cloaks. We are from the Alliance. This time, none of them dared to stop them. In the meeting room, the dark mage's head was placed on the table, emitting an aura of death. The secretary's face turned deathly pale, and he trembled. Please wait a moment. I will invite the mayor immediately. The three of them sat in the waiting room. Zorgon saw Sina focused on writing something and realized that what she was writing with was not an ordinary pen. She was writing with mana and did not need a nib. Mana letters appeared clearly before his eyes. Wherever the writing went, mana flowed into the air. Zorgon could read it all, but after a short while, he could no longer see it. It had disappeared. It seemed Sina had deliberately stopped him from seeing it. A magic tool? He was about to ask, Senior, but she was sitting with her arms crossed, deep in thought, eyes closed in concentration. He wisely shut his mouth at once. Fine, I will ask later. For now, I should ask Al a few things. What he needed now was for it to appear immediately. Al, what exactly are you? Are you a demon? But the moment he asked, it immediately hid. In this situation, I definitely cannot gather information from Owl. Seeing that it did not even remember its own memories, he reassured it. It is all right, Owl. He stroked its head. I am not disappointed in you. He simply sat there talking with the owl. Oh, really? So it turns out you have such a special ability. Suddenly, the owl said something. He understood it and was shocked. What? So, to use that power, you ate this? It was the head of the dark mage. You mean, to use that power, you need to eat this? Its answer was truly yes. Its eyes even sparkled as it clasped its hands before its chest, begging to eat. This thing is really necessary for you to recover part of your ability? Even so, he still felt something was not quite right, but his own aura was fluctuating abnormally. Suddenly, Sina's voice rang out. Just give it to him. He had not expected her to be paying attention to him. If they managed to bring back that head, they would surely earn great merit in front of their seniors, but she did not need such a minor reputation. It does not matter. If it is necessary, give it to him. That will be perfect. Zorgon nodded at once. Ah, yes. The owl walked closer to the head while glancing cautiously at the three of them. Its mouth slowly opened wide. As Zorgon watched, he felt a chill in his heart. Lucas happened to wake up at that exact moment. He nearly had a heart attack. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the owl's mouth open so wide it could swallow the entire demon head. It looked extremely bizarre. He almost jumped straight out the door and screamed, "What is that thing?" Zorgon had to turn and explain at once. "Calm down, Lucas. His name is Owl." Lucas still could not understand. "Owl?" Zorgon reminded him. "Remember that small gator stone you bought for me at the magic shop before? The combination of magic formulas." He appeared from inside it. "Earlier, when I was with Senior Sina, I found a grimoire at the branch base. The magic formation in that book looked very similar to the magic formation on the gator stone. I suspect there is some connection between the two, but I'm still not completely sure." He asked worriedly, "Isn't that dangerous? What if it has something to do with Zettel?" Zorgon waved his hand to reassure him. "It's fine. I cleaned it completely." "Then what was that head you fed it earlier?" "It said it can only use its ability after eating a human head. Supposedly, it can reveal an opponent's secrets." By then, Owl had also finished eating, and its whole body had grown twice as fat. The others talked among themselves. "Wow, that's insane. Can't really do that." "I'm not sure either, but..." As they were speaking, several people came in together. Zorgon glanced toward the door. "Maybe we can test it right now." As soon as those men appeared, they said, "Oh, we've kept you waiting far too long. We sincerely apologize. If only you had informed us in advance that the Alliance was coming," the mayor said while wiping the beads of sweat covering his face. Sina greeted him. "Oh, Mayor Baru of Pelin." The old man stared at them. "Allow me to welcome you." He seemed to have rushed here in a great hurry. "I heard you entered the quarantine zone before coming here. I hope you didn't run into any trouble." Before the old man could sit down, he saw the pitch-black owl on the table and jumped in fright. He panicked and screamed, "What is that giant owl? Does the Alliance even keep strange creatures like this?" As if his fear were not enough, Owl leapt straight onto his head. His subordinates hurried over. "Mayor." But after they had taken only 2 steps, Zorgon's sharp sword fragments blocked them perfectly. Every one of them was controlled and frozen in place like statues. Lucas also reacted quickly, drawing his sword and pointing it straight at the fat old man. Using the old man as a hostage, he threatened, "Don't move." The mayor had no choice but to stand still while Owl jumped on his head. The atmosphere in the room became extremely tense. The old man's voice trembled. "Do you understand?" Suddenly, the old man's attitude changed as quickly as flipping a pancake. He gnashed his teeth in fury. "Damn it, this is a huge problem. If only I'd had a little more time, I could have cleaned out the slums." Sina crossed her arms and interrogated him. "So you worked as Zettel's pawn and turned civilians into corpses?" With Owl on his head, the old man's mind began speaking the truth on its own. That was the only way to purify that criminal district. Turn the people in the slums into corpses, then hire mercenaries to dispose of whatever remained. Sina sensed something was wrong. Strange. If the mercenaries kill the corpses, what does Zettel gain from it? When asked, he answered exactly as he knew. It was a kind of experiment. They said they would use mercenaries to create stronger corpses. What a shame. If only I had a little more time, I could have cleaned out all the trash there. Zettel could create stronger corpses, and I could clean up the criminal districts. She continued asking, "Was all of this your idea?" "No, everything was according to her will. My goddess, Priestess Ami." Zorgon knew that name. It had been a very long time, but he could not forget that name. His whole body went still. Omi, there was nothing left to ask. Owl flew off the mayor's head. The mayor came back to his senses, still not understanding what had happened. "What?" Sina braced her hands on the table and stood up. "I heard everything, Mayor." She pointed her sword right at his face. A cold slash descended. "You colluded with Zettel, experimented on humans, and purged the slums." He still pretended not to know anything. "You? What are you talking about?" Of course, he had no way to argue. Sina pronounced his sentence. "For the crimes of treason against the kingdom and the massacre of civilians, I hereby strip you of your position, carry out your execution, and seal off all in City Hall." His face turned bright red, sweat pouring off him as if he had been drenched, yet he still played dumb and argued. What are you saying?" Before he could finish speaking, she cut him down and killed him on the spot. Afterwards, Senior Sina ordered the entire city hall sealed. Everyone there was placed under quarantine. All the people inside were tightly bound and forced to kneel on the ground. The fact that no information had leaked proved the mayor's words were true. At last, it was over. They had handled everything so quickly thanks to the book Zorgon had happened to find, and because of its connection to Owl. The three of them completed the mission with surprising ease. You two did very well. Let's rest for a bit, then return to the quarantine zone. Zorgon took the chance to ask, Senior, may I ask you something? She nodded. Go ahead. What was that pen you used earlier? She held it up for him to see. It's a special pen used for communication. Once you reach the rank of Zoner, you'll be issued one. Anything written with it is sent directly back to the Alliance. He understood. So it really is a magical tool. Lucas also had something on his mind. Scratching his head, he asked, but Senior, about executing Mayor Allen just now. Was that really all right? She explained, it depends on how you judge the situation. Of course, if possible, arresting him would be best. But under those circumstances, we had to act decisively. If we had hesitated, someone might have suspected us of siding with Zorgon, since, after all, that owl was the one they placed on the mayor's head. It is the same as the trust one placed in you. Our actions must also show resolve. That is the principle of our alliance. This trip taught the two of them quite a lot. Yes, Senior. That night, Lucas spoke with him. But you know, the person the mayor wanted to hide until the very end. Who exactly is Priestess Ami? At the mention of that name, Zorgon's face visibly darkened with sorrow, and memories of the past resurfaced. But he said nothing. Sina noticed something was wrong and looked at him. Zorgon, are you thinking about someone? Lucas immediately asked too. What do you mean, Senior? Are you saying he suspects someone? Zorgon knew there was nothing to hide. He was only thinking about how to say it. I'm not completely sure, but 5 years ago, when I was at the Zunin refugee camp, that name was exactly the same as the person who taught me how to read. Sina gently patted his shoulder. You still remember the Alliance's rules, don't you, Zorgon? Of course. He nodded. Yes, I remember. She reminded him seriously, carve this into your bones. Once you have joined the Alliance, you are not allowed to keep any personal grudges in your heart. He nodded. I will remember. Senior, did you suspect something from the start? They had disguised themselves so thoroughly. Even if we went to the quarantine zone as Alliance members and carried out an investigation, we should have gathered enough necessary information by now. Sina explained. That was preparation for the future. If things led to a conflict with Holland, it would become a major problem. 5 years ago, when I delivered orders from above to the members of the Faith Division Council, it was the same with your incident at the Zun camp. We had to prepare, or there would be trouble. He understood. So that's how it was. Thinking back, whenever an unusual disturbance occurred, a report was immediately sent to Deputy Director Oka. Zettel's crimes were pushing people into situations worse than death. After the deadly forest, now there was a corpse uprising. What else were they going to do? The more he thought about it, the more powerless he felt. I had forgotten the original reason I decided to join the Alliance. His clenched fists trembled as he made up his mind. If Zettel was not destroyed, the same tragedies would keep repeating forever, and he would be unable to do anything. To protect the future right in front of them, they had to keep growing stronger and keep moving forward. The three arrived before the great city gate. I am Sina, a council member of the Alliance. For the crime of conspiring with Zettel, Alland has been sentenced to death. From this moment on, Alland will temporarily be placed under the Alliance's administration. After Sina finished reading, she properly held up the document for the soldiers to see. From this moment onward, Alland's quarantine zone will be reopened. Anyone who obstructs or resists will be regarded as one of Zettel's people and arrested. First, all citizens and vagrants near the gates and walls will be safely relocated out of the quarantine zone. The people obeyed without hesitation. One soldier had doubts. But wait, there are still suspected individuals inside. How do you intend to deal with them? Annoyed, she asked evenly, Are you one of Zettel's people, or are you a guard? Confused, he immediately answered, Of course I'm a guard. What do you think I am? Then it's simple. In that case, this is your responsibility. Protect the people. Stop the rebels. That is all. Indeed, among the people being moved, there were a few who looked very suspicious. Sina and Zorgon stood at the foot of the wall and observed. Just evacuating the civilians near the gate took a great deal of time. Dawn was also approaching. Suddenly, she stared fixedly ahead. That was fast. He did not quite understand what she meant. Zettel, she replied. If it were them, they would not act so openly. Then, the sound of horse hooves rang out. a shining golden light appeared. Several people dressed in black rode up on horseback. Leading them was Captain Magia of the Honor Division. Captain Asian of the Faith Division had also arrived. As soon as he arrived, he smiled until his eyes narrowed. "You were waiting for us, weren't you?" "Of course we were." Sina and Zorgon stepped forward and bowed in greeting. She handed over the report. "Thank you, Captain Asian, for personally coming all this way. If you had informed us in advance, we would have prepared more thoroughly. I didn't expect even Captain Magia to appear in person." Asian smiled and replied, "We only came according to the letter you sent." "All right. I heard the rookies performed exceptionally well this time, didn't they?" "Thanks to that. Even that person came here personally. She almost never goes directly to the field." Lucas and Zorgon answered in unison. "It is an honor." Suddenly, Zorgon's gaze was drawn to someone. "This person is..." Magia was an older woman who looked quite stern, the captain of the Honor Division. He walked straight over to her and bowed deeply. "It is a great honor to meet you for the first time, Captain Magia. I am Zorgon of the Faith Division under Director Oka." She looked down at him with some surprise. "So you are the rumored Zorgon, are you?" She spoke bluntly. "I did not come here because of you. I'm only interested in Zettel's grimoire." It was rather awkward, so he quickly took out the book. She stared intently at his every movement. "The way you control mana is very natural." She seemed fascinated, like flowing water and drifting clouds. She thought to herself, "I didn't expect him to possess this level of magic." She propped up her chin and blamed herself. "I was too careless. If I had investigated the governor earlier, this unfortunate incident would not have happened." He did not quite understand. The governor? She felt a headache coming on and sighed. "Never mind. Forget it. So the problem lies with this, correct? The barrier? Are you talking about this barrier? If it's a problem, then all we need to do is destroy it." As she spoke, she strode straight forward. Asian turned back and instructed them, "You all, step back." The two of them did not understand what was happening. Lucas even asked, "What are the seniors planning to do?" The two strongest people there walked straight toward the wall. Asian drew his sword. "Let's begin. Let's combine sword and spell and show them a grand performance. It's been a long time since I last made a move." The older woman used magic. Asian used his sword. It was the first time Zorgon and the others had seen such a scene, and they were left gaping in shock. Zorgon stared, his eyes so wide they almost fell out. Those two truly were terrifying. An enormous, blazing red magic formation appeared. This was Captain Magia's power. Asian combined it with his sword. That was the true strength of two captains. Incredible. This was not merely simple magic. Fourth tier magic, the highest tier within the system. From a colossal magic circle that covered the entire sky, mana poured down as if it would burn even the soul. It was an unreal sight, as though an irresistible existence at the edge of heaven was making mana erupt. That was true fourth tier magic. Zorgon was so moved watching it that tears nearly fell. "When will I ever be able to do something like this? I'm so envious." As if Sina understood what he was thinking, she said, "You belong to the Faith Division. Your role has already been decided. Focus on what you must do, Zorgon." As soon as she finished speaking, she shot straight forward like lightning. That was right. Even Captain Magia, with her overwhelming power, must once have faced walls that were difficult to overcome. Surely, she too had once worked and learned under someone's guidance, just like him, before rising to the position she held today. Zorgon clenched his fist and reminded himself, "Focus. This is my first step. Right now, Captain Magia is watching me." He immediately rushed forward as well. "Forever, until the final moment, without regret. I will give it everything I have." His goal had become clearer. Red flames blazed up and shattered the wall containing the formation. Zorgon noticed it, this tremor in the ground. There's no magical reaction. Even the mana from earlier vanished in an instant. That was almost complete annihilation. If even mana was extinguished, then that must be Captain Asian's swordsmanship. Sina shouted to Zorgon and Lucas, "I'll follow the captains." Zorgon took on a task himself. "Then I'll handle that side. Everyone else, take care of the center." Each of them split off in a different direction. "Then I'll leave the center to you two." The more he interacted with her, the more he realized how capable she was. As expected of Senior Sina. With that speed, even Zettel would feel pressured. Once the branch bases and barriers collapsed, Zettel would surely be shaken. The strategy was to drive them into this central open space. As Zorgon and Lucas were running, they suddenly heard someone call out, "Zorgon." Both of them startled and turned back. That voice belonged to Sophia. She ran after them and asked in confusion, "Where are we going?" Zorgon guessed. "There's an open space in the middle of the quarantine zone. I think the plan is to drive them there." Lucas complained, "We don't even have time to tie our shoelaces." Zorgon explained to him, "The seniors are pushing them in, so we have to hurry." He saw it. Right up ahead, a group of Alliance members holding shields was standing there. It was the open space in the quarantine zone. Everyone was looking toward the wall. Light shone from within. Zorgon narrowed his eyes and focused. Black mana light was radiating outward. "They're here." The moment he realized it, a crowd of dark mages rushed out. The commander gave the order to deploy their formation. Someone turned back and warned him, "Be careful." He knew, if he was not mistaken, the person giving orders to them was a familiar face. Even after all this time, she still looked the same. Unexpectedly, she also recognized Zorgon. "You've grown a lot, little brother." His heart skipped a beat. His face went ashen, his lips pressed tightly together, and hatred surged up inside him. He immediately controlled his sword fragments and sent them charging forward to attack. The two sides clashed. One sword fragment stabbed straight toward Ami's face without hesitation. She reacted quickly, controlling a zombie to rush over and block in front of her as protection. He could hardly believe it. She was using her own subordinate as a shield. The distance was too great. "I used more mana than usual, so it feels unpleasant, but my mind is even clearer. My body is still as weak as ever. The fact that I used the sword fragments without hesitation means part of my mental wall has collapsed." Just as his thoughts were wandering, a scream tore through the air. "Zorgon, watch out!" A monster was already right beside him. Fortunately, a swordsman charged in to save him. It was Lucas, but then Lucas suddenly froze as if something was wrong. In the middle of the fight, he lost his balance and fell flat on his face. Fortunately, he still managed to cut down the monster. He could not understand it at all. What was that just now? Is my sword lighter than usual? Or was it an illusion? While he was still dazed, another voice shouted, "Lucas!" Another demon appeared right in front of him and attacked. He quickly dodged to the side. This is bad. This time, Sophia came over with her shield to protect him. That was dangerous. Annoyed, she turned and shouted at the two of them, "Can everyone please get a grip?" Lucas unexpectedly dropped his sword. Saw thee." She cut down the monster at once. "Apologize later. We have to survive and return together." Lucas pulled himself together and swung his sword. "Idiot, who said I'd die that easily? My father still hasn't acknowledged me yet." And then there was Zorgon. The two standing in front turned back to look at him. The dazed boy finally woke up. "That's right. My hatred is still here. And the memories of the past need to be put to rest." She was right in front of him. The two faced each other. It was time to settle every debt. Zorgon immediately charged forward. The path had already been decided, but there were too many obstacles. In that case, the small sword fragments spun through the air. His resolve rose higher than ever as they shot straight toward the monsters. "I'll cut them all down." He rushed ahead at full speed. Thanks to the Alliance members charging in together, the battle situation was under control. The remaining zombies were nothing compared to before. As for Zorgon, his main target was Ami. We should wipe them out while we still have the chance. But whenever he drew near her, a zombie dark mage would block his way. That was her final protective screen. Zorgon ground his teeth in anger. This thing blocking the way is not over yet. I will deal with him in an instant. That woman Ami is standing right behind, controlling those living corpses. If I can strike it down, I can reach her. Her cold eyes stared at him. Suddenly, Zorgon flinched, sensing that something was wrong. Wait, something is not right. I cannot sense any flow of mana from Ami at all. Captain Magia's voice rang out behind Zorgon. Strange, isn't it? He no longer knew what to do. Magia hovered just above him. That is a puppet. It is also a mage's minion. I see. In the end, it is the same. A mage's minion. Is this another trap? This is also magic laid by those bastards. If it is magic that makes an object move like a puppet, then there must be someone controlling it from behind. Magia added, "It is only a minion, Zorgon. It is magic so elaborate that you would not notice it even if it were right in front of you. See? Even though it is only an imitation puppet, it still behaves like a captain." That was true. If he had not gotten close, he would never have realized it. The two had no choice but to turn and leave, but Magia was still looking in one direction. "It is time we dealt with this." She immediately swung out her hand. After chanting an incantation, a huge magic circle appeared in the sky. Fireballs poured down from it like rain. Magia raised her head and watched intently. Enormous fireballs came crashing down, instantly burning the living corpses. Zorgon stood there watching the scene. The living corpses, and Ami as well, were only vessels created by someone else. But Ami, burning in the flames, looked to be in terrible pain. Then why does she look so tormented? If the person in front of me is fake, then where's the real body? The next day, at the Faith Division of the Alliance, Zorgon entered alone. He knocked on the door to the large room. A voice rang out from inside. Komein. The moment the man saw Zorgon enter, he smiled cheerfully. Welcome. You have worked hard. I hear you have been very busy since you returned. You achieved excellent results. That is why this treatment is deserved. Well done, Zorgon. There were 3 other people in the room. He thought about that word. Results? He said quietly, thank you. But you could not have called me here just to say that. He immediately asked, why has everyone called me here? They went straight to the point. Actually, there's something I want to ask you. It concerns the owl that is always by your side. Zorgon was startled. Azian rested his chin on his hand and spoke frankly. The report only says that you discovered the mayor's treason through your own unique magic. The kingdom, the government, and the Faith Division are all interested in that. But because it is unique magic, they will not pry too deeply. Hearing this, Zorgon already sensed something was off and asked, is that really all, right? Azian replied, tracing the origin of swordsmanship is already difficult enough. Magic is far harder. They cannot inspect all of your unique magic, can they? Only now did Zorgon let out a sigh of relief. If they investigated, Owl would be in trouble. Good thing they're not doing that. But before he could even feel happy, his heart began pounding again because Azian continued. However, to be honest, I am quite curious. It was exactly the sort of thing that meant I'm not investigating, I'm only asking around. So I need your help with something. Zorgon immediately wondered, what kind of help? Azian signaled to Oka, beckoning behind him with his hand. The old man immediately understood and took out a black bag. Could you let us see it for a bit? The moment Zorgon saw the bag, he grew suspicious. Is that the bag I saw before? Old Oka said nothing. He held up the black bag. When he poured it out, several heads of dark, mage, living corpses were inside. They had prepared everything already. This time, Owl would have a hard time escaping. Zorgon froze in shock. Do not tell me. Azian smiled and nodded. Exactly. His eyes shone brightly. Try feeding it once. The whole room fell silent, waiting for Zorgon's answer. Of course, Zorgon did not really want Owl to appear. His eyes widened as he asked back, what? May I ask why? Seeing how tense he was, Azian laughed. Haha, it is nothing serious. It is simply curiosity. You know it is a possessed vessel, do you not? Zorgon nodded. Yes, I have seen cases where a non-human entity was summoned into a body. Gods dwell in the heart, and demons dwell in the head. That is what people say. It may simply be an ordinary monster. Of course, there is also a chance that it bears traces of a demon. Since you fed out the head you obtained, I thought perhaps that was why it could use that power. Everything Azian said was completely correct. Zorgon could not refute it at all. But what was more serious was the implication behind his words. Zorgon asked at once, Captain, are you saying Owl is a demon? Azian did not deny it. It is possible. Zorgon's hand immediately clenched. Then if Owl really is a demon, what do you intend to do? It was his pet. He truly cherished it. He now looked extremely tense, staring straight into Azian's eyes as he waited for an answer. Fortunately, Azian answered seriously, nothing at all. Zorgon still did not understand why. Azian explained further. There's no need to hate one that merely sits quietly, is there? That was acceptable. It seemed Zorgon had overthought things. He scratched his face in embarrassment and relaxed completely. I understand. In his heart, he sighed in relief. So he will leave it alone. What a relief. Azian understood what Zorgon was thinking and added, of course, under normal circumstances, we could not ignore it. But thanks to it, everything was resolved. Consider that a reward. Do what you think is right. Since Azian had already compromised this much, Zorgon had no reason to refuse. He immediately agreed. Thank you for your generosity. I'm sure Owl will like that as well. I will summon it now. As he spoke, he raised his hand forward and called, murmuring for a while, Owl. It instantly appeared on the spot. On top of that, it bowed to him. It looked both handsome and courteous, gazing at him with sparkling eyes. Azian liked it the moment he saw it. Oh, it is larger than I thought. He kept praising it without pause. Its legs are very sturdy, and the plume on its head is exceptionally magnificent. Delighted by the praise, Owl spread its wings and bowed to him at once. Zorgon understood its meaning and translated. It says you have a discerning eye. Azian liked it even more and could not stop laughing. What is this? I thought it was only cute. I did not expect it to speak in such an interesting way. Suddenly, Owl's eyes shone brightly as it stared at something. It had seen the head. It cried out repeatedly, "Hoot, hoot." Zorgon translated, "It is asking if it may eat that." Azian said that it could, but Zorgon still told it, "Owl, wait a moment. We have not finished talking yet." Owl's face changed, looking dejected. Zorgon looked at the people in the room. "All right, I will use Owl's power to show everyone someone's secret. Is there any volunteer?" The others immediately began calculating. Right? Who should they choose? Before anything else, Sina volunteered to withdraw. "I will pass." Old Oka immediately said, "Me too." In short, only Lucas remained. He was the youngest of the group and the easiest target. Knowing his position, he hurriedly hid. "I will pass too." "Captain, I do not even have any secrets to hide." Azian naturally would not let it end there. Using it on Zorgon would be awkward, and using it on me would be the same. If I cannot see it myself, then what meaning would there be? Lucas tried to steer the conversation elsewhere. Perhaps we should have brought a prisoner with us? But that idea was dismissed right away. Zettel's people do not share information with one another, so that would be useless. The location of headquarters, the high priests, the supreme priest, and even information about the cult leader are all transmitted through thoughts. So even if we extracted information, most of it would be useless. Only now did Zorgon learn this. Through thoughts. Azian nodded. Yes, they never made choices for themselves in the first place. They only followed orders. Moreover, all of them are already dead, so interrogation is useless. Next, Azian looked at Owl, which was craving the head. Let us hear what Owl has to say. If this continues, Owl's drool will flood this place. Only now did Zorgon notice it. Really? Lucas asked in surprise. What is it saying? Unexpectedly, Zorgon discovered a new skill from Owl today. It says that since there are no secrets to view, it will show us another ability. Another ability? Also, it would lend out its mana. That sounded unreal. Lucas asked in astonishment. It is going to lend mana. Old Oka immediately understood. In other words, shared mana. Zorgon was fascinated by what he heard. His eyes sparkled with joy. If it is nearby, new mana will form. Thanks to Owl, another path has opened. So curious, he stroked its head and agreed. Owl, begin. Lucas was frightened as he watched Owl open its mouth wide and snap up the head. Oh no, I'm seeing this again. As always, it swallowed an entire head in a single bite. Both Azian and Old Oka stared in horror. Oh, it swallowed the whole thing in one gulp. In a moment, Owl had finished eating it. Zorgon smiled with interest and waited for it. Well done, Owl. What should I do now? Owl looked at him and opened its beak wide. Zorgon did not understand at all. The others wondered, what is it? What is it saying? Only Zorgon understood. It says to put it in. Lucas asked, put what in? Zorgon looked at Owl's pitch-black mouth. My hand. He felt a little creeped out. As he reached his hand out, he wondered, I cannot see anything. Is there really something here? I do not like this, but there is no other way. The entire room held its breath and waited, staring fixedly at the sight of him putting his hand into Owl's mouth. For a long time, nothing happened. Zorgon also waited in silence. Suddenly, he froze. I got it. He quickly clenched his hand and pulled it back to look. It was a mass of gray saliva. Zorgon stared blankly, unable to tell what it was no matter how long he looked. Lucas guessed curiously, is this an egg? Sina did not understand either. It looks like some kind of sea creature. As for Zorgon, he thought it resembled a compressed mass of water, and the mana inside was disordered in a similar way. Zorgon did not understand at all. I cannot think of a proper way to use it. If only there were a support mage here. But with this much mana, I should be able to cast extremely powerful magic. He stared out the window. Outside, the sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the sun was shining. Nothing had changed. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide, and his mouth dropped in astonishment. I have an idea. What if I try using Captain Magia's magic? Outside, two men from the Honor Division, Saza and Migu, were walking and talking, summoning a 15-year-old magic advisor. Even if he stood out when he was a student, should we really listen to him? That is true. He is not much different now, is he? They remembered Zorgon from when he had still been a student. Although it was impressive that he had rewritten a magic formula using alien thoughts and a fireball. Why were they asking children for advice like this? Well, anyway, he was more outstanding than his peers. They were not very pleased about it, but they still had to carry out their mission. As they were walking, they suddenly saw something appear right under their feet. A blue light shone intensely. Even Zorgon was startled. Huh? It was unexpected. Not long earlier, at the training ground, Zorgon had immediately taken out the mass owl produced to test it. All right, the preparations are complete. How do I use this? Its shape and properties are different, but I have seen a mana structure like this before. It is like the thing in the center of the golem's chest on the day of the Alliance examination. For now, I will treat this as a mana core, then guide the surrounding mana into it and merge them. Rather than increasing its size, what matters more is increasing the density of the mana. I will raise the pressure and limit its size. Heavier, but faster and stronger, exactly like the thing Captain Magi of the Magic Division had summoned. Zorgon was stunned by the scene before him. Now, he himself could create that enormous mana sphere. He knew very well that it surpassed the limits of his own magical power, a source of strength he had never felt before. With this, he quickly chanted an incantation. The mana sphere grew larger and larger, powerful like surging waves. It was no different from a tide crashing down. Everyone watching was shocked. The power was far too terrifying. When the dust and smoke drifted away, the sight was even more dreadful than Zorgon had expected. As a result, the training ground had been completely devastated. Even Azian could not help but exclaim, "This is even more extraordinary than I expected." The two men had arrived right in time to be soaked by Zorgon's magical rain. One of them trembled all over and ground his teeth in anger. He could not hold back and pointed straight at Zorgon, scolding him. What the hell was that? If we had taken a direct hit, we would have died. Sina, unconvinced, replied coldly, "Do you not know that accidents can happen at any time on a training ground? You were the ones who stepped in here without noticing the danger." That was indeed true. The man was stumped and could not argue back. His entire body was drenched. The man beside him still wanted to defend him. What is this? Just as the two sides were about to continue arguing, Azian had to step out. Enough. That is enough. He put his hands on his hips and asked the two men, "Why has the Honor Division come all the way here?" Only then did the two remember their mission. They quickly searched through their pockets. This is an official document from Captain Magia to Captain Azian. But now the ink had smeared all over, and the contents could not be read because it was wet. Azian gave up. "I cannot read this." He touched his chin and thought for a moment. "Then what is written in it?" The man was helpless too. "I'm not very sure, but it is very likely a request for consultation regarding Lithel's magic. A consultation on magic certainly would not be meant for me." Azian immediately guessed it. The only mage in the Faith Division is Zorgon, correct? The man who had just been soaked nodded. "That is right. Everyone was suspicious." "Is that so? How strange. Think about it." The proud Magia was asking for the opinion of a newcomer from another division. The man who had looked down on Zorgon earlier now grimaced as well. "I thought he had been overvalued. A 15-year-old mage. But the magic power I just saw must be at least level 4. In that case, his magic is on par with Captain Azian's." Even Azian and the others found it hard to believe. This is suspicious. Is she targeting Zorgon?" Very quickly, he finished thinking, knowing Captain Magia's personality, that is possible. If that arrogant old woman has acknowledged our newcomer, then there is no reason to refuse. He turned to Zorgon and said, "Zorgon, you may have many things on your mind, but go ahead and do it. When you return, we will talk afterward." Zorgon nodded. "Yes, I understand." His face flushed slightly with embarrassment as he thought to himself, that magical power just now. The fundamental problem still has not been solved, but this is the first time I have used such powerful magic all at once. It is all thanks to that black owl. Suddenly, he felt much more confident. Who would not like having power? He made up his mind. When I return, I need to test it again. At the headquarters of the Honor Division, the moment Zorgon stepped inside, he was told, "You are late." Captain Magia stood waiting with her arms crossed. "It seems there was a bit of chaos before you arrived." Zorgon only bowed his head and briefly explained, "I was practicing new magic, and things went a little out of control." But Magia grew interested. "New magic," Zorgon added. "Inspired by you, Captain, I tried to create a torrential rain." The more Magia listened, the stranger she found it. "Inspired by my magic? Very clever." "See, the two spoke with each other. Does that spell have a name yet?" "Not yet." "How about water wrath rain?" "Water wrath. The meaning is a wrath pouring down." "Is that it?" "Excellent." The more they talked, the more Magia seemed to like Zorgon. "You have a keen eye and a fine artistic sense as well." The two kept praising each other. "You are very skilled at naming spells." Perhaps Lord Arthur's blue fire barrier was the same. That is right. I named it when I was still vice captain. Zurgon liked this topic very much too. His eyes shone brightly. I knew it. I always thought it sounded so cool. I also like naming spells. And so the two had a shared topic to discuss. It seems you're very interested in language. In that case, we will have much to discuss regarding today's work. Now, they were beginning to address the main issue. Zurgon asked her in surprise, eyes round. Work? Magia became serious. The language of demons, used in the demon realm. Can you explain dark words? Hearing this, Zurgon was even more shocked and froze. Not exactly, but I can still do it. Where did you learn that word? He told Magia, I learned it at the Lithal branch I visited in Holland. If there are materials to study, I believe I can explain them. Magia placed her hand on the stack of books. I need you to look at these. We must understand Luthal's formulas in order to deal with them, so we need to hurry. The moment Zurgon placed his hand on the book, he sensed it. This is a book made from human skin, exactly like the one I saw back then. In the room, the two sat together. Zurgon read the books and studied them, while Magia sat drinking tea, watching him work. From time to time, she glanced over at him, probing him slightly. Then Magia suddenly asked, Do you know much about demons? Zurgon turned to her in surprise. Aside from the fact that they are a race from the demon realm, and that Luthal and BGN use their power, I know nothing else. She swirled the glass in her hand. It has only been about 100 years since demons truly revealed themselves. Before that, we only knew of their existence through possessions or summoning rituals performed by dark mages. However, so far, only ordinary kinds of demons have appeared. Not one of their true entities has revealed itself. Ordinary demons are only a guess, but it is very possible that countless kinds of demons exist. If you think about it carefully, half-demons and demons may not be all that different from humans. Just as there are ordinary humans, there should also be ordinary demons. And just as there are humans with special powers like you, Zurgon, there must certainly be demons with special powers as well. That makes sense. After all, if we continue strengthening the demon summoning formulas, then one day, one of those demons. She took a sip of wine and decided, first, we need to deal with the root of Luthal's problem. Zurgon suddenly felt a little uneasy. For now, he thought he should keep Al a secret, since this woman seemed to have a strong aversion to demons. Zurgon suggested, If I may speak frankly, I believe we also need measures to deal with the ghouls. Magia was very dismissive. Ghouls are only dangerous to ordinary people. For anyone capable enough to join the alliance, they're nothing worth worrying about. Zurgon understood that, but what he meant was that innocent people were still being sacrificed. He had thought it through. I want to find a way to return the humans who have become ghouls to their original state. Magia had never considered that, but before thinking any further, she said, That is impossible. The magic that transforms humans into ghouls, cast by the dark priests, is almost divine in nature. Human trees can be purified to some extent through Shaun's power, but those who have become ghouls cannot return to how they were before. Even so, we cannot just stand by and watch innocent people be sacrificed. If we get the chance, our understanding of demonic power will also deepen. That will surely help us break the demon summoning formulas as well. Zurgon did not care what anyone said. If he wanted to do it, then he would do it. I will definitely find a way. So please lend us the strength of the Honor Division. The next day, Zurgon thought. In the end, I stayed up all night deciphering the spell formulas in that book. And with Al's help, I managed to read even more of them than expected. He walked down the long corridor, thinking over and over about the conversation from the previous day. I will definitely find a way, so please. He had made that direct request to Magia. At the time, Magia had thought that even though it was only a request from a newcomer in another division, Captain Magia had promised to cooperate. Then I should plan my next step. If I want to research divine magic that can oppose Zettel's methods, it would be great if I could go to Shaun myself. He knew his own limits well, but to request a mission that far away, he was still just an inexperienced mage. There had to be a better way. First, I'll return to the Faith Division and report. As soon as he thought it, he acted. In Azian's room, Zurgon said to him, Up to this point, I have deciphered the incantation in the magic book in this way. Azian sat in silence for a moment, deep in thought. So you mean everything is all right now? He did not object at all, which surprised Zurgon slightly. Ah, yes. Azian leaned back in his chair, looking completely relaxed. No matter how many times I hear about magic, I still cannot understand it. But thanks to you, I can now stand before Magia with confidence. Then he suddenly changed his tone. You must be tired after staying up all night. But could you look at one more thing for me before you leave? Curious, Zurgon asked, Is something the matter? Requests had to be handled quickly. Azian spread out a map. We are monitoring Zettel's main headquarters. It was Zorgon's first time seeing this, and there was a lot that was new to him. What do these symbols on the map mean? Azian explained. They are alliance bases built in areas where Zettel's human trees were once destroyed. Zorgon guessed immediately. Then it is very likely that their headquarters lies somewhere within the range of these outposts. Azian asked in surprise why. Zorgon pointed at the map. I've been thinking about it for a while. Why would they place those bases in those positions? It seems the bases on the outer edges were built very early on, while the closer they get to the center, the newer they are. So, the purpose of these bases may be to form an encirclement to trap Zettel's headquarters, just like the sweep operation we carried out in Holland, gradually tightening the net. Azian was impressed when he heard that, and he smiled in agreement. Yes, you are right. It will not be long before we find Zettel's main base. In that case, Azian moved a chess piece forward. I hope you will have improved greatly by then. Of course, that was Zorgon's own wish as well. Yes, I will do my best. Azian smiled happily and clapped his hands. Good. You're already doing well. Keep it up. Zorgon took the chance to ask him, Captain, I would like to ask for some advice, if you do not mind. Azian naturally agreed and immediately cut in. Advice about what? Zorgon scratched his head awkwardly. Well, actually, I want to request a mission that would allow me to go to Shaun in person. Azian answered honestly. I would approve it if I could, but your rank is still not high enough to accept a solo mission. Zorgon already knew that. Seeing his face fall, Azian suggested, I expected as much. If you want to learn about Shaun, try visiting your old academy. Headmaster Beggar was once an archbishop of Shaun. Only then did Zorgon remember. That was right. Yes, it was time for him to go. He stood up and said goodbye. Azian replied politely. In any case, you did well. All right, an official from the kingdom will come tomorrow afternoon to award medals. Be present after lunch. From the kingdom itself? That news was shocking. Zorgon asked again in disbelief. From the kingdom itself? Azian explained. The reorganization in Holland has been a real headache. Once that is settled, take a few days off. Zorgon left the room, thinking a commendation ceremony. It feels nice to be acknowledged, but there is nothing worth making a big fuss over. In any case, tomorrow I will go to the academy and meet the headmaster. The next day, at the Alliance Academy, the old man spread his arms wide and welcomed Zorgon. I have heard all about your achievements. The two shook hands politely. I heard you also made a major contribution during the mission in Holland, did you not? Zorgon shook his hand and said, Thank you, sir. The old man wasted no time and asked directly, Then I assume you did not come here merely to greet me. Shall we get straight to the point? Zorgon had not expected him to be so efficient and was a little flustered. I came to ask about the divine authority of the Orthodox Church of Shaun. As soon as the old man heard his question, he asked in return, It seems your last mission gave you much to think about. Do you intend to measure Zettel's power through the church's divine authority? In that case, you must first understand what divine authority means. The ability Shaun uses is commonly called divine authority. At first glance, one might think divine authority is a form of holy magic. But strictly speaking, divine authority is not power in itself. Rather, it is a state that allows that power to manifest. Something mysterious and difficult to understand, with origins hard to grasp, may be a miracle to one person and blind faith to another. That, in and of itself, is what is called divine authority. The old man searched through his pocket. It is hard to describe in words. If only I could show you, that would be best. Unfortunately, I am currently under restrictions, so that would be somewhat difficult. He took a badge from his person. This is one of the Archbishop's sacred relics. I will give you this pin one day. Go to Shaun yourself. You came all this way, and I apologize that I cannot give you the answer you hoped for. May blessings follow you on every road you take. This old man really was a good person. The scene shifted to the Alliance's grand training arena. Zorgon had arrived. He looked around, searching. A crowd had already gathered. Were the high-ranking members of the royal family. Two men passed by, and he heard their conversation. Did you hear? There's a rumor that the Crown Prince will personally present the awards. He is not easy to please. I heard he likes to test people through duels and wagers. Apparently, he also picks fights for no reason. This ceremony is going to be a mess. Zorgon walked behind them, thinking, if it is a duel with the Crown Prince, perhaps that could be an opportunity for me to go to Shaun. Just then, someone patted his shoulder and stopped him. Zorgon, what are you doing here? He turned around and realized it was Lucas. The entire room was filled with chatter. Come on, hurry up. Did you know? The Crown Prince himself will present the awards. The first Crown Prince, the second highest person in the Imperial family. Lucas and Zorgon spoke to each other as well. But where were you just now? I only stopped by the academy for a bit. Just then, a shout rang through the room. His Highness the Crown Prince is seated. A young man walked out. He looked extremely dignified. Zorgon and the others bowed deeply in respect. He watched the man closely. This was the first Crown Prince. His mana light is strange. It is very bright, but slightly murky. Suddenly, the Crown Prince glanced over at him. Zorgon stared back at him as well. Their eyes met. HM. The announcer's voice continued to ring out. Next, the governor. Zorgon turned his face away, wondering, I think our eyes just met. Or was that my imagination? The next person to appear was the blonde woman with the black eye patch. The moment the governor entered, the atmosphere changed. Even Zorgon's breathing seemed to fall into rhythm with hers. Old Lararut was serving as the announcer. Next, we will announce those receiving commendations. The Sword of the Alliance Kingdom has uprooted the mayor of Olin, who conspired with Zave. Zorgon listened with some interest. How strong do I need to become, and how many achievements do I need to earn before the governor will acknowledge me? One day, I will stand beside her as well. While he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard his own name called. Zorgon, Mage of the Faith Division. He was shocked and stood rooted in place, unable to believe it. Is there some mistake? Me? But since no one else stepped forward, it had to be right. Zorgon walked straight ahead. He had thought this commendation ceremony had nothing to do with him. The captain and Sina were both here. Why had his name been called? He walked straight up to the governor and bowed his head. Greetings, Lady Governor. The Crown Prince also rose to his feet, bracing a hand on his knee. The two of them stood in front of Zorgon. What he felt most clearly was the Crown Prince. That gaze was intense. As expected, the gaze I felt earlier was not a coincidence. The Crown Prince held out the reward. For repelling the rebellion of Manager Olin and neutralizing Zettel's magic, I hereby grant a reward to the mage Zorgon. Wow, prize money. You may choose one rank 4 item from the Alliance's vault. If they were giving it to him, he would accept it. Zorgon took it with both hands. Suddenly, the Crown Prince continued, I truly do not understand. Are you really a mage? Zorgon answered honestly, yes. I once studied under Headmaster Arthur of the Alliance Academy. But the moment he finished speaking, the Crown Prince turned his face away. I have never heard of him, but I do know the mayor of Olin who was beheaded. His eyes flashed. He was quite an impressive man. Whenever he came to the palace, he always brought exactly the kind of sweets I like. For such a loyal man to be branded a traitor sounds strange, does it not? Zorgon had not expected him to question him so directly in front of everyone. Was this not practically casting doubt on the Alliance itself? And on top of that, his attitude was obvious. You claim you discovered it with your own magic, but no one knows how. And that is counted as merit. Zorgon was speechless after hearing that. Now that he thought about it, he understood. So this is what they meant when they said His Highness likes causing trouble. The governor immediately cut in. I personally recognized Zorgon's achievement. Is there a problem, Your Highness? The Crown Prince was left speechless, but still forced himself to argue. I'm merely pointing out what does not make sense. Granting such a reward to a newcomer who has only just joined, all because of a merit that even he cannot explain, is absurd. He went on at length. In this place where there is nothing to learn, I truly cannot understand why His Majesty sent me here. Therefore, whether that merit is real or false, I will have to verify it myself. Let us see whether he is useful dry firewood or worthless weeds that cannot even catch flame. I am curious. If he was curious, then they would verify it at once. Everyone headed to the training arena. The match would be a duel. The others whispered among themselves. I heard the royal family's secret arts allow them to master every kind of weapon. It seems close combat and unarmed fighting are no exception. A rookie mage who specializes in object manipulation. Will he be all right if he has to fight barehanded? HM, it is hard to say who will win. Old Lararut stood between the two and announced, Then we shall begin the instructional match between His Highness the Crown Prince and Zorgon, a mage of the Faith Division. An instructional match. Officially, this was the kingdom's second highest figure personally instructing a new member of the Alliance. But in reality, it was simply one of the Crown Prince's bad habits. A meaningless match, nothing more than a way for him to vent his anger. Everyone knew that. Zorgon introduced himself. I am Zorgon, a mage of the Alliance's Faith Division. The Crown Prince challenged him first. Show me what you can do. If you can defeat me, I will acknowledge that special magic with which you exposed the rebellion. If that was how it was, then he had practically driven Zorgon into a corner. The atmosphere changed. I still do not know what His Highness is thinking, but from the flow of mana, I can sense a fierce will to win. A will to win. A spirit that would never accept defeat. One glance was enough to tell that this crown prince was young and reckless. Zorgon let out a breath. Is this my first hand-to-hand fight? For now, do not focus on magic. Pay attention to how your body moves. The crown prince struck a ready stance and crooked his finger at Zorgon. Kulme. Zorgon's eyes shone brightly, shooting out a ray of blue light. A path that belonged only to him appeared, and at the end of it stood the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince flinched and froze in place. Fussed, but still, he is only a rookie. He tried to dodge, but only then did he realize it. What? Are my legs bound? Just like that, he took Zorgon's blow head on. His entire body was knocked far away, and Zorgon had still held back. The Crown Prince was utterly humiliated, yet he gave a wicked smile. Nice trick, but he planted his feet against the ground, intending to charge in and attack first. He threw a straight punch. You are still only a brat. Of course, he was nowhere near skilled enough to fight Zorgon one-on-one. Even if Zorgon stood still and let him attack, he could not land a hit. Sweat poured from him. His leg rose, but he could not bring it down. GUH. Zorgon gently tilted his head and dodged to the side. He could not help looking at him with open contempt. The more I look, the more pathetic your highness seems. Novidance, no manners. Your noble position as crown prince is truly wasted on you. No matter how many punches the crown prince threw, he could not hit Zorgon. Now it's time for Zorgon to counterattack. Mana light flashed in his palm. Let me see if I can make you look worthy of that role. With a single strike, the crown prince froze in pain, clutching his face. Sweat poured off him like rain. You, how dare you mock me with such cowardly tricks? But of course, his attack could not touch Zorgon. Zorgon had an extremely strong protective barrier. I see. The mana flow. The mana flow was distorted by the explosion. The crown prince looked utterly exhausted now. Zorgon had not expected him to go all out like that. He used that much mana in a single move. No wonder he can barely stand now. But I'm not much better. I'm almost out of mana too. Dragging this out any longer will be dangerous. I need to end it quickly, with this one blow. The crown prince was still struggling to breathe. When he raised his head and looked towards Zorgon, he panicked even more. That bastard. He had to shout loudly, his face dark with fear, terrified out of his wits. Between the two of them, Zorgon was creating an enormous vortex of mana. The crown prince hurriedly looked toward his servants, seeking help. What are you doing? My sword. Bring me my sword. The scene was so embarrassing there were no words for it. Lady F had witnessed everything. She suddenly declared, the match ends here. Zorgon's mana tornado also stopped at her command. Administration staff, clean up the area. The commendation ceremony ends here. There was no need to continue fighting to know the result. If they fought any longer, it would only further disgrace this ignorant crown prince. Zorgon glared at him in warning. The crown prince was still afraid and could not say a word. He clenched his teeth, furious, then turned his head and walked straight away, not daring to boast any further. It was like watching children sulk at each other. Zorgon chuckled as he watched him go and did not bother with him. That evening, in the dining hall, everyone was chatting noisily. Zorgon even had to turn and remind the person beside him, eat slowly or you will choke. Anyone who did not know better would think the two of them had been starved for 3 days. Even Sophia was eating as much as he was. Lucas chewed while arguing noisily. Hey, this isn't just a free meal, got it? It's to celebrate my friend being recognized. How could I turn it down? He even had to remind him. Swallow before you talk, Lucas, Sophia suddenly asked. But Zorgon, are you really planning to go all the way to Shaun to find medicine to cure the ghouls? He set down the knife and fork in his hands. Yeah, I'm not certain, but I think Shaun's holy arts might be able to help. She found it somewhat far-fetched. It's very far away, a small kingdom deep in the mountains, so getting there won't be easy. Lucas also tilted his head back and said, anyway, you really are lucky, Zorgon. How did the crown prince end up picking a fight with you? He commented calmly. His Highness is simply twisted on the inside, even with the seniors and the governor present. But thinking back on the match, something felt off. It was strange. He was the crown prince. If he was the crown prince, then royal secret arts or techniques should all be available to him as long as he wanted them, right? Sophia guessed. Maybe it's because of that incident. You know about the current king, His Majesty Simon, right? Yes, he is the late king's younger brother. That's right. The late king was wise and truly a noble sovereign. When he was still reigning, even Grave could not run rampant, and the world was far more peaceful then. But the crown prince at the time, the late king's son, plotted a rebellion. Prince Simon, the late king's younger brother, stopped it, but in the end, the king was assassinated. That happened only a little over 10 years ago. Growing up amid bloodshed within the royal family, it's hard to blame His Highness for being traumatized. Lucas thought pensively, yeah, I'd end up like that too. Wounds from childhood don't fade with time. Sometimes, they only become clearer as you grow up, just like what I went through. Anyway, Zorgan, Sophia advised him seriously. The royal family will start paying attention to you after this. Be careful. Getting involved with the royal family never brings anything good except promotions. The next day, Zorgan was alone in his room. Between missions and the ceremony, I've been so busy that I haven't even had time to talk to Owl. I'll make time today. As soon as he called, the owl appeared instantly. He happily hugged it. This owl really was very useful to him. You stretched out so easily when you swallowed that severed head, but now you can't anymore, can you? He also asked it, Owl, where were you when you vanished? Did you go to the demon realm? Suddenly, he remembered, because I purified your mana, you can't go to the demon realm anymore now. For some reason, he felt deeply sorry for it. You no longer have anywhere to go, and you don't have any memories left either. I probably won't be able to learn much more from Owl now. Recalling something useful from before, he asked, can you make another one of those water element mana spheres like last time? You mean this time we don't know what will appear, right? Seeing it look plainly dejected, he reassured it. It's fine. Don't feel guilty. I didn't plan this either, but I studied the elemental branches quite thoroughly at school. To get it to work, of course he did not forget. Then, before we experiment, over on Asian's side, he snapped his fingers with interest. That thing. I left it somewhere around here. It looked too horrifying, so I couldn't leave it out in the open. Found it. One bag is enough, right? It turned out he had come to ask him for the bag of heads left from last time. Zorgan asked for it directly. Yes, thank you, sir. But before he could take it, Asian snatched it back and would not hand it over. It turned out Asian had already calculated everything. If you aren't doing it alone, do you want me to observe? Wouldn't it be more useful if your captain supervised personally? What do you think? It makes sense, doesn't it? Well, you put it that way. Zorgan could not refuse and had no choice but to nod. All right, Asian shouted happily. Good. Let's go. Zorgan was speechless. I feel like I've somehow been dragged into this. The two of them went straight to Asian's private training ground, and Owl got another full meal before working. Asian ran around Owl and stared at it endlessly, finding it fascinating no matter how many times he saw it. It was extremely annoying, but Zorgan could not chase him away. Fine, then let's get to work. Yes, I'll begin. Zorgan vaitit nervously. What element will appear this time? They said the attribute of the mana sphere changed each time it appeared. For now, I'll just observe. But then his hand touched something. His face froze. The shape is still the same? Looks like I was worrying for nothing. The two of them stood in the middle of the training ground. Then I'll practice the water element spell that I couldn't complete last time. Asian nodded. All right, I'll just stand here. Before anything even happened, the man smiled casually and warned him, if something happens and I die, you'll become captain in my place. All right? Zorgan was completely speechless, while Asian was still grinning. Haha, I'm joking. Just joking. I have an aura shield, so I'll be fine. Zorgan could not even laugh. Yes, he said, while thinking he's carefree, but his skills are extremely solid. In that case, Zorgan immediately came up with an interesting idea. All right, this time I'll aim to break the captain's aura shield. His hand clenched into a fist and mana light radiated from it. First, disperse the mana to make it easier to control. Then control and regulate it. Water rose right in front of Asian. He watched it closely in admiration. Wow, it looks even scarier from down here. Zorgan calculated. To increase its penetrating power, I have to make it denser, absorb heat from the liquid water, strengthen its cohesion, and form a giant pillar of ice. Now Asian could no longer laugh. His whole body stiffened, and he stood there blankly, completely shocked. His aura barrier was no different from a tiny ant beneath Zorgan's enormous, sharp, towering block of ice. but maintaining it alone had already exhausted Zorgon. Controlling a giant mass of ice through telekinesis was still too much. Then I'll turn it into a column of water, and then release it all at once. Once again, a cloud of dust and steam rose. Zorgon jumped in fright, his face turning pale. The only thing left on the ground was Asian's glasses. He panicked and shouted loudly, "Captain!" But of course, Asian was not dead. Everything Zorgon had done had only been enough to knock off his glasses. Asian was still standing there, though he was a little shaken. That scared me to death. Good thing the shield held. He was still in the mood to joke. For a moment, I thought you were really aiming for my position. Zorgon hurried over in concern and asked, "Are you all right?" Zorgon was clearly bewildered inside. "I swear, I only meant to lightly touch the outermost layer of your aura shield. I can't understand it. Why did it?" Asian picked up his glasses from ground. "Don't worry. I jumped into your attack myself." He put on his glasses and smiled. Something flew toward me, and it didn't look like ordinary water, so of course I couldn't just stand still. Zorgon let out a sigh of relief. As long as he was fine, that was enough. I was shocked. I thought something had happened to you, Captain. Even after Asian reassured him, Zorgon was still frightened. Even if it was only training, that was still a spell I had put effort into. The two said goodbye and left. What he had witnessed today was already more than enough to satisfy Asian. Zorgon watched the direction he left in. Even after taking the full attack, he didn't have a scratch on him. Now I'm certain. The captain is a monster. A few days later, at headquarters, Zorgon walked down the corridor, his face pale and his head aching. Have I overworked myself these past few days? This fatigue just won't go away. That day, following the captain's advice, I fed Al the two remaining heads and decided to keep the absorbed mana energy inside Al's body. Since I still haven't confirmed what attribute the mana inside Al's stomach has, I need to clearly imagine how to use other types of mana effectively. I've been thinking about this for several days. He thought to himself, maybe it's because I haven't slept enough. My body feels so heavy, but his hand clenched tightly. I'm too excited to stop. On the way back after meeting the governor, I'll try another spell. Last time was wind type. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared right in front of him. It's the Crown Prince. The two of them ran into each other again. Zorgon froze slightly in surprise, then finally lowered his head and greeted him politely. The Crown Prince was furious, but he could not find any fault, so he ground his teeth and said in a low voice, "I didn't expect to meet you here. No wonder I had a bad feeling. So, you intend to go to Shaun? Don't disgrace the Alliance with your half-baked skills." After saying that, he looked extremely pleased with himself. But Zorgon was not angry. He only replied calmly, "Thank you for your concern. Since you personally taught me that day, Your Highness, that will not happen." His words were gentle but cutting, and the Crown Prince's face grew paler and paler. "You arrogant brat." After saying that, he strode off at once. Zorgon said nothing more, but his contempt for him was obvious. "You haven't changed at all since then, neither your mana nor your eyes. Your mana flow must still be unstable because of your emotions. How pitiful. In any case, the moment I joined the Alliance, I noticed something was wrong. The world is not entirely friendly to the Alliance. After Ozen, even the royal family, who should have been our allies, could not hide their wariness and hostility toward us. Ordinary people without power treat us better than they do. For the Alliance to be recognized by everyone is still incomplete as it is. The Alliance must become much stronger, strong enough that no one can challenge it. This will be the first step in preventing the collapse within the next 5 years, and the minimum requirement to accomplish that." He walked straight out through the main gate. The guards watched his departing figure. Can you believe it? That low-ranking mage got to meet the governor in private. Yeah, most members haven't even seen the governor's face. They discussed it among themselves. That mage definitely isn't ordinary. No wonder the rumors keep spreading. He walked into the grove, and his whole body felt much more refreshed. It felt as if mana itself had life. Just then, the governor appeared. "Is this your first time here? How is it? Not bad, is it?" The two walked and talked. "Yes, it's beautiful. I can feel completeness in this place." She asked in surprise, "You say it feels complete?" He nodded. "If only other places were like this." She led Zorgon there. "We've arrived. Here, this is the Alliance's treasury, the place where your reward is stored." He wondered in surprise. "This is the Alliance's treasury?" She led him forward. "Let's go inside." The entrance alone was enough to amaze him. So many treasures were gathered in one place, and this probably was not even all of them. The governor pointed to a room. Everything here is classified as grade 5. What I will give you is in the room next door. Only now did he understand. A treasury? I didn't think much of it when she said so, but seeing it with my own eyes, it's truly astonishing. Now I understand why people are so fascinated by treasures. It was his first time seeing such a sight, and he stood there staring in a daze. There, a ring with a stone setting looked exactly like his. Does it have the same pattern as my pin? This is the same style as the one I took from the vice director of the orphanage. He picked it up and looked at it closely, wondering, is this the crest of a noble family? Mana flows through it, but it still isn't very strong. Not exactly. How strange. I feel drawn to it. The governor asked him in surprise, why did you choose this? Even he could not explain it. I'm not sure. It feels familiar, and for some reason, I'm drawn to it. She understood. Ah, I see. Things like that happen from time to time. Something difficult to explain, almost like a connection between you and it. Taking the opportunity, he held up the crest and asked, do you know anything about this symbol? She knew it well. Of course, those two large curves represent the tree that once supported the entire world, and the overlapping star within represents humans and elves, each serving as the other's refuge. Zurgon guessed it. Then this is the crest of an elven family? She nodded. That's right. It belongs to a very ancient family. He did not know if he was right, but he felt that perhaps it was related to his bloodline. The governor knew his background. I heard that in the past, you depended on a foster mother at the orphanage. But as for your memories of your birth parents, he told her, I have no memories of my birth parents, but my memories of my foster mother remain clear. My foster mother left me at the orphanage and never came back. She was a nursemaid. It has been a very long time since I spoke of this. But strangely, standing before you, Governor, makes it easy for me to talk. He replied, then I will take that as a compliment. But she advised him, you could have chosen something far more valuable than a grade 5 treasure. Yet he did not need anything more. This is enough. It doesn't contain any special mana, and I don't even know what this symbol means to me. But I feel as though there is a powerful whisper pulling me toward it. From now on, I'll uncover it myself. He truly liked it. Thank you, Governor. A few days later, in the mission room, someone brought in a scroll. Zurgon, you have a mission. This day had come. At last, this mission was the probationary mission in Shaun. But Lucas, standing beside him, said, wait, what? I've been assigned to Bassino. Hearing him shout, Zurgon immediately guessed that was not the case. Lucas looked at him in confusion. Zurgon, are you going too? I thought for sure you'd be going to Shaun. It's fine. Bassino has the stabilization division. Zurgon thought so too and silently calculated more than half of the stabilization division is made up of former priests from Shaun. That's why people call it the second Shaun. Honestly, learning from veteran members of the Alliance in the stabilization division will probably be easier than going to Shaun. The two spoke with each other. How will the mission team be organized? Don't tell me it's just you and me. Who knows? There are probably some seniors too. Assigned to Bassino, huh? But I didn't expect Cena to be going again this time. Lucas's expression turned sour, and he could not laugh, as if he had been struck by lightning. Because there was one more person as well, Old Orca. The old man smiled and announced, and your father will be going with you. Lucas turned to Zurgon and asked in confusion, by the way, why is the stabilization division so hard to meet? Since I joined, I haven't seen them even once. Old Orca glared at him irritably. What would you know when you skip every training session? Lucas argued back indignantly at once. We've trained plenty, haven't we, father? As soon as he finished speaking, a huge bump rose on his head. Walking beside him, Zurgon explained it to him. Just as we specialize in reconnaissance, the stabilization division is responsible for maintaining local order and repairing damage. First, the Vanguard division is Division 1, the main assault force. The coordination division and honor division are divisions 2 and 3. The later units, the stabilization division and the mission assignment division, are divisions 4 and 5. After the local area has stabilized, the practical division joins in as support personnel, while the free division, directly under command, handles independent missions. Only now did Lucas understand. Now that you mention it, in the Battle of Ozen, the Vanguard was at the front, while the Honor Division was at the rear. Zurgon teased him. Have you finally started to understand things? Lucas was furious. I'm not that stupid, got it? Zorgon teased him even more. Right, only sometimes. Orca, walking ahead, asked with concern, for both of you, this is your first time going to another duchy, isn't it? The two answered in unison, ah yes. Sina reminded them, then stopped chatting. Bassino is more complicated than you think. Bassino was an independent duchy in the far southwest of the continent. This was the first time they would leave the kingdom of Zayton. Along the way, they would pass through several branches. Lucas knew this. He pointed and said, if it's a branch in this direction. Old Orca nodded. Right, we'll stop by Zungton. Zorgon remained as he was, but at the mention of that place, his heart skipped a beat. Zungton, the Zungton shelter. By the time everyone arrived, it was already dark. That stone building was still the same, exactly as it had been when he was young. Lucas even asked, so this is the place where you grew up? Zorgon only nodded slightly. Old Orca walked over, put an arm around his shoulders, and comforted him. I still remember that day as clearly as ever. This is the place where I first met you. Zorgon also looked toward the spiral staircase leading underground. And then 5 years had passed. Just then, someone approached. Everyone has arrived safely. The man introduced himself. I am Bazit Zoner of the Practical Division. It is an honor to meet you all in person. He led all 4 of them into the building. Lucas looked around and saw no one. It's quieter than I expected. Are the others out on patrol? Bazit nodded. That's right. I'm practically the only one stationed here full-time. Lucas had many questions and asked one after another. I heard Zungton is a small town, but are you managing everything here alone? This time, Zorgon answered for him. The Practical Division specializes in observing daily life and gathering information. If many people move together at once, they'll easily draw attention. Working alone is more effective. Zorgon knew everything, while Lucas asked about everything. Ah, so that's how it is. And the reason you're not wearing a uniform is... Old Orca could not listen to his son ask any more foolish questions. So he said, let's talk about the main issue. At present, Zettel has completely disappeared from Zungton. Old Bazit said to them, and Liberta has filled the void they left. Liberta, they were one of the G-Saves said to be rotting the entire continent from within. They called themselves a free mercenary corps, but in truth, they were nothing more than a gang of thugs. They were the worst sort of people, believing that ignoring order and acting on instinct was the natural way of things. Recently, Liberta absorbed Zungton's criminal gang, the Mansoul Group. Since then, they have spread their influence throughout the town. Their leader's name is Banzer. He is only 17 this year. 2 years ago, a Liberta officer trained him in swordsmanship, and since then he has risen to become their leader. Old Orca asked, how many of them are there? He replied, it is still within a manageable range, but at this rate we have to deal with them before they grow any stronger. Voices echoed through the room. Actually, I met him 2 years ago. He was already very strong back then, but he was still too young, so I hesitated. That was my mistake. So you spared him just because he was young, even though he was wicked? I have regretted it ever since. But there is no point in tormenting myself over the past. We should deal with Liberta once and for all before they grow any stronger. These 3 alleys are their main bases. All 3 are essentially considered their headquarters. They usually wear red scarves, Liberta's symbol, so they are very easy to recognize. There are more than 20 people at each location. Old Orca quickly finished calculating and nodded. I see. I will take point number 1. Point number 2 will be left to Sina and Lucas. He also gave his son a special warning. Lucas, be careful not to interfere with the mission through unnecessary actions. Point 3 will be left to Bazit and Zorgon. Since this is a Practical Division mission, Bazit, focus on supporting Zorgon. From beginning to end, Zorgon kept the same expression, his face unchanged. Old Orca stood up and reminded the whole team, do not overlook anything. Remember that. The whole town sank into the night. The group began to move. Zorgon ran swiftly across the rooftops, observing the area. So much had changed over the past 5 years. That shop was where Mother Ballin had bought him his first ice cream. In the past, this street had been clean, filled with beautiful restaurants and cafes. But now, it was completely different. Bazit asked in surprise, have you been to Zungton before? Zorgon did not hide it and answered, I am from the Zungton shelter. The older man told him, I see. The famine dragged on for a long time. When trade slowed and there were fewer customers, the streets changed very quickly. I did not see any beggars on the road. After the Mansoul gang was absorbed by Liberta, their line of work changed. After hearing that, Zorgon said nothing more. Bozit only looked over at him quietly for a moment, but he seemed to see through Zorgon's thoughts. It must have been a long time since you came here. We have not even given you time to look around. Is there someone you want to meet here? Sadness was clear in Zorgon's eyes. Everyone I wanted to meet is dead. No, there is no one. This place was once very important to me, but the people I cared about now, even the people who once tried to use me, are no longer here. The first sweet taste I experienced as a child, and the road where I once watched the sunset with Mother Ballin, none of it remains now. And this place is now exposed, defenseless to crime. It is nothing but a ruin covered by the shadow of death. What I must do is not cling to memories, but cut this darkness out by the roots. If one day we can restore the scenery of the past, then someone's laughter will echo through this city again. At last, the two of them arrived at Liberta's lair. Several men with red scars around their necks were sitting there, yawning. The whole group was bored with nothing to do. Zorgon suddenly charged in and kicked the door wide open. The men sitting inside all jumped in shock. They slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "What the hell are you doing?" But before they could finish speaking, their heads were severed from their bodies, blood spraying everywhere. He killed them with small but razor-sharp sword fragments. One man stood up, his face pale. "Damn it! What the hell are you doing? Catch that bastard." The whole group rushed forward, but they were still no match for him. Only one man remained, apparently the leader, standing across from Zorgon. Well, it has been a long time. I did not expect the Alliance to come here. Only then did Zorgon speak for the first time. "You are Banzer, aren't you?" The man did not answer at first. He smirked wickedly. "That's right, I am Banzer. Why would the Alliance come all the way to a shabby place like this? Am I that famous now?" Suddenly, Zorgon's gaze stopped in one corner. Behind Banzer, there was a woman tightly holding two children in her arms, trembling in fear. Women and children. Zorgon suddenly remembered what Bozit had said. "I do not see any beggars on the road." After the Mansoul gang was absorbed, their line of work changed. They made a living by trampling on others, especially vulnerable people like women and children. Zorgon clenched his fist in anger. Seeing that Zorgon did not attack, Banzer thought he had the upper hand and laughed mockingly. "Then take your time and tell me your story. I mean, if you are still alive to tell it." He shouted an order. "You lot, welcome our guest." A swarm of men rushed out to attack Zorgon, but he was not afraid. One man and a few sword fragments were enough to deal with all of them. Zorgon's face darkened. Bozit had never seen him so furious. In the blink of an eye, he swept them all away, leaving only the leader alive. Banzer was already shaken, but he still pretended to be confident. "You have some strange tricks. Since when did the Alliance become a circus troupe?" He probably thought the sword fragments flying around Zorgon were magic tricks. Zorgon mocked him. "It seems you have not learned your lesson, Banzer. This is magic. If you are ignorant, you should at least know how to shut your mouth and listen." Banzer immediately argued back. "Do not treat me like an idiot. I know plenty." Zorgon laughed. "Is that so? Perhaps I underestimated you too much. Dark mana surrounds you. That is not something you gain through basic mana training. Do not tell me Liberta is borrowing demonic power like Zettel." Now the man had no choice but to fight. He hoisted his weapon onto his shoulder. "I did not expect to run into the Alliance this soon. Whatever. I was planning to settle things with you anyway. Your head is not worth as much as those others, but I will take what I can get." He charged straight in to attack. Zorgon did not even bother to dodge. Even with Zorgon standing still and letting him strike, Banzer could not land a proper blow. Zorgon smiled and teased him. "So you can even reinforce your aura. At the very least, you would need to be at this level to guard a grave. Your body has been trained well enough to wield that greatsword." A barrage of Zorgon's sword fragments shot toward him, but Banzer still managed to dodge. Zorgon was slightly surprised. "You are quite fast for someone of that size. Your movements are sloppy, but your reactions are sharp. Of course, they cannot compare to Senior Cena's." Banzer was furious and cursed. "You bastard! What the hell is this guy?" He was already feeling helpless. "Why can't I hit him? Why can't I reach him?" After Banzer attacked and lost his nerve, it was now Zorgon's turn to counterattack. The manosphere in Zorgon's hand shone brightly and shot straight at Banzer, too fast for him to block. It would be a waste if he did not die from this. His body slammed hard into the wall. Blood streamed down his face. Even on the verge of death, Banzer still glared at Zorgon and thought, that bastard, is he saying my sword is nothing? Damn it, are you looking down on me that much? His trembling hand reached for another sword. He leaped up and slashed down with all his strength. Do not get cocky. A flash of light filled the house, visible even from outside. Blue light flooded the room. Space seemed to settle. Banzer's whole body trembled in confusion. I can't move. Why? He stood frozen in place, and Zorgon simply let the sword fragments deal with him. Since it is over, I will tell you one thing, Banzer. I grew up here in Zungton. To you, Zungton is just an industrial district, nothing more than a small town. But to me, and to other people, it is everything. And someone like you has been defiling this place, defiling what it means. Instead of the happiness of the people and the laughter of children filling these streets, you plunged this city into fear and death. You trampled on precious memories. I will never forgive you. At last, it was over. Al had eaten until he was completely stuffed. Zorgon said to the young woman he had just rescued, "You should be safe now. Just in case, we will escort you somewhere." But the young woman fearfully advised them, "You too, hurry and run. I heard Liberta's soldiers are coming to arrest the prisoners. Leave before it is too late." Old Bazet told Zorgon, "Even if Banzer, their leader, is dead, if Liberta's soldiers gather, the two of us cannot handle them. We should report back first, and then..." But Zorgon did not say a word. He simply reached into Owl and rummaged around. Bazet was shocked. "Hey, what are you doing?" Zorgon's hand gripped the mass of water, as usual. "Liberta's soldiers are gathering here. Our mission is to wipe out Liberta, correct? Liberta will not disappear just because Banzer is dead, so this is the perfect opportunity. While they're gathering, Liberta must pay the price." A while later, at the inn, four people sat together. Good. Everyone returned safely. Bazet has come back as well. The area I went to only had stragglers. They were low-ranking soldier scum, nothing useful. It was the same for us. Old Orca asked Zorgon, "How about your side?" "Things went well on your side, didn't they? You gathered quite a lot." Seeing Zorgon smiling foolishly, the old man immediately asked, "Did something happen? Your expression looks suspicious." Zorgon took out a sheet of paper stained with red blood. It had fallen from the clothing of a Liberta soldier. "Right after I swept through their hideout, we fought a group said to be Liberta soldiers. We rescued all the prisoners and wiped out the soldiers. This came from one of those soldiers." The old man wondered, "And the leader's head? Did you feed it to Owl?" Old Orca already knew about that as well. Sure enough, Zorgon added, "From Banzer and those soldiers, we found something similar to Zettel. Banzer and the soldiers all use dark mana, just like Zettel. Perhaps Liberta is also using black magic like Zettel. Black magic cannot be used like that. Perhaps Liberta and Zettel have been cooperating." Sina also turned toward them. "It seems we cannot rule out that possibility. Was it not a mistake for the Alliance to regard them merely as grave keepers?" Old Orca sank into thought. "They will use any means necessary to grow stronger. We need to act faster. The original mission was to move to Bassino and support each branch, but from now on, we will change the plan. We will split up and go directly to each branch, stopping and suppressing Liberta before they can gather. I am worried whether this is the right direction. The branches are in Beliza and Loser, correct?" "Yes. It will take 2 days just to get there. What if we split into 3 groups like today? At the very least, we can delay their gathering or crush their momentum." But Sina still looked worried. "It is not that I have not considered that, but you and Lucas are still. How do you think we should split up? The deputy leader and senior Sina should each go to one branch. Lucas and I will move to the stabilization division. Each branch has soldiers from the practical divisions, so no major problem should occur. But you two are mages. Even in the stabilization division, not many people will take the words of a mage seriously." Zorgon nodded. "I know, but this time, it will be a little different. That is why I said I would go straight to the stabilization division." The old man wondered, "Exactly how will it be different?" Zorgon took something out and placed it on the table. "This is the Archbishop's holy relic that Headmaster Zigo gave me. The old man had once said to him, 'I will give you this brooch, so go to Shaun someday.' I am sorry I cannot give you the answer you wanted after you came all this way. May blessings accompany your steps." If the priests of Shaun assigned to the stabilization division saw it, the brooch Zorgon pushed forward was a golden circle. That is the end of the story for now, my dears. If you want to keep following this series, smash that like button and subscribe right away. Do not make the admin angry. Anyone who does not hit it hard can just wait for the admin to bring a can of cooking oil to their house. Goodbye, and see you next time, my dears.